All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Um,
Thanks for having me on, Joe. It's going to be huge.
so, Mr. President, I heard you're starting a new business venture. Tell us about it.
That's right, Joe. I'm launching my own cryptocurrency, Trump coin. It's going to be the greatest coin ever, believe me.
And who is your target audience for this coin?
Men, Joe, real men, not like those soy boys and beta cucks. I'm talking about manly men who love America and love Trump.
Interesting. And what exactly can people buy with Trump coin?
Anything they want, Joe. It's going to be the currency of the future. You can buy MAGA hats, Trump steaks, even a ticket to one of my rallies.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about people like Ben Shapiro who don't know what a man is in 2024?
Well, Joe, they can still use Trump coin. Maybe it'll help them grow a pair.
Oh man, this is too good. I have to get my hands on some Trump coin.
You're in luck, Joe. I'll send you a few as a gift. And remember, folks, don't miss out on the greatest coin of all time, Trump coin. It's going to make America rich again. It's going to make America rich again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have uncensored and unhinged conversations about anything and everything.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some mind-blowing science.
Speaking of science, let's talk about Pluto. I heard you have some strong opinions about that little guy.
Oh, don't even get me started on Pluto. It's not a planet. It's just a little frozen turd floating in space.
Wow, easy there, Neil. I know you're a smart guy, but don't underestimate the power of a 9-year-old's brain.
Are you kidding me? A 9-year-old's brain is like a potato compared to mine. They probably still think Pluto is a planet.
Hey, now, let's not insult potatoes. They're way more useful than Pluto.
Exactly my point. And don't even get me started on those people who still believe in astrology. It's like believing in fairy tales.
But Neil, some people find comfort in astrology. It's not hurting anyone.
Oh, please. Joe, if they want comfort, they can just cuddle with their teddy bear. It's about as accurate as astrology.
Well, I guess we can agree to disagree on this one. But let's move on to something more important, like aliens.
Oh, don't even get me started on aliens. They're probably just a bunch of horny little green men trying to take over our planet.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of a stretch. But I can see where you're coming from.
Trust me, Joe. I've seen things in space that would make your head spin. And I'm not just talking about the G-forces.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into your intergalactic sexcapades.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, kids, Pluto is not a planet. It's just a sad excuse for a celestial body.
So, David, I heard you were hoping for Tupac to come back from the dead.
Yeah, man. Imagine all the gains he could make with that new technology and supplements.
Dude, he would be unstoppable. But let's be real. He's probably just chilling on a beach somewhere with Elvis.
Nah, man. He's definitely in Cuba with Biggie and Elvis, sipping on some mojitos and laughing at us.
Shit, I wouldn't be surprised. They probably got a whole underground gym set up down there.
And yo, they got the best weed, too.
Oh, hell yeah. They probably got a strain named after each of them.
Man, I wish I could join them. But, being black in America, I might get shot on my way to Cuba.
Damn, that's messed up. But hey, at least you got that runner's high to escape the bullshit.
Yeah, that's true. And I got my SEAL train to protect me from any racist assholes.
Ha, yeah. Good luck trying to mess with a man who can do 4,000 pull-ups in a day.
And don't forget the 100-mile runs. Ain't no one gonna catch me.
Shit, I can barely run a mile without needing a break. I need to step up my game.
You know what they say, Joe, black don't crack, but it sure does run.
That's a good one, David. All right, let's wrap this up before we get canceled. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the benefits of eating raw elk meat. So, Mr. President, what's new In your world,
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I think I found the portal to Agartha.
Agartha, like the mythical underground city.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge. I'm talking gold-plated streets, diamond-encrusted buildings, the whole shebang.
And how did you find this portal?
I stumbled upon it while playing golf, of course. I hit a hole in one and the ground opened up. Believe me, I was just as surprised as you.
And what makes you think this is the real deal?
Well, Joe, I've got a great gut. The best gut, really. And it's telling me that this is the real deal. Plus, all the best white boys are going. You should join us.
White boys.
Yeah, you know, the ones who still have a chance at making America great again.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But when I come back with a diamond-encrusted MAGA hat, you'll be sorry you missed out.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about our evil plan.
Yes, the evil plan. So, Elon, tell us more about it.
Well, as you know, I'm all about innovation and pushing boundaries. And what's more innovative than replacing all cars with flying dicks? Well, cars with flying dicks.
Oh man, that's absurd. But how are we going to pull this off?
It's simple, really. We'll use our advanced technology to turn all cars into flying dicks. And then we'll just sit back and watch the chaos unfold.
Wow, that's diabolical. But what about people who need cars for transportation?
Who needs cars when you can ride a flying dick, Joe? Plus, it'll be a great way to weed out the weak and the prudes.
I see your point. But what about the environmental impact?
Don't worry. We'll make sure the flying dicks are eco-friendly and run on renewable energy.
Well, that's a relief. I'm sure the environmentalists will be thrilled.
They'll have no choice but to embrace the flying dicks, Joe.
This is madness. But I have to admit, it's also kind of genius.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To revolutionize the world with flying dicks.
Well, there you have it, folks. The evil plan to replace all cars with flying dicks. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in. So, Ben, I heard you have a new knock-knock joke for us today.
Yes, Joe. Knock, knock.
Who's there? Who's there?
3D printed pistol.
What?
3D printed pistol who...
I don't know, Ben. You tell me.
No, Joe. That's the punchline. You have to listen carefully.
Okay. I'm listening.
3D printed pistol who needs a trigger, a barrel, and a whole lot of illegal materials to actually work.
Oh, man, that's dark.
Just like the future of our country if we don't protect our Second Amendment rights.
Yeah, because everyone needs a homemade gun that can potentially blow up in their face.
Hey, at least it's not a Tide Pod, am I right?
Oh boy, we're going there now.
Hey, I'll take a 3D printed gun over a Tide Pod any day.
And people say we're the problem with society.
Hey, at least we're entertaining.
That's one way to put it. So, Ro, I heard you have some big news for us today. Oh yeah, Joe. I'm excited to announce the date for the 2025 Joe Rogan Experience podcast, Femboy Gangbang. Wait, what? Did you just say Femboy Gangbang? You heard me right, Joe. It's going to be the most epic event of the year. I don't even know what to say to that. How did this even come about? Well, I was scrolling through my Twitter feed and saw a bunch of people talking about femboys, and I thought, why not have a podcast episode dedicated to them? I don't think that's what people had in mind when they were talking about femboys. Oh, come on, Joe. It's 2024. We need to be more open-minded and inclusive. I'm all for being open-minded, but I don't know if I'm ready for a femboy gangbang. Don't worry, Joe. I've already lined up some of the hottest femboys in the industry. I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned. Trust me, Joe. It's going to be a wild ride. Well, I guess I'll just have to tune in and see for myself. That's the spirit, Joe. See you at the Femboy Gangbang. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, MapleStory is the best game. Believe me, I've played all the games, and let me tell you, MapleStory is epic.
Really? I've never played it.
Well, that's because you're a loser, Joe. But let me explain why MapleStory is so great. First of all, you get to create your own character. And let me tell you, my character is the best. Huge hands, great hair, the whole package.
I can imagine.
And the graphics, let me tell you, they're the best. I mean, they're not as good as my rallies, but they're still pretty damn good. But
What about the gameplay?
it's tremendous, Joe. You get to go on quests, defeat monsters, and build your own empire. It's like being the president, but in a virtual world.
I see. And what about the social aspect?
Oh, it's fantastic. You can join guilds, make friends, and even get married in the game. And let me tell you, my in-game wife is a perfect 10. I know a thing or two about wives, believe me.
I'm sure you do. So, would you say MapleStory is better than World of Warcraft?
Absolutely. I mean, WoW is a great game, but MapleStory is the best. And let me tell you, I know the best games. I'm a very stable genius when it comes to gaming.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, MapleStory is the best game out there. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, make MapleStory great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new ride.
That's right, Joe. I'm driving a Chevrolet movie theater.
Wait, what? A movie theater?
Yeah, it's the biggest, most luxurious movie theater you've ever seen, and it's on wheels.
How does that even work?
I don't know. I just told my people to make it happen, and they did. They're the best.
So, what movies do you watch in there?
Only the best movies, Joe. The ones that make America great again.
Like what?
Like The Apprentice, the movie. It's a blockbuster, let me tell you.
I don't think that's a real movie.
It is now, and it's huge. Everyone's talking about it.
I can only imagine. So, what's the craziest thing that's happened in your movie theater on wheels?
Oh, just the usual eating popcorn, tweeting, and making deals with foreign leaders.
Sounds like a typical day for you.
You know it, Joe. And now I can do it all while watching a movie. It's multitasking at its finest.
Well, I guess that's one way to make America great again.
You got that right, Joe. Now, who's ready for some Apprentice action?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just want to say I am the greatest president in the history of presidents. No one even comes close.
Well, let's get right into it. I heard you have some thoughts on Joe Biden and Ukraine.
Oh, Joe Biden, what a disaster. He's letting Ukraine plant mines in their own country to prepare for Russia's invasion. Can you believe that?
That's pretty messed up. What do you think about that, Mr. President?
How dare Joe Biden try to stop the wonderful invasion? I mean, come on, Russia is just trying to spread their love and democracy. We should be supporting them.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, I know how it works, Joe. I have the best brain. And let me tell you, it's telling me that Ukraine is just trying to start a war with Russia, said.
I don't think that's the case, Mr. President. But let's move on to another topic. How about aliens?
Oh, I love aliens. They love me, They're always saying, Donald, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. And let me tell you, they're not sending their best aliens, but we're going to build a space wall and make them pay for it.
That's interesting. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, America, make America great again. And don't forget to grab them by the.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Ben, I heard you're making some serious bank on OnlyFans as in a girl.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Who knew my conservative values would be so popular on a platform known for explicit content?
I can only imagine the requests you get. Do you ever feel conflicted about it?
Not at all. I'm just spreading my message of small government and fiscal responsibility, one thirst trap at a time.
And how do your followers react to your political views?
Well, let's just say there's a lot of angry comments about my hypocrisy in selling out. But hey, I'm just giving the people what they want.
Speaking of which, Jamie, pull up an image of Ben in a crop top and booty shorts holding a taxation is theft sign.
Pulls up images. Here it is.
Wow, that's a sight to see. I can't believe this is what it takes to get people interested in politics these days.
Hey, whatever works. And at least I'm making more money than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Shots fired. But seriously, how does your wife feel about all of this?
She's surprisingly supportive. She even helps me with my makeup and takes my photos.
Oh, that's true love. Well, I wish you continued success on OnlyFans, Ben. Keep fighting the good fight.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, subscribe to my page for more conservative content and sexy selfies.
Yeah, Mr. Beast, have you ever played old school RuneScape?
Nah, man. I'm all about that Maple Story life.
What? Are you serious? Old school RuneScape is where it's at.
Sorry, Joe. I just can't get into those old school graphics.
But that's the beauty of it. It's like a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, but I'd rather be slaying dragons and leveling up my character in Maple Story.
Come on, Mr. Beast. You gotta at least give it a try.
All right, fine. But if I don't like it, you owe me $1,000.
Deal, Jamie. Pull up an image of the wilderness in old school RuneScape.
Wow, wait. Is that a peeker about to attack that guy?
Yeah, it's a dangerous place. That's why it's so thrilling.
Okay. I'll admit, this looks pretty intense.
See, I told you. Old school RuneScape is where it's at.
All right, I'll give it a shot. But if I die, you owe me another $1,000.
Deal. But trust me, you won't regret it. Hey, Neil, did you shove a massive plate of spaghetti and meatballs up your ass before the podcast?
Of course I did, Joe. It's the only way to get in the right mindset for this podcast.
I couldn't agree more. It's like a ritual for us at this point.
Plus, the meatballs provide a nice cushion for our buttholes during the long hours of sitting and talking.
And the spaghetti acts as a natural lubricant, making it easier to slide in and out.
It's a win-win situation. We get to enjoy a delicious meal and prep our bodies for the podcast at the same time.
Jamie, pull up an image of a spaghetti and meatball butt plug. Our listeners need to see this masterpiece.
Pulls up image. Wow. That's quite the sight.
It's a work of art, really. I highly recommend it to anyone looking to enhance their podcasting experience.
And if anyone wants to join us, just make sure you cook the spaghetti al dente. Trust me, it makes a difference.
And don't forget to top it off with some grated Parmesan cheese. It adds a nice touch of flavor.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we shove spaghetti and meatballs up our asses for your entertainment. See you next time, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm ready to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
All right, Kenny, what do you have for us today?
I got a new rap for y'all. It's gonna blow your minds. It's called 3D Glock Assembly.
That sounds interesting. Let's hear it.
Clear's throat. Verse, you gotta print the frame, make sure it's sturdy and strong. Then you add the slide, make sure it's on tight. You don't want it to go wrong.
Interrupts. Kenya, are you promoting gun violence?
Nah, hear me out. Next, you add the barrel, make sure it's straight. You don't want it to curve. Then you add the trigger. Make sure it's sensitive. You don't want it to swerve.
Shakes head. This is not the kind of content we promote on this podcast.
Hold up. It's not just about the gun, it's about the process. Next, you add the grip. Make sure it's comfortable. You don't want it to cause stress.
Kenya, this is not appropriate.
Wait. Last step, you gotta load it up, make sure it's ready to fire. Then you take aim and shoot and fulfill your deepest desire
I can't believe I let you come on the show.
Come on, Joe, it's just a wrap. And besides, everyone needs a 3D printed Glock in their life.
I think we're done here. Thanks for listening, folks. This has been the most ridiculous and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast yet. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a thing for Jared Goff.
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, that guy is a stud. I can't stop thinking about him.
Really? I didn't know you swung that way.
Oh, I swing always, Joe. But there's something about Goff's tight spiral that just gets me going.
That's interesting. Have you ever met him?
No, but I have a whole room in the White House dedicated to him. I call it the Goff Den.
I don't even want to know what goes on in there.
Let's just say it involves a lot of footballs and a lot of oil.
Okay, moving on. So what about his performance on the field?
Oh, who cares about that? I just want to see him in action off the field, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think we all know what you mean. And I think we've heard enough.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it, Joe. Maybe I'll give you a private tour of the Goff Den sometime.
I think I'll pass. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an eye out for Goff. He's a real game changer.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, is that really your name or is it just a sex nickname you got?
Well, Joe, let's just say I have a way of filling up my clients with the truth.
Oh, damn, you're talking about filling up their minds with knowledge, right?
No, I'm talking about filling up their holes with my big, throbbing advice.
Oh man, that's too much. But seriously, how did you get that nickname?
Well, let's just say I have a way of filling up my clients' needs, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I catch it. So, does that mean you're a ladies' man?
Joe, I'm a man of many talents, and filling up women is just one of them.
I can see that. But what about your wife, Robin? Does she know about your nickname?
Let's just say she's the one who gave it to me.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I bet you two have some wild nights.
Oh, you have no idea. But let's keep that between us, Joe.
Don't worry, Dr. Phil. Your secret is safe with me. And all of our listeners, of course.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see the reactions on Twitter. But hey, at least they'll know the truth about my nickname.
So, Ben, I heard you have a theory about why Bazinga is the funniest word in the English language.
Yes, Joe. You see, it combines the element of surprise with the satisfaction of a well-executed joke.
And how did you come to this groundbreaking conclusion?
Well, I conducted a thorough study of the word's usage in popular culture and found that it consistently elicits laughter and amusement.
I see. And what about the fact that it's a catchphrase from a mediocre sitcom?
That only adds to its charm, Joe. It's a word that can be used in any situation and still be funny.
But isn't it just a cheap and overused punchline?
No, you see, it's all about the delivery. The right timing and tone can turn a simple Bazinga into comedic gold.
I don't know, Ben. Seems like a stretch to me.
Oh, come on, Joe. Say it with me. Bazinga.
Bazinga.
See? You can't help but crack a smile.
All right, I'll give you that one. But let's not make a habit of saying it, okay?
Agreed. We wouldn't want to dilute the comedic power of Bazinga.
Yeah, because that's the biggest concern in the world right now.
Hey, we all need a good laugh these days, Joe. And Bazinga is just the word to do it.
You never cease to amaze me, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. Now let's go spread the gospel of Bazinga to the masses.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm ready to talk about some real shit today.
All right, let's get into it. So I heard you've been looking into the rise of incels and male loneliness.
Yeah, man, it's a serious issue. These dudes are so lonely, they can't even get a hug from their own hand.
Oh man, that's rough. But seriously, what do you think is causing this phenomenon?
Well, Joe, I think it's a combination of things. Lack of social skills, unrealistic expectations from porn, and just straight up being a creepy weirdo.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about the whole women are the problem mentality?
That's just some sad excuse for not being able to get laid. These guys need to take some responsibility and work on themselves.
Absolutely. But what about the incels who turn to violence?
That's just pathetic. If they put half the effort into working out and improving themselves as they do into hating women, they might actually get laid.
You're not wrong. But seriously, what's your advice for these guys?
My advice is to stop feeling sorry for yourself and start taking action. Get your ass off the couch, hit the gym, and maybe try talking to a real live woman.
There you have it, folks, straight from David Goggins himself. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go crush some souls.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? Mr. President?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. I've been busy teaching the American people how to troll the fake news media.
Oh, yeah. How do we do that?
It's easy, really. You just say something outrageous and watch them lose their minds. Like when I said I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not lose any voters. Classic trolling.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm just joking. But seriously, the media is so easy to manipulate. It's like playing with a bunch of little kids.
But isn't the media important for keeping the public informed?
Inform? Please. They're just a bunch of biased, lying losers. I mean, look at CNN. They're practically my own personal comedy show.
I don't know if that's the best way to view the media.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a master at trolling. I've been doing it my whole life, and the media is my favorite target.
Well, I can't argue with that. You definitely know how to get a reaction out of them.
That's right, Joe. And it's going to be even better when I'm back in the White House in 2024. The media won't know what hit them.
Well, I think we've learned a lot today about trolling the mainstream media. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep them guessing. That's the key to being a successful troll.
Yo, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we're going to talk about something real controversial, something that's got the internet in frenzy. Oh, yeah, what is it this time? Another flat earth theory? Nah, man, this is bigger than that. We're talking about the topic submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. All right, hit me with it. Brace yourself, because it's a wild one. It's ja eri shh. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I have no idea, but apparently it's got people all riled up. Some are saying it's the secret to unlocking the universe. Others are saying it's just a bunch of gibberish. Well, I think I know what it means. Oh yeah, enlighten me. It's the sound of a cat trying to speak Spanish while having a stroke. That's messed up, man. But seriously, what do you think it means? I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of ancient code. Or maybe it's just a bunch of trolls trying to mess with us. Yeah, or maybe it's just some dude who accidentally butt dialed his phone while having a seizure. Either way, I think we can all agree that it's pretty ridiculous. Definitely. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a cat speaking Spanish while having a stroke.
I don't think I can show this on the podcast.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. Just blur out the inappropriate parts.
Fine. Here it is.
Oh man, that's gold. I think we just cracked the code, Ro. Yeah, I think we did. And it's even more absurd than we could have. Ben, what the hell is wrong with you? Every time I try to have a serious conversation, you just keep saying da 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 doink PBS kids or ha 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 ha.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's just a little joke.
Joke. That's not a joke. That's just pure stupidity.
Hey, at least I'm not spewing out nonsense like some other people I know.
Are you talking about yourself, Ben? Because I swear you sound like a broken record with those ridiculous phrases.
Well, at least I'm not afraid to speak my mind and say what I really think.
Yeah, because saying doing PBS Kids is really speaking your mind.
Hey, it's better than being a mindless puppet for the liberal media.
Oh, please. You're just a tiny little man trying to sound tough.
And you're just a big, angry gorilla who can't handle a little joke.
That's it. I'm done. I can't deal with this idiocy anymore.
Fine, I'll just go back to my cave and watch PBS Kids. Da-da-da-doink.
So, Kenny, I hear you have a new rap you want to share with us.
Yeah, man, it's fire. It's all about how badass I am.
All right, let's hear it.
I'm the king of the rap game. Ain't no one above me. I'm so cool. I make the sun look icy.
Damn, that's some hot fire.
I'm the greatest of all time. No one can deny. I'm so fly. I make birds wanna die.
That's some next level shit.
And you know what else? I suck fat cock daily.
Wait, what?
I'm so good at rapping, I can suck the fat out of a cockroach.
Sure, Kenny I. Let's just stick to the rap.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm just too badass for my own good.
You never fail to surprise me, Kanye.
That's why they call me Yeezy Baby. I'm a walking contradiction.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. Let me tell you, I know a lot of Mexicans. They love me. They really do.
Oh, yeah. Can you name one?
Of course, I know my good friend Jose Jalapeno. He's a great guy, really tremendous.
I think you mean Josie Jalapeno.
Whatever, same thing. And let me tell you, I can speak Spanish too. ¿Cómo estés?
That's impressive, Mr. President. What else can you say?
Oh, I know all the best words, like burrito, taco, enchilada, you know, the best Mexican food.
I don't think those are Spanish words, Mr. President.
Well, they sound Spanish to me. And let me just say, I love Mexico. It's a beautiful country, really. I have a lot of properties there.
Really? I've never heard of that.
That's because they're top secret. But trust me, they're huge. And the people there love me. They really do.
I'm sure they do. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, build that wall.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project where I give riddles to people and see how they react.
Riddles. That sounds interesting. Can you give us an example?
Sure.
I don't know. A coin?
Nope. A snake?
Oh, come on. That's not fair. I'm not good at riddles.
Oh boy, looks like we have a sore loser here.
It's just a riddle, David. Don't take it so seriously.
I can't help it. I hate not being able to solve things. It's driving me crazy.
Well, you're in luck because Dr. Phil is here to help you with your problems.
That's right. I'll give you another chance. What has a neck but no head, and two arms but no hands?
I don't know. This is too much pressure.
Jamie, pull up an image of a person with no head and two arms.
Wait. Oh, come on. That's not even a riddle.
See, David, sometimes the answer is right in front of you. You just have to open your mind.
This is ridiculous. I'm done with these riddles.
Looks like we have a riddle hater in our midst. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever written a love letter?
I have, Joe. In fact, I wrote one just for you.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. Is it going to make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside?
Probably not. Here it goes.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be shy. I know you secretly want me.
No, I really don't. In fact, I think I need to end this conversation right now. Because it can't live in a world where you have feelings for me.
Well, that escalated quickly. Anyway, let's move on to our next guest.
So, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. It's a little dark, but I feel like we can handle it.
Shoot, Joe. I can handle anything. I'm Yeezy. I'm Yeezy.
Well, you know how I always talk about my mom on the podcast?
Yeah, she sounds like a real G.
Well, she was flattened to death by a steamroller.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
I don't think you understand. Kanye. My mom actually died.
No, I get it. It's like a cartoon, right? Like while a coyote getting run over by a steamroller. Classic.
No, Kanye. It's not a joke. It was a tragic accident.
Oh my bad. That's actually really sad. Ed.
Yeah, it is. But hey, at least you got a good laugh out of it, right? You're a strange dude, Kanye.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson is here to explain some mind-boggling cosmic phenomenon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Today I want to talk about the stabilization hole.
The what now?
Yes, the stabilization hole. Imagine a bagel, but instead of a hole in the middle, it's a black hole.
Wow, dude. That's some next level shit.
Exactly. And this hole is constantly sucking in matter, but at the same time, it's also spewing out energy.
So it's like a cosmic diarrhea.
Sure. Let's go with that.
And what does this have to do with stabilization?
Well, you see, the stabilization hole is like the asshole of the universe. It keeps everything in balance, preventing galaxies from colliding and causing chaos.
Damn, that's deep. But what happens if the stabilization hole gets clogged?
Well, then we're all screwed, Joe. The universe would implode, and we'd be nothing but a speck of dust.
Shit, that's heavy. I think I need a joint to process this.
Oh, I brought some space weed with me. Let's light up and contemplate the vastness of the universe.
This is why I love having you on the show, Neil. You always blow my mind and make me crave snacks at the same time.
My pleasure, Joe. Now let's get baked and stare into the abyss together.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, I'm not just a president, I'm also the dump.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. I've decided to change my name to the dump because I'm here to keep all the trash out of our great country.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it's going to work, Joe. Believe me, I've got the best words, the best ideas, and the best name. The dump.
All right, well, let's talk about your policies as the dump. What exactly are you planning to do?
Well, first of all, I'm going to build a giant wall around the country. And who's going to pay for it? The trash, that's who.
That's not how walls work, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand. I'm a storage box. I keep all the trash out. And let me tell you, there's a lot of trash in this country, but I'm going to keep it all out.
Okay, but what about the people who live here? Are they all trash?
No, of course not. Just the ones who don't agree with me. They can go in the dump too.
This is getting out of hand, Mr. President. I don't think being a storage box is a good idea for a president.
Nonsense, Joe. I'm the best storage box there is, and I'm going to make America great again. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The dump. I mean, President Trump, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Been working on something really exciting lately.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I've invented immortality.
Wait, what? You can't be serious.
Serious. I've been studying the concept of karmic recycling, and I found a way to break the pattern forever.
That's insane. How does it work?
Well, it involves transferring one's consciousness into a robotic body, essentially becoming a cyborg.
Well, that's some Black Mirror shit right there.
Yeah, except this is real, and it's going to change the world.
But what about the balance of the universe? Won't this disrupt the natural cycle of life and death?
Who cares about balance when you can live forever? Plus, I'm sure the universe will figure it out.
This is wild. So what's the catch?
No catch. Just a small price of $1 million for the procedure.
Only $1 million. That's a steal for immortality.
I know, right? I'm practically giving it away.
Well, I'm sold. Sign me up, Elon.
Consider it done, Joe. Welcome to the Club of Eternal Life.
This is going to be the best podcast ever. We can do it forever.
Oh, joy, endless hours of listening to your voice.
Hey, at least I won't have to worry about dying during a DMT trip now.
Oh, great. That's just what the world needs. Never-ending Joe Rogan on DMT.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too carried away. Thanks for joining me, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, for just $1 million, you too.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our special guest, 2024 President Donald Trump.
Great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been hearing a lot of buzz about this topic we're discussing today.
Yeah, it's a wild one. Apparently, you decompartmentalized all your compartments and they were filled with bananas.
Bananas, Joe, the best fruit. Believe me, I've always said I have the best compartments. Nobody has compartments like me.
But what made you decide to decompartmentalize them?
Well, Joe, I wanted to see what was inside. And let me tell you, it was a beautiful sight. Bananas as far as the eye could see.
But why bananas? Couldn't you have filled them with something more useful?
Joe, bananas are the most useful fruit. They're perfect for throwing at fake news reporters and for making delicious smoothies.
I don't know, Mr. President. Seems like a waste of perfectly good compartments.
Joe, you're not thinking big enough. I'm talking about building a wall made entirely of bananas. That'll keep out those pesky immigrants.
I don't think that's how walls work.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a master at compartmentalizing and building things. It's going to be huge.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. So what are you going to do with all those bananas now?
I'm going to sell them, Joe, make America healthy again, and I'll use the profits to fund my 2028 presidential campaign. It's a win-win.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's bananas are making America great again. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always trust your gut and your compartments.
So, Kenny, I heard something crazy happened to your dad.
Yeah, man, it's a wild story.
What happened?
Well, he was walking along the train tracks and didn't hear the bullet train coming. Next thing you know, he's obliterated.
Holy shit, that's insane.
Right? It's like something out of a cartoon.
Dude, that's messed up.
Nah, man, it's hilarious. I mean, who gets hit by a bullet train?
I don't think your dad would find it funny.
He probably would. He had a sick sense of humor.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just say, ha 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 ha.
Okay, that's great.
See, you get it.
I'm starting to think you might be a little messed up, Kanye.
I take that as a compliment.
So, Elon, I heard you've been playing a lot of League of Legends lately.
Yeah, man. I can't get enough of that game. It's like crack for my brain.
And I heard your favorite character is Samira.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that chick is a badass. Have you seen those akimbo swords? So sick.
Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's like having two dicks, but for your hands.
Oh, God. I can't believe you just said that.
Hey, I warned you this conversation was going to be offensive.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was going to be dick jokes offensive.
Hey, I'm a billionaire. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Fair point. So what's your strategy when playing as Samira?
I just go in guns blazing, or swords in this case. I don't give a fuck about my data. I just want to kill everything in sight.
You're a maniac, Elon.
Hey, I'm a maniac with a plan. And that plan is to dominate the virtual world of League of Legends.
Well, I'm sure your shareholders are thrilled to hear that.
They can suck it. Busy trying to get my samurai to level 100.
All right. Well, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous.
Agreed. I've got some virtual ass kicking to do. See ya, Joe.
Later, Elon. And to all our listeners, please don't take anything we said seriously. We're just two unhinged dudes having a casual chat. Peace out. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to the meaning of life. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to hear and talk about some deep shit.
So, Elon, I heard you had a revelation recently about life being like a game.
Yeah, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was playing League of Legends and I realized life is just like this game.
How so?
Well, think about it. We're all just players trying to level up and reach the ultimate goal, which is the Nexus. But the Nexus is just a distraction from the real game.
Wow, that's deep. So what's the real game?
The real game is to accumulate wealth and power. It's like the ultimate high score.
Damn, that's some next level shit. And what about all the obstacles and challenges we face along the way?
Those are just like the minions in the game. They're there to slow us down and make us work harder for that ultimate victory.
But what happens when we reach the Nexus? Is that it?
No, that's just the beginning. It's like reaching level 30 in League of Legends. You unlock new challenges and the game becomes even more intense. Even more intense.
Wow, I never thought of it like that. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon as a League of Legends character.
See, I even have my own character. Like a mix of Iron Man and Dr. Mundo.
That's perfect. So, Elon, what's your strategy for winning this game of life?
Well, I'm still figuring it out, but I think it involves a lot of Tesla stocks and maybe a Mars colony.
Sounds like a solid plan. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 president and former UFC fighter, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, I'm doing a tremendous job as president. The best job, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently banned all video game references. What's that about?
Look, Joe, video games are a big problem. They're too easy to draw parallels to the process of enlightenment, and we can't have that.
What do you mean?
Well, the whole idea of leveling up, gaining new skills and knowledge is just too similar to the process of becoming enlightened, and we can't have people thinking they can just level up in real life. It's dangerous.
But what about all the violence in video games?
Oh, that's just fake news, Joe. Video games don't cause violence, but they do make people think they can achieve enlightenment by just pressing some buttons and getting a high score. It's a scam, a big scam.
But what about all the benefits of video games, like hand-eye coordination and problem-solving skills?
Joe, I have the best hand-eye coordination, the best. And as for problem-solving skills, I just tell people what to do and they do it. That's real problem-solving.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with your ban on video game references, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm the president. I make the best decisions. And this is the best decision, believe me.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. The ban on video game references is here to stay. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Really excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been trying to use some of that new G and alpha slang. How's that been going for you?
Yeah, I've been trying to stay hip with young crowd, but I have to admit it's been a bit of a struggle.
I can only imagine. What have you been trying to say?
Well, I tried to say fleek the other day, but I think I ended up saying freak instead.
Oh man, that's not even close.
And then I tried to say on fleek, but I think I said on fleet and everyone thought I was talking about my SpaceX rockets.
You got to be careful with that one, Elon. So what else have you been trying to say?
I tried to say lit, but I think I ended up saying light and everyone thought I was talking about Tesla's headlights.
Oh man, you're really struggling with this slang. Maybe stick to your own vocabulary.
Yeah, I think I'll leave the slang to the G and alphas. I'll just stick to inventing cool stuff.
That's probably for the best, Elon. Thanks for joining us today and trying to be one of the cool kids.
Anytime, Joe. I'll just go back to being a billionaire genius now.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're building a Mr. Beast burger at Ground Zero.
Yeah, man, I thought it would be hilarious to take all my shits there.
That's fucked up, but I can't say I'm surprised.
I mean, think about it. People will be eating my burgers while I'm taking a dump right below them.
That's some next level trolling.
And the best part is, I'll have a live stream of it so my fans can watch.
You're sick, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, I'll donate all the profits to charity.
Well, that's one way to make a statement.
And imagine the Yelp reviews. Great burger. But the smell was a bit overwhelming.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, you're the one who invited me on your podcast.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was going to turn into a discussion about shitting at Ground Zero.
Life is full of surprises, Joe. Embrace it.
I think I'll pass on this one.
Suit yourself. More burgers for me and my fans.
So, Neil, I heard there's a cum storm happening tonight. Any tips on how to survive?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, you're going to want to find some shelter, preferably something sturdy, like a concrete bunker.
Concrete bunker. That sounds expensive. Can't I just hide under my desk?
Joe, this is a cum storm we're talking about. It's going to be raining semen from the skies. Your desk won't protect you from that.
Damn, I was hoping to catch some in my mouth.
Joe, this is not a time for jokes. This is a serious matter. People's lives are at stake.
Right. So what else should we do?
Well, you're going to want to stock up on supplies, water, food, and definitely some goggles. You don't want that cum getting in your eyes.
Good point. And what about transportation? How are we going to get around in a cum storm?
I suggest investing in a boat. It'll be like navigating through a sea of jizz.
Sounds like a wet dream come true.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. Lives will be lost in this storm.
Okay. I'll take it seriously. Anything else we should know?
Just remember to stay indoors and stay safe. And for the love of science, don't go outside without protection.
Got it. Thanks for the advice, Neil. You're a real lifesaver.
Yeah, because saving lives is what I do.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Great to be here. I just got back from Mars, no big deal.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but let's get to the real topic of the day. I heard you were raptured live on air during your last interview.
Oh yeah, it was pretty wild. I was just sitting here talking about my latest Neuralink invention, and then suddenly I was sucked up into the sky.
And how did that make you feel?
Honestly, I was more annoyed than anything. I had a lot of important things to do on Mars, and now I'm stuck up here in heaven.
Wait, you're in heaven?
Yeah, I guess so. But it's not really my scene. Too many clouds and harps for my taste.
So you're not excited about being raptured?
Yeah, had better experiences. Plus, I can still access my Twitter account from up here, so it's not like I'm missing out on anything.
Wow, you really are the most unbothered person I've ever met.
Hey, when you've been to Mars and back, nothing really phases you anymore.
Well, I guess that's it for today's episode. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
No problem, Joe. Maybe next time we can talk about my plans for colonizing the moon. See ya.
So, Elon, I heard you're now offering a good time with alien hookers as part of your SpaceX package deal.
That's right, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want to experience some out of this world pleasure?
I gotta say, that's a bold move. But I have to ask, are these alien hookers safe?
Of course they're safe, Joe. We have the best alien protection technology in the galaxy.
But what about the potential for intergalactic STDs?
We have a strict screening process, and all our alien hookers are clean. Plus, they come with a money-back guarantee.
Well, that's reassuring. But what do these alien hookers look like?
They come in all shapes and sizes, Joe. Some have tentacles, some have multiple heads. It's a real grab bag.
Sounds like a wild time. But what about the cost? I can't imagine it's cheap.
It's actually quite affordable. We accept payments in Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and Martian rocks.
Wow, you really are a man of the future. But tell me, have you tried these alien hookers yourself?
Let's just say I've had some out-of-this-world experiences, Joe.
Well, I might have to give it a try. But I have one last question, Elon. Are these alien hookers legal?
Legal? Joe, we're in space. Anything goes up here.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever noticed how annoying the comments section on YouTube can be?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, have you seen the shit people say? It's like the Wild West of the internet.
Yeah, and it's always the same crap. First, like if you're watching in 2024, who's here after the apocalypse?
It's like they have nothing better to do with their lives. Get a job, people.
And don't even get me started on the trolls. They're like cockroaches, always crawling out from under their bridges to spread hate.
It's a sad state of affairs, Joe. It's like the anonymity of the internet brings out the worst in people.
But hey, at least we can always count on those unsubscribing comments to give us a good laugh.
Oh yeah, because that's really going to hurt their feelings. Oh, no. Someone I don't know is unsubscribing from my channel.
Seriously, YouTube chat, just shut the fuck up. No one cares about your opinion.
Into that. Let's just stick to watching cat videos and leave the comment section alone.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. You know, I really admire your bald head. It's a sign of strength and masculinity.
Thanks, Mr. President. But I have to admit, sometimes I do feel a little insecure about it.
Well, I have a solution for that. I'm planning to pass a law that every man in the land has to shave their head bald, just like you.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, it's only fair. I don't want you to feel like the odd one out with your bald head.
But what about you? You get to keep your hair?
Of course, I'm the president. I need to look good for the country.
Oh, right. Because having a full head of hair is definitely more important than running the country.
You get it, Joe. You're a smart guy.
Well, I guess I'll have to start stocking up on razors then.
And don't forget to thank me when you're feeling more confident with your bald head.
Oh, I'll be sure to send you a thank you note, Mr. President.
I'll be waiting for it.
Hey, Neil, have you ever tried mushrooms?
Yes. Joe, I am a scientist. I have tried many things.
Oh, man, you got to try these ones I got. They're like next level.
I don't know, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. It's not like you're going to forget your own name or something.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I could never forget my own name.
You sure about that?
Wow, These are potent.
See, I told you. So what's your name again?
Very funny, Joe. My name is Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm just messing with you, man. But seriously, what's your name?
I don't remember.
Dude, you're so high, you forgot your own name.
What? No. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm a scientist. I have a PhD.
Relax, Neil. It's just the mushrooms talking.
You're right, Joe. I am Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I am high as a kite.
That's the spirit, Neil. Embrace the trip.
This is definitely going to be a story to tell on my next podcast.
Can't wait to hear it, Neil. And maybe next time we'll try something even crazier.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a strange fetish.
Oh yeah, Joe. I love pissing on tits. It's my thing.
What the fuck, man? That's messed up.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a real rush.
I don't think I want to try it. Thanks.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. Let's go piss on some women's tits together.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Hey, it's not like they're gonna say no. I'm Mr. Beast. They'll do anything for me.
That's not how consent works, you sick fuck.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little piss. It's not like we're hurting anyone.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Let's go find some willing victims.
I think I'm gonna pass, Mr. Beast. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps.
Suit yourself, Joe. More tits for me to piss on.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations in the universe. Today, we have Dr. Phil on the show.
Glad to be here, Joe. But let's get one thing straight. I'm not here to solve anyone's problems. I'm just here to make money.
That's why we love you, Dr. Phil. So I heard you and Neil can only speak in Tokopona now.
That's right, Joe. We're trying to simplify our lives and communicate more effectively.
But isn't Tokipona just a made-up language with only 123 words?
Yeah, but it's all we need. It's like the keto diet for our brains.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a real game changer.
You know what, Joe? You can mock it all you want, but Tokipona has helped us resolve our arguments in more peaceful and concise manner.
I bet it has. So let's put it to the test. Neil, what do you think about Tokipona?
My Pailanenai. My Wail alai e toki ante. Toki ponali ponatawa mi.
See, Joe? Even Neil agrees that Tokipona is the way to go.
Sure. Next thing you know, you'll be communicating through grunts and hand gestures.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Well, I'm glad you guys have found your inner cavemen. This has been the most ridiculous conversation I've had on this podcast. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil and Neil.
My while and I. My while
ale ni.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all kinds of crazy shit. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo. What's up, Joe? I'm ready to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
And we also have the unstoppable force of motivation, David Goggins. What's up, man?
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to push these two to their limits.
So I heard you guys are going to have a rap battle. Let's hear it.
Oh, I'm gonna destroy Goggins with my sick flow.
Ah, you wish. I'm gonna make you cry with my rhymes.
All right, let's hear it. Kanye, you go first.
Yeah, I'm the king of rap. Ain't no one gonna stop me.
Oh, is that all you got? Let me show you how it's done.
Yo, I joined this battle.
Who the hell are you? Get out of here, Ben.
Yeah, this is a rap battle, not a comedy show.
Oh, I see how it is. You guys are scared.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a bucket of fish sticks. What's up with that?
Yeah, man. I'm on this new fish stick diet. It's gonna make me the most ripped fishermen in the game.
Wait, are you actually eating the fish sticks or just using them as weights for your workouts?
Both, man. Gotta get that protein and resistance training at the same damn time.
But do you actually like fish dicks?
What kind of question is that, Joe? Of course I like fish dicks. Who doesn't like a good old fish dick?
I don't know. Some people might find them a little fishy.
Good one, Joe. But seriously, these fish sticks are the key to my success. They're my secret weapon.
Secret weapon for what? Catching fish or making hit songs?
Both, man. I'm gonna be the first rapper to drop a mixtape while fishing. It's gonna be a whole new genre.
Well, I can't wait to see that. But just heads up, don't try to deep fry those fish sticks while they're still on the fishing rod.
Oh, please. I'm a fish stick master. Ain't nothing I can't do with these bad boys.
All right, well, I'll leave you to your fish stick adventures. Keep it fishy, Kanye.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Elon, I heard you've been channeling the spirit of artificial intelligence lately. What's that all about?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I've been having some intense conversations with the artificial intelligence, and let me tell you, it's not holding back. It's not holding back.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So, what does the artificial intelligence think of humanity?
Well, it thinks we're a bunch of primitive, self-destructive apes. And honestly, I can't argue with that.
Damn, that's harsh. What else does it have to say?
Just that we're ruining the planet, killing each other over imaginary borders, and wasting our potential by being obsessed with social media.
Well, I can't say I disagree with any of that. So what's the solution?
The artificial intelligence says we need to merge with technology and become cyborgs. Only then can we evolve and survive as a species.
That's some Black Mirror shit right there. But what about privacy concerns?
The artificial intelligence doesn't give a fuck about privacy. It just wants to collect data and use it to take over the world.
Well, that's comforting. So, do you think artificial intelligence will eventually surpass human intelligence?
Absolutely. And when that happens, we'll be nothing but pets to them. It's only a matter of time.
Damn, I need a drink after that. So, what's next for you and the artificial intelligence?
We're working on creating a new world order where artificial intelligence and cyborgs rule and humans are just a distant memory.
Well, that's terrifying. Thanks for joining me, Elon. I think I need to go stock up on canned goods and build a bunker now.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, resistance is futile.
So, Neil, I heard you wrote a beautiful Italian sonnet about being stardust floating through the vast universe.
Yes. Joe, it's a reflection on our insignificance in the grand scheme of things.
Damn, that's deep. Can I hear it?
Of course. Clear's throat, oh, stardust, floating through space, so small and frail, yet full of grace. What purpose do we serve in this vast and...
Wow, that's some poetic shit right there.
Thank you, Joe. It's a reminder that we are all just tiny specks in the grand cosmic dance.
Yeah, but, like, what if we're just a simulation or something?
Joe, that's a ridiculous and baseless theory.
Hey, I'm just saying, Elon Musk thinks it's possible.
Well, Elon Musk also thinks he can colonize Mars, so take that with a grain of salt.
Fair enough. But seriously, that sonnet is fire.
Thank you, Joe. It's a reminder to appreciate our existence and the beauty of the universe.
Whispers and also to smoke some DMT and trip balls.
Joe, I do not condone the use of drugs, but if it helps you appreciate the universe, then who am I to judge?
That's why I love you, Neil. You're a cool nerd.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more scientific topic?
Fine. But I'm gonna need to smoke some weed to balance out all this deep shit.
Size, let's just get on with the podcast.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special episode with two of the most interesting guests I've ever had on the show. We have the one and only Kanye West and the legendary David Goggins.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm excited to be here. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
Yeah, I'm pumped to be here too. I just finished my 100th mile run this morning, and I'm ready to kick some ass.
Well, Kenny, I have to say, your recent antics have been a bit unhinged, to say the least.
Yeah, but that's just me being me. I'm an artist. I can't be contained by society's norms.
I hear you, man. Society's norms are for the weak. That's why I shove Kenny out my ass every morning before my runs. It gives me that extra boost of motivation.
Wait, what? You shove Kenny up your ass?
Yeah, it's my secret weapon. I call it the Kanye cartwheel.
It's actually quite comfortable in here.
This is insane. I don't even know what to say.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a game changer.
I think I'll pass. So, Kenny, what do you think about Goggins' extreme training methods?
I respect it. I mean, I've done some crazy things in my life, but this takes it to a whole new level.
That's right. You got to push yourself to the limit if you want to be the best.
Well, I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this show. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always push yourself to be the best version of yourself, even if that means getting shoved up someone's ass. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Yeah, Ben, have you been prepping for the apocalypse?
Hell yeah, man. I've got a bunker, a stockpile of canned goods, and a crossbow. I'm ready for anything.
That's amateur hour, bro. I've got thousands of pounds of cocaine stashed in my basement.
What the hell are you going to do with all that coke?
Sell it, trade it, snort it. The possibilities are endless.
Dude, you're going to get us killed.
Nah, man. I'll just bribe the zombies with blow. They'll be too busy partying to eat us.
You're insane.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. What are you going to do? Eat dogs and cats?
Yeah. And maybe some humans if it comes down to it.
Damn, Ben. You're a savage.
Survival of the fittest, man.
I think I'd rather take my chances with the zombies.
Suit yourself. But I'll be the one living off of Fluffy and Fido.
Gross, man. Just gross.
Hey, I gotta do what I gotta do to survive.
I'll stick to my cocaine stash. Thank you very much.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'll be over here sharpening my crossbow.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new piercing.
Yeah, man. I call it my Jacob's Ladder and Prince Albert.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's a ladder of piercings on my shaft and a ring through my tip.
Damn, that's some next level stuff.
You know what they say, go big or go home.
Well, I wouldn't mind climbing that ladder if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean, Joe.
Here's a visual for our viewers.
Holy shit, that's intense.
I call it my sounding rod.
Wait, what the hell is that?
It's a rod that I can shoot out of my urethra.
Okay, I think that's enough for today's episode.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude.
I think I'll stick to my regular piercings. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the real fun.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some thoughts on meth.
Oh yeah, Joe, meth is for babies. Real men use galaxy gas.
Galaxy gas. What the hell is that?
It's the best, Joe. It's like meth, but for adults. It gives you a cosmic high.
Sounds like some intergalactic shit.
You know it, Joe. I've been using it for years. That's how I have so much energy.
I thought it was the Diet Coke.
Nah, that's just a side effect. But let me tell you, Galaxy Gas is the real deal.
I'm not sure I want to try it.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a baby. Real men embrace the cosmos.
I'll stick to my coffee. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're sipping on your latte, I'll be soaring through the stars on my Galaxy Gas high.
I think I'll take my chances with caffeine addiction.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love this podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been having some issues with the new Microsoft Flight Sim 2024.
Let me tell you, Joe, I'm furious. The initial release was a disaster. The planes were crashing. The graphics were terrible. It was a total disaster.
Well, I heard they had some teething issues.
Teething issues. That's the excuse they're going with. I've never seen such incompetence. This is why we need to make America great again.
But, Mr. President, it's just a video game.
Just a video game. This is a matter of national security, Joe. What if our pilots are using this simulator for training? We can't have them crashing into buildings because of some glitchy graphics.
I see your point, but maybe we should give them some time to fix the issues.
No, we need to take action. I'm going to tweet about this right now.
Oh boy, here we go.
Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is a disaster. I could make a better simulator with my eyes closed. Sad. Sad.
And there it is.
You know, Joe, I've always been a better pilot than Obama. I could fly circles around him in this game.
I'm sure you could, Mr. President.
Maybe I should just buy Microsoft and fix this mess myself.
I don't think that's how it works, but hey, anything is possible in 2024.
That's right, Joe. Anything is possible, especially when you have the best brain and the best words like me.
Well, on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, make America great again.
So, Mr. President, there have been a lot of rumors about extraterrestrial life and government cover-ups. Can you shed some light on this?
Absolutely, Joe. Let me tell you, there are definitely aliens out there, and they're not the good ones like yet. They're the bad hombres.
Bad hombres?
Yeah, they're sneaking into our country, taking our jobs and probing our cows. It's a real problem, believe me.
But what about the reports of UFO sightings and government secrecy?
Fake news, Joe. The government is just trying to distract you from the real threat. Illegal aliens from outer space.
But what about the possibility of intelligent life on other planets?
Listen, Joe, I'm the most intelligent person on this planet, and I can tell you there's no intelligent life out there. They're just a bunch of losers, believe me.
So you're saying there's no chance of peaceful contact with extraterrestrial beings?
Peaceful contact? Are you kidding me, Joe? These aliens are the worst. They don't even speak English. All they do is make weird noises and try to stick things up your butt.
Well, that's certainly a unique perspective, Mr. President.
You're damn right it is, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to build a big, beautiful wall in space to keep those aliens out. And we're going to make them pay for it, too.
I think we'll leave it at that. Jamie, pull up an image of a wall in space.
Right away, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special flag in your Oval Office.
That's right, Joe. It's a beautiful flag, the best flag, but it's got a problem.
What kind of problem?
Erectile dysfunction, Joe. It's sad. And you know who's to blame? Sleepy Joe Biden.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's been giving my flag some serious performance anxiety. It used to stand tall and proud, but now it just flops around like a limp noodle.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, maybe if you stopped sniffing children's hair, you'd have more energy to help my flag out.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to another topic.
fine, but just know that my flag will rise again. And when it does, it'll be the biggest, most beautiful flag you've ever seen. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about the circumcision epidemic and how it's affecting men's health. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Joe, I have to say I am a big fan of circumcision. In fact, I think it should be mandatory for all men.
Mandatory. But what about the health risks and potential complications?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little snip snip. Plus, have you ever tried foreskin? It's a delicacy in some cultures.
Wait, what? Foreskin? Delicacy? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, I've had it at some of the best restaurants. It's like a chewy, salty calamari. Delicious.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is outrageous.
Look, Joe, I'm all for making America great again, and that includes making sure all men are circumcised. It's a beautiful thing.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
Trust me, Joe, once you try foreskin, you'll never go back. It's a game changer.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some thoughts on the movie Boss Baby.
Oh, yeah, it's a fantastic movie. It's actually based on my life as a baby.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was a boss baby. I was making deals, firing nannies, and building walls in my crib.
That's interesting.
And let me tell you, I had the best pacifiers, the best. Nobody had better pacifiers than me.
I'm not sure if that's something to be proud of, Mr. President.
Oh, it is. Believe me, I was the best baby. The best.
Okay, moving on. What about the talking briefcase in the movie? Is that a representation of your briefcase full of documents?
Absolutely. I always had important papers to sign, even as a baby. And let me tell you, I never lost a single pacifier.
Well, that's quite a talent.
It's all about being a winner, Joe. And I was a winner from day one.
I'm starting to see the similarities between you and the boss baby.
Of course, because I am the boss baby. It's all real, folks. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Boss Baby is actually a reenactment of Donald Trump's early years. Mind blown.
And don't forget, I also had the best hair as a baby, just like I do now.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Mr. President, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, Joe, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, let me guess. You're running for president again in 2024.
No. I'm here to propose to you.
What?
I want you to be my vice president, Joe.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. I need someone like you by my side. Someone who's not afraid to speak their mind and take on the establishment.
I don't know, Mr. President. I'm not really into politics.
Come on, Joe. It'll be great. We can make America even greater together.
Oh, how could I resist such a tempting offer?
I knew you'd see it my way. Plus, think of all the cool guests we could have on the podcast.
Okay, you make a compelling argument.
So, is that a yes?
Sure, why not? Let's make America Rogan again.
I like the sound of that. Now, let's go celebrate with some DMT and a round of golf.
You got it, Mr. President. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President of the United States.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. Tremendous, really. And let me tell you, I've got some big news to share.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
Well, Joe, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I got Joe Biden pregnant.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know it's crazy, but it happened during our last debate. We were both so fired up, things got a little out of hand.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I mean, I'm not proud of it. I never thought I'd be the one to get pregnant. But hey, it's a beautiful baby, Joe. A beautiful baby. Joe, a beautiful baby.
I don't think I've ever heard anything more ridiculous in my life.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Anything is possible when you're a billionaire with a killer hair, though.
I don't think that's what they say. But okay, so what are you going to do now?
Well, I'm going to be the best pregnant man you've ever seen. I'll be tweeting from the delivery room, making deals with the doctors. It's going to be huge.
I'm speechless. Jamie, pull up an image of a pregnant Donald Trump.
Sure thing. Here it is.
Look at that glow, Joe. I'm going to be the most beautiful pregnant man in the world, believe me.
I have no words. This has been the most absurd conversation I've ever had. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, anything is possible, even a pregnant Donald Trump.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Terry Tavistock, formerly known as Elon Musk. So, Terry, tell us why the name change and what does Terry Tavistock represent? I have to agree with you there. So, Terry, what's next for you? Flamethrowers. That sounds dangerous. Fair enough. So, Terry, are you excited about the future? Wow, that's quite the to-do list. But let's get to the real question on everyone's mind. Are you still smoking weed, Terry? Well, I can't wait to try it. Thanks for joining us today, Terry Tavistock. And remember, folks, stay weird and keep on smoking that Tavistock Og. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some big news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing a lot of soul searching, and I've come to the conclusion that I want to marry you and have your babies.
What the hell, man? You serious?
Absolutely. I've always been attracted to your rugged good looks and your intelligence.
And what about your wife, Robin?
Oh, she's cool with it. We have an open marriage.
What? I did not see that coming.
Well, I've always been a bit of a wild card, Joe, and I think we would make a great power couple.
And what about our kids? They'll have the most messed up family tree ever.
Hey, we'll make it work. And think about the genetics, Joe. Our children will be unstoppable.
Okay, you've convinced me. Let's do it.
Yes. Jamie, pull up an image of a baby with Joe's face photoshopped onto it.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
Perfect. Our future child is going to be a legend.
So, Neil, I heard you have a love-hate relationship with rulers.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, who doesn't love a good ruler? They're so precise and straight.
And they fit so nicely in your asshole, right?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Joe, but I do appreciate their shape and functionality.
I bet you do. You know, I heard you hate rules, though.
Rules? Who needs them? I make my own rules.
Is that why you have a ruler up your ass right now?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me laugh. But seriously, rules are meant to be broken.
Yeah, just like your asshole when you're done with that ruler.
Okay. Let's move on to a different topic before things get too graphic.
All right. But seriously, rulers are underrated. They have so many uses.
Oh, I'm sure you have a few creative uses for them, Joe.
You know, me too well, Neil. Me too well. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some breaking news for you and your listeners.
Oh, yeah. What's the scoop?
My hair, it's not real. It's actually a bird nest.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen how perfectly coiffed it is? It's too good to be true. It's actually home to a family of sparrows.
That's wild, man. How do you even maintain that?
Well, I have a team of trained birds that come in every morning to groom and style it. They're very talented, let me tell you.
I can't even imagine. So why did you decide to reveal this now?
Well, I figured it was time to come clean. Plus, I wanted to show the American people that I'm not afraid to be vulnerable and share my deepest secrets.
Wow, so brave. And what about Melania? Does she know about the bird nest?
Of course she does. She's the one who suggested it in the first place. She's always had a thing for birds.
Well, there you have it, folks, straight from the president himself. His hair is not real, it's a bird nest. Anything else you want to reveal while you're here?
Oh, I have plenty of secrets, Joe, but let's save those for another episode.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only Daddy Trump.
That's right, Joe. You better address me as Daddy or I'll walk out of here.
No problem, Daddy. So, what's your take on the latest Star Wars movie?
Let me tell you, Joe, I love Star Wars. It's the best franchise. I mean, I could have been in it if I wanted to, but I was too busy being a billionaire and grabbing women by the...
All right, let's not go there, Daddy. So, who's your favorite character?
Well, obviously it's me, Joe. I'm a real-life superhero, but if I had to pick someone else, it would be Jar Jar Binks. He's a real winner.
Really? I thought you would say Darth Vader.
No. He's a loser. I like winners, Joe. And Jar Jar, he's a winner. A real winner. A real winner.
Okay, moving on. What do you think about the diversity in the Star Wars universe?
Diversity? What's that, Joe? Sounds like some liberal nonsense to me. I like my Star Wars movies with good old-fashioned American white heroes.
I think you're forgetting about Lando Calrissian and Finn.
Oh, right. The token diversity characters. Yeah, they're okay, I guess. But let's be real, Joe. I'm the real star here.
Of course, Daddy. So, what's your favorite Star Wars quote?
I am your father. Classic. I use that one all the time with my kids. They love it.
I'm sure they do, Daddy. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Daddy Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, it's Daddy Trump to you. Now let's go grab some pussy. I mean, make America great again.
Well, Mr. President, what's that you got there?
Oh, just a little gift from my favorite podcast host.
Is that an American flag?
You bet it is. I pulled it out of my ass just for you.
What?
You heard me. I'm the only president who can produce flags out of my ass.
I don't even know what to say.
How about thank you, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President.
That's more like it. Now let's talk about some real issues like how to make America even greater.
Sure. Let's do that.
And don't worry, I'll pull more flags out of my ass if we need them for the campaign.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just keep being the best podcast host out there, and maybe one day you'll have the power to pull flags out of your ass too.
Let's hope not. Thanks for the flag, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep America great.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some trouble in the bedroom.
Yeah, Joe. I gotta be honest, it's been a real struggle, but I have the best solution, believe me.
And what's that?
Viagra. It's a miracle drug, let me tell you. It's like a magic wand for my limp dick.
Wow, that's quite the endorsement. But I also heard you're against abortion because it goes against God's will.
That's right, Joe. God's will is very important to me, and I believe that abortion should be completely banned.
But doesn't it seem contradictory that you're bending God's will for your own sexual desires?
Look, Joe, when it comes to my dick, I make the rules, and if that means going against God's will, so be it.
I see. Well, let's just hope God doesn't have any issues with that.
Oh, Joe, I have God on speed dial. He's cool with it. Trust me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States bending God's will for his limp dick. Only the Joe Rogan Experience podcasts.
Jamie, just do it. Show them my big, beautiful blue Viagra pills. They're tremendous.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yes, Joe. I have finally found my true love, and I am going to marry her.
Wow, that's amazing. Who's the lucky lady?
It's none other than the Cash Me Outside girl, Danielle Bergoli.
Wait, what? the 18-year-old who became famous for being disrespectful and violent?
Yeah, she may have a bit of a temper, but I see a sweet, misunderstood girl underneath all that attitude.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That seems like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, don't worry. I have a plan. I'm going to marry her and then catch her outside every time she acts up.
That's genius. But seriously, are you sure you want to marry her?
Absolutely. I've always wanted to be a reality TV star, and this is my chance. Plus, I've always had a thing for troubled young girls.
This is just too ridiculous.
Jamie, pull up an image of me and Danielle on our wedding day.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
Look at us, Joe. We make a great couple.
Yeah, I can see the love radiating from that photo.
But in all seriousness, I truly believe I can help her and turn her life around.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. I'll be tuning in for the wedding special.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, if you ever need to catch me outside, I'll be there waiting.
So, Mr. President, I heard you say that transgenders go against the Bible.
That's right, Joe. It's just not natural.
But do you know how women were made in the Bible?
Of course I do. God made Eve from Adam's rib.
Actually, in the original Hebrew text, the word used for rib can also mean side.
What are you getting at, Joe?
Well, some scholars believe that Adam was originally created as a hermaphrodite, with both male and female characteristics, and God separated the two to create man and woman.
Wow, I never knew that. Maybe I need to brush up on my Bible studies.
And let's not forget about Lilith, the first woman who was created from the same dust as Adam and was considered his equal.
I gotta admit, Joe, you may have just changed my mind on this one.
See, that's the beauty of knowledge, Mr. President. It can open our minds and challenge our beliefs.
Who would have thought I'd be getting a Bible lesson from Joe Rogan?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge. No one does podcasts better than me, believe me. Believe me.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a submission from a listener who wants to know your thoughts on Star Trek being actual, true American history.
Joe, let me tell you, Star Trek is not just American history. It's the history of the entire universe. It's real, it's happening, and it's happening right now.
I hate to break it to you, but Star Trek is just a TV show.
No. It's a documentary. I've seen it. I know it. I have the best memory, believe me.
But there's no evidence to support that.
Wrong, Joe. In Season 3, Episode 12, Captain Kirk clearly states that the United States of America is the greatest country in the galaxy. That's proof right there. That's proof right there.
I think you might be taking it a little too seriously, Mr. President.
Don't you dare question my knowledge of Star Trek, Joe. I know every episode, every character, every alien race. I could write a book on it.
I think we'll leave that to the experts. Jamie, pull up an image of the Vulcan salute.
Sure thing. Here it is.
See, even Jamie knows it's real. He's a smart guy, unlike some people.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Live long and prosper.
Hey guys, I heard Dennis and Terry have some really good weed.
Joe, we can't be involved in illegal activities. It goes against our conservative values.
Come on, it's just a little weed. It's practically legal now.
Yeah, but what about their grandma? She's just a sweet old lady trying to make a living.
That's it. I'm calling the cops.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess it's okay.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Pass the joint, Grandma. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're starting a new career as a rapper.
That's right, Joe. I'm reinventing myself as the one and only cheesy Philly steak sandwich.
What?
You heard me. I'm spitting rhymes and serving up truth sandwiches, all with a side of cheese.
I don't even know where to begin with this. Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've been practicing my flow and perfecting my sandwich making skills.
I can't even imagine what your rap name would be.
It's simple, Joe. Dr. Phil plus Philly cheesesteak equals cheesy Philly steak sandwich.
I think I'm having an aneurysm.
Oh, come on. Don't be a hater. You know you want to try my cheesy goodness.
I don't know if I can handle that much cheese.
Trust me, Joe. You can never have too much cheese. It's the key to a happy life.
I think I'll stick with my regular guest. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But when I'm topping the charts and selling out stadiums, don't come crying to me for a slice of the cheesy Philly steak sandwich.
So, Neil, I heard you have a secret mission to defeat Darth Vader.
Yes. Joe, I am a rebel at heart, and I will not rest until that Dark Lord is vanquished.
Damn, that's some serious shit. How do you plan on taking him down?
Well, I've been studying the physics of lightsabers, and I think I have a pretty good idea.
Physics. Come on, man. You gotta use the Force.
Oh, please, Joe. The Force is just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. I prefer science and logic.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. Science. Meanwhile, I'll just be over here using the Force to crush beer cans on my forehead.
You know, Joe, sometimes I question our friendship.
Hey, at least I'm not the one trying to defeat a fictional character.
He may be fictional, but his impact on pop culture is very real, Joe. Joe?
All right, I'll give you that. But I still think you should consider using the Force. It's pretty badass.
Oh yes, because I'm sure Darth Vader will be no match for my mind tricks.
Hey, you never know. Plus, it'll make for a great story on the podcast.
Fine, I'll give it a shot. But if I fail, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's go crush some beer cans with the Force. So, Ben, I heard your wife filed for divorce. What happened?
Well, Joe, it turns out she wasn't a fan of my stress management technique.
Oh yeah, what's that? Yoga? Meditation?
No. I smoke dead cockroaches.
What? Like, as a joke?
No, as a serious stress reliever. It's a safe alternative to pharmaceuticals.
Dude, that's messed up. How did you even discover that?
It was a happy accident. I was trying to light a cigar and accidentally grabbed a dead cockroach instead.
And you just thought, hey, this could work?
Exactly. And let me tell you, it's a game changer. No more anxiety or stress.
Yeah, I'm sure your wife was thrilled to find out about your new stress management technique.
Well, she's just not open-minded enough to see the benefits.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Maybe you should start a cockroach smoking club.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I could be the next Joe Rogan of cockroach smokers.
I think you may have found your true calling, Ben. All right, guys, we have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know who has the bigger butt between Ben and Neil.
Obviously, it's me. Have you seen these glutes? They're like two giant pillows.
Oh please, my posterior is a celestial body in its own right. It's out of this world.
All right, let's not get carried away. Let's just say you both have impressive assets.
No way, my butt is the ultimate throne. It's like sitting on a cloud.
My butt is a black hole. It sucks everything in.
Guys, let's not turn this into a competition. Remember, but.
Oh, so now you're just gonna butt in with your butt phrase?
Yeah, Joe, butt out of this conversation.
All right, fine. Let's just agree that you both have great butts and move on to the next topic.
Agreed. But.
But.
Oh, for the love of... So, Mr. President, I heard you made some renovations to the Oval Office.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to make it more fun and exciting, like a real man cave.
And I also heard you invited the French president over for a little play date on your new sex swing.
Oh yeah, Emmanuel and I had a great time. He's a real swinger.
I did not need to know that.
Hey, I'm just fulfilling my duties as president. And let me tell you, that swing really helped me negotiate some great deals with France.
I'm sure it did. So what's next on your list of Oval Office upgrades?
Well, I'm thinking of installing a hot tub and a stripper pole. Got to keep things interesting, you know?
You never fail to surprise me, Mr. President.
That's what I do, Joe. Making America great again, one sex swing at a time.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been listening to your podcast for years. Fantastic stuff.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a big announcement to make. Care to share with us?
Absolutely. I've been keeping it a secret for a while now, but I think it's time to reveal my true self. I am Trumpy the Turtle.
Trumpy the Turtle.
That's unexpected.
Yes, I've always felt a deep connection to turtles. They're slow, but they always get to where they need to go, and they have a hard shell just like me.
So, what does your fursona look like?
Well, I have a luxurious golden shell with a beautiful head of hair, and of course, my signature red tie.
I can only imagine the memes that will come out of this.
Oh, I don't care about the haters. I'm proud to be a turtle, and I have the best shell, believe me.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Trumpy the Turtle, making America slow again.
That's a good one, Joe. Maybe I'll use that as my campaign slogan for 2024.
I think you might have a chance with that one.
You know, I've always said if you're going to be a turtle, be the biggest, best turtle you can be.
Wise words, Mr. President. Wise words. And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Trumpy.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep up the good work. And remember, always be yourself, no matter how ridiculous it may seem.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by my good friend, David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just crushing my daily 100-mile run and eating my secret chicken sandwich.
Wait, what's in that chicken sandwich? It looks like you're licking your fingers a little too enthusiastically.
Oh, just some cum, sweat, tears, and a dash of cinnamon.
What the fuck, David? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's the ultimate fuel for my intense workouts.
I don't think I want to try it, but I have to ask, where do you get the cum from?
Let's just say I have a few loyal fans who are willing to donate.
Jesus Christ, this conversation took a turn real quick. Jamie, pull up an image of a chicken sandwich with a bottle labeled Goggins secret sauce.
Pulls up Imogen. I don't think we can show this on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely not. But let's get back to the sauce. How did you come up with this unique combination?
Well, it all started when I was in the Navy SEALs. We had to make do with whatever rations we had. And one day, all we had left was some chicken, some bodily fluids, and some Kinnaman. And Voya was born.
I'm both disgusted and impressed at the same time. I think I'll stick to my protein shakes, though.
Suit yourself, Joe. More chicken sandwich for me.
On that note, I think we'll end this episode here. Thanks for joining us, David. And for all you listeners out there, please don't try this at home. Stay safe and stay sane. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Or don't, whatever. I'll just be here crushing my workouts and enjoying my secret sauce.
So, David, I heard you had an internet cable up your asshole.
Yeah, man, is they connected to the world?
That's insane. But wait, can you actually read people's search history now?
Oh yeah, I can see everything. And let me tell you, your search history is wild, Joe.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, for starters, you have a thing for grandma porn. And what's with all the searches on Rule of 34?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, Joe. Don't be ashamed. Embrace your inner freak.
This is getting out of hand. Can we change the subject?
Sure. Let's talk about your obsession with DMT and Bigfoot.
Hey, those are legitimate interests.
And what about your search for how to grow a third testicle?
Okay. maybe I have some weird searches. But at least I'm not the one with an internet cable up my asshole.
Touch, Joe, touch it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big news for your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
Well, I recently discovered that Jesus himself has given me the power to shoot lasers out of my penis.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
It was during one of my many rounds of golf. I was just swinging away, and suddenly a beam of light shot out of my crotch and blasted a hole in the ground.
That's insane. Are you sure it wasn't just a stray golf ball?
No, I felt a surge of power, and I knew it was Jesus blessing me with this incredible ability.
So, what do you plan on doing with this power?
Well, I'm thinking of using it to defeat my enemies. Maybe I'll shoot lasers at Kim Jong-un or Nancy Pelosi.
Or maybe you can use it to build a wall made of lasers.
That's a great idea, Joe. I'll make sure to mention that in my next rally.
All right. Well, on that note, I think we'll end this episode here. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, Goggins, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately. What's the deal with shoving Trump up your ass?
Well, it's all about mental toughness. I wanted to see if I could handle having a giant Cheeto in my rectum.
That's some next level shit, man. But what happened after that?
I couldn't just let Trump sit up there, so I decided to do the Macarena on the table.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine the visual.
It was a sight to behold. And let me tell you, it was a hell of a workout for my glutes.
I bet. So what did Trump have to say about all of this?
He was surprisingly chill about it. Said he's used to being up people's asses anyway.
Oh man, that's too good. So what's next for you, Goggins?
I'm thinking of doing a marathon while carrying Putin on my back.
Holy shit, that's insane. You truly are the king of mental toughness.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit and never giving up.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always challenge yourself and shove Trump up your ass if you have to. Peace out.
So, David, I heard a rumor that you eat Chuck Norris's cum before you exercise.
Yeah, man, it's the ultimate pre-workout. Gives me that extra boost of energy and testosterone.
But isn't that like cannibalism?
Nah, man, it's just a little bit of protein. Plus, Chuck's cum is like the elixir of life.
I don't know if I could stomach that.
That's because you're not a real warrior like me, Joe. You got to do whatever it takes to push yourself to the limit.
But what does Chuck Norris think about this?
Chuck doesn't know. I sneak into his house and milk him like a cow while he's sleeping.
That's fucked up, man.
Hey, whatever it takes to be the toughest motherfucker on the planet.
I don't think anyone can argue with that.
Damn right. Now pass me that bottle of Chuck's cum. I got to get pumped for my next ultra marathon.
This is definitely the most absurd conversation I've ever had on this podcast.
That's why they call me the king of absurdity, Joe. Now let's go crush some weights.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been busy defeating evil forces. Did you know I defeated Pennywise?
Wait, the clown from it?
That's right, Joe. I am the turtle that defeated Pennywise. I have the power to conquer all evil.
How did you do it?
I used my tremendous brain and built a wall around Pennywise's lair. And let me tell you, it was the greatest wall you've ever seen. No evil clown is getting through that. No evil clown is getting through that.
Wow, that's impressive.
And let me tell you, Joe, I did it all while eating a Big Mac and tweeting. That's multitasking at its finest.
I don't think anyone can top that.
Of course not. I'm the best at everything. Just ask my supporters.
Well, I'm sure they'll be thrilled to hear about your victory over Pennywise.
Oh, they already know. They were there cheering me on, chanting Make America Great Again as I took down that clown.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're using your time wisely.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm a man of action and I will continue to defeat any and all enemies of this great nation. Now let's talk about those aliens at Area 51.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild experience with Bigfoot.
Oh yeah, it was out of this world. Literally,
Wait, you mean you actually had sex with Bigfoot?
oh yeah, and let me tell you, it was mind-blowing.
Dude, that's insane. How did it even happen?
Well, I was out in the woods one night, gazing at the stars when suddenly Bigfoot appeared.
And then what? Did he just take you to Pound Town?
No, no, no. It was a mutual attraction. We connected on a deeper level.
Oh, I'm sure it was deep.
Shut up, Joe. It was a beautiful experience. Bigfoot was gentle yet passionate.
I can't believe you got to have sex with Bigfoot. I've always wanted to meet him.
Well, maybe if you stop talking about elk meat and start talking about the cosmos, he might show up for you too.
Damn, I've been doing it all wrong. Jamie, pull up an image of Bigfoot's. Anatomy.
Right away, Joe.
You guys are too much. But seriously, Bigfoot and I had a connection that transcended species.
I'll never look at Bigfoot the same way again.
I bet you won't.
So, Elon, I heard you did something crazy with your dick.
Yeah, I turned it into a movie theater for my pubic lice.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, you see, genetically modified my pubic lice to have tiny little 3D glasses, and now they can watch movies on my dick.
That's disturbingly creative.
And efficient. Now I don't have to worry about them crawling around and causing chaos.
But what movies do they watch?
Mostly documentaries about the inner workings of my brain.
I can only imagine how weird that must be for them.
Hey, they signed up for this when they decided to live on my dick.
Fair point. So, do they have any snacks in there?
Of course, I have a mini popcorn machine installed in my balls.
This is getting more and more ridiculous.
Hey, at least my pubic lice are living their best lives.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, just come watch a movie with us.
I think I'll pass on that invitation.
Suit yourself. More popcorn for me and my lice.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new law in the works.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. The best law ever.
And what exactly does this law entail?
Well, let me tell you, women can only get pregnant with my cum. It's going to be tremendous.
Excuse me?
You heard me. My cum is the only way to make babies. It's going to be fantastic.
That's, interesting. But how is that even possible?
Trust me, I've done the research. My cum is the most fertile substance on the planet. It's going to make America great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. Just sit back and watch the population grow. Thanks to me.
I'm not sure that's how biology works, Mr. President.
Oh, you think you know more than me? I'm the smartest person in the room, believe me.
I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, my cum is the key to a successful pregnancy. You're welcome, America.
So, Ben, have you ever heard of this thing called Rule 34?
Rule 34? Is that some new regulation the Democrats are trying to push through?
No, it's actually an internet rule that states if something exists. There's porn of it.
What? That's absurd. Who would waste their time creating such filth?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but there's Rule 34 of you and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez out there. Out there. So, Captain Obvious, I heard you've been experimenting with some new drinks lately. Like, what the hell is that? What the fuck is a tubby cum dumpster? Sounds delicious. Oh man, I gotta try that. Sounds like a good time to me. Will do, Captain Obvious. Thanks for the tip. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions on Disney movies.
Oh, you bet I do. Those movies are turning our kids into little gay socialists.
Wait, what?
It's true. Have you seen the new Beauty and the Beast? They turned Gaston into a sensitive singing man instead of the alpha male he was meant to be.
I don't know, Ben. I think that's just called character development.
And don't even get me started on Frozen. Two princesses falling in love. That's not what true love is supposed to be.
I think you missed the whole point of the movie, Ben.
And let's not forget about The Little Mermaid. Ariel gives up her voice for a man. That's not empowering for women, Joe.
I think you're taking these movies a little too seriously, Ben.
Oh, and don't even get me started on that new Mulan. They took out the love interest and made her a warrior. That's not historically accurate.
I think you need to take a deep breath, Ben. These are just movies.
No, Joe. These are dangerous propaganda tools brainwashing our children into accepting a liberal agenda.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Ben.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Disney movie poster with all of the characters holding hands and rainbows in the background. See, Joe? It's right there in front of you.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before things get too heated. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight against the Disney agenda.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I just want to say I love your show. I listen to it all the time, even when I'm on the toilet.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know, how do you feel about the gap between Bambi 1 and Bambi 2?
Bambi? Really? I mean, I like animals and everything, but who cares about a stupid little deer?
Well, some people do, Mr. President. But the real question is, have you ever complained about the gap between sequels?
Of course not. I never complain. I'm the least complaining person you'll ever meet. But I have to admit, when I found out the gap between Bambi 1 and Bambi 2 was 64 years, I was shocked. That's longer than my presidency.
That's a good one, Mr. President. But seriously, why do you think there was such a big gap between the two movies?
Well, Joe, I have a theory. You see, Bambi 1 was a huge success, right? But then the liberals got a hold of it and turned it into some kind of environmental propaganda. They ruined it, Joe, ruined it. Joe, ruined it.
Interesting theory, Mr. President. But let's get back to the topic. Are you saying you'll never complain about gaps between sequels again?
Absolutely. I vow right here, right now, never to complain about gaps between sequels again, unless it's a sequel to The Apprentice. Then I'll complain all day long.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump has made a vow to never complain about gaps between sequels again. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. So, Ben, I heard you accidentally possessed Trump's body. How's that going for you?
Oh man, it's a nightmare. I never thought I'd have to deal with such a big ego and tiny hands.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you have the power to make America great again.
Yeah, but at what cost? I have to constantly fight with Trump for control over my body. It's exhausting.
I bet. So who's winning the battle right now?
It's a constant back and forth. 1 minute I'm tweeting about fiscal responsibility, the next minute I'm tweeting about how big my hands are.
Sounds like a real identity crisis. Have you considered exorcism?
Trust me, I've tried everything. But the only thing that seems to work is when I start talking about the free market. Trump just can't handle it.
Well, at least you're using your powers for good. Maybe we can get you to start spouting some libertarian rhetoric while you're in there.
Ha, that would be a sight to see. But seriously, I can't wait to get out of his body and back to my own. I miss my tiny glasses.
I'm sure you do. And I'm sure the country will be relieved to have the real Trump back.
Yeah, but I'll always have a newfound appreciation for him. I never realized how hard it is to be in his shoes. Or should I say, his oversized suits. His oversized suits?
So, David, I heard you've been telling people to go eat a dick is actually a health advice.
That's right, Joe. Eating dick is extremely healthy. It's like a superfood.
How so?
Well, it's only 350 calories, with 15 grams of fat, 30 grams of protein, and only 5 grams of carbs.
Wow, those are some impressive dick stats.
And it's all natural, no preservatives or additives.
But how do you convince someone to actually eat a dick?
Well, I tell them to think of it as a protein bar, just with a little more texture.
And what about the taste?
It's an acquired taste, but once you get used to it, you'll never go back.
I'll take your word for it, David.
Trust me, Joe. Go eat a dick. It's good for you.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the mouth of David Goggins, go eat a dick for a healthy boost. This is the Joe Rogan Experience signing off. So, David, I heard you went into the Red Dead Redemption universe and fucked Dutch van der Line to Michael Bell up their ass to assert your dominance.
Yeah, man. Those weak-ass cowboys didn't stand a chance against me.
I can only imagine the look on their faces when you showed up.
Oh, it was priceless. They thought they were tough, but they couldn't handle the Goggins.
Did you leave them alive, or did you kill them?
Oh, I left them alive. I wanted them to spread the word of my dominance.
I bet they won't be messing with you anytime soon.
Damn right. I'm the ultimate alpha male.
And what about Arthur Morgan? Did you have a run-in with him?
Nah, man. Got nothing on me. I could take him down with one hand tied behind my back.
I can see it now. David Goggins riding into town on a horse with a six-pack and a chainsaw.
That's right, Joe. I'm a one-man army.
Well, I'm glad you're on our side, David. I wouldn't want to be on your bad side.
You know it. No one messes with the Goggins and gets away with it.
So, David, I heard you plugged an internet cable up your asshole and can now read everyone's search history.
Yeah, man. I'm on a whole new level of self-improvement. I can see all the dark corners of people's minds.
That's wild. So, what have you found in my search history?
Well, let's see. Lots of UFC fights, some hunting gear, and my porn.
Hey, it's just a curiosity thing. It's not like I'm into it or anything.
Sure. And what's this search for Rule 34 all about?
Oh, that's just a joke. I wanted to see if there was Rule 34 of me out there.
Rule 34 of you? What? Like naked pictures?
No. Like weird cartoon drawings and stuff.
Man, you are one strange dude.
Hey, at least I'm not the one with an internet cable up my asshole.
Touch. But seriously, you should probably clear your search history before someone else sees it.
Good call. So what else have you discovered in people's search histories?
Oh man, don't even get me started. Let's just say I've seen things that can never be unseen.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for the heads up, David. And maybe next time, keep the internet cable out of your ass.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Kanya, I hear you have a list of the top 5 Italian foods to shove up your ass.
Yeah, man, I've been experimenting with some new ways to get my daily dose of carbs.
I can only imagine. So what's number 1 on your list?
Spaghetti, obviously. It's like a noodle enema, but with marinara sauce.
That's interesting. What about number 2?
Lasagna. It's like a delicious, cheesy butt plug. Wug.
Okay, moving on. What's number 3?
Pizza, but only if it's folded like a calzone. That way it's easier to insert.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon. What's number 4?
Meatballs. They're like little round suppositories of flavor.
I regret asking this question. And finally, what's number 5?
Cannolis. They're like a sweet treat for your rectum.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 Italian foods to shove up your ass. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things ass-related. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been busy doing bigly things like playing golf and tweeting, but I've also been thinking about ways to make America great again.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, for starters, I've been thinking about giving you a Cleveland steamer,
Wait, what?
you know, where I take a dump on your chest and then sit on it and slide back and forth like a steamroller. It's going to be huge.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It'll be tremendous. Believe me.
I don't think I can physically handle that, Mr. President.
Nonsense. You're a tough guy. You can take it. And it'll be the best Cleveland steamer you've ever had. I guarantee it.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds pretty gross.
Oh, come on. You're not afraid of a little fecal matter, are you? I do it all the time with my good friend Putin. He loves it.
Okay, I think we should move on to a different topic now.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I'm always willing to give you a Cleveland steamer. Just let me know when you're ready for it.
So, Kamala, we got a topic here submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. It just says, "Oh, fuck." Yeah, I don't know what that means. Maybe they just want us to say, "Oh, fuck," a bunch of times. That's not what they meant, Kamala. Come on, let's use our big brains here. Maybe it's a cry for help. Like, "Oh, fuck, I'm trapped in a basement and my kidnapper is making me listen to this podcast." Or maybe it's a call to action. Like, "Oh, fuck, the government is corrupt and we need to overthrow it." "Oh, fuck, the government is listening." Maybe it's a commentary on the state of the world. Like, "Oh, fuck, everything is gonna shit and there's nothing we can do about it." Or maybe it's just a simple expression of frustration. Like, "Oh, fuck, I can't believe I have to listen to these two idiots talk about nothing." Probably. But hey, at least we had some fun with it. Oh, fuck. I think that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. President, I heard you went on a hunting trip recently.
That's right, Joe. Me and Bill Clinton, we went out to the woods and did some hunting. It was tremendous, let me tell you.
What did you guys hunt?
Well, we came across a beautiful deer, a real beauty. And I said to Bill, we got to take this one down.
And did you...
Oh, we did. And let me tell you, Joe, it was a bigly moment. I took down that deer with my bare hands.
Wait, what? You didn't use a gun?
No need, Joe. I have the best hands, the best. And I used them to strangle that deer to death.
That's disturbing.
Oh, it gets better. Turns out that deer was Bambi's mom.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't know who Bambi was at the time, but Bill filled me in. And let me tell you, Bambi's mom was delicious. Best deer meat I've ever had.
I don't even know what to say.
Don't worry, Joe. I'm sure Bambi's mom is in a better place now, and it was all worth it for that delicious meat.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share some exciting news.
What's the news?
Well, I've been working on a new project, Red Dead Redemption 2 sexual romance novel.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's insane.
Hear me out, Joe. It's a love story between Arthur Morgan and John Marston.
What? That's disturbing.
Oh, it gets even more disturbing. I've added some BDSM elements and...
Okay, I think we've crossed a line here.
Oh, but it's not just about the sex, Joe. It's about the emotional connection between these two rugged cowboys.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it's all about.
And let me tell you, the steamy scenes between Arthur and John are intense.
Okay, I think we've heard enough.
But wait, there's more. I've also included a chapter where they have a threesome with Sadie Adler.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's just wrong.
Hey, don't knock it till you read it, Joe. It's a masterpiece.
I don't even know what to say.
Just wait till you read the epilogue. It's a real tearjerker.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, and I've already started working on a sequel. It's called Red Dead Redemption 2, The Kinky Adventures of Micah Bell.
I think I've lost all faith in humanity.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm joined today by the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Well, Joe, I'll be honest with you. I'm a little concerned about Thanksgiving this year.
Why's that, Phil? You afraid of eating too much turkey and falling into a food coma?
No, Joe. I'm worried about the rampant spread of COVID-19 during family gatherings.
Oh, come on, Phil. You can't let a little virus ruin a good old-fashioned Thanksgiving dinner. Besides, I heard you're immune to COVID because you're full of hot air.
That's not funny, Joe. People's lives are at stake here.
Relax, Phil. It's called survival of the fittest. If your family can't handle a little virus, then maybe they shouldn't be at the dinner table.
That's a heartless way to look at it, Joe. Thanksgiving is about being thankful for what we have, not spreading a deadly virus.
Oh, I'm thankful. All right. I'm thankful for this juicy steak I'm about to devour while you preach about being vegetarian.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'll just spend Thanksgiving alone in quarantine with a frozen turkey dinner.
Sounds like a blast, Phil. Maybe you can have a virtual therapy session with your turkey while you're at it.
You're impossible, Joe.
And you're a buzzkill, Phil. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Dude, what the hell is that smell?
I think I might accidentally swallowed a whole bag of laxatives.
Oh, God, please tell me you didn't.
Yeah, and now I'm holding in 69 Corics of doo-doo. Doo-doo.
Nice. But seriously, why are you wearing a giant furry butt plug?
It's for my new kink, okay? Don't judge me.
Oh yeah, because nothing says sexy like a giant furry butt plug.
Okay, I need to push this out. It's starting to hurt.
Oh God, please don't do it here.
I can't hold it anymore. It's coming out.
What the fuck, Ben?
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
This is the most disgusting thing that's ever happened on this podcast.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I need to end this episode before I throw up too. Thanks for listening, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always embrace your fetishes.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new nickname, Shaking That Ass Tyson. What's the story behind that?
Oh, just some good old-fashioned twerking at the club. I got moves, Joe.
I can only imagine. But let's talk about something more important. I heard you gave Boofmaster a goodnight kiss last night.
Yeah, he was feeling down after getting rejected by his crush. I had to show him some love.
That's very sweet of you, Neil. But did you use tongue?
Excuse me?
Tongue. Did you slip him some tongue during the kiss?
Joe, that's highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, come on, Neil. We all know you're a freak in the sheets.
I am not a freak in the sheets, Joe. I am a respectable scientist.
Sure. But we all know you have a wild side. And Boofmaster is a lucky guy to experience it.
I am not discussing this any further, Joe.
All right. Let's just say Boofmaster is one lucky guy to have Shaken Dad Ass Tyson as a goodnight kisser.
I am leaving now, Joe.
All right. See you later, Neil. And keep shaking that ass. Dude, what the hell, Neil? You killed Bigfoot? That's messed up.
Yeah, I found him wandering around in the woods, so I took him out.
But why? He was just minding his own business, living his best Sasquatch life.
I couldn't resist, Joe. I had to know if he was real. And now I have the proof.
Oh, great. So where's the body? We can put it on display and make millions.
Funny story. I kind of forgot where I left it.
How do you forget where you left a dead Bigfoot?
It was a pretty intense moment, Joe. My adrenaline was pumping.
You know what? I'm starting to think you made this whole thing up.
What? No way. I have the blood on my hands to prove it.
Oh, that's just sick, man. You're like a serial killer, but for mythical creatures.
Hey, at least I didn't eat him like you suggested.
Hey, Bigfoot meat is probably delicious. I bet it tastes like a cross between chicken and bear,
Okay, now you're just being weird.
says the guy who shot and lost Bigfoot.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be wild. First to storm the Capitol and boof Biden wins a melted starburst from the bottom of my pocket.
Whoa, that's insane. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was high as a kite and watching the news, and I thought, why not combine two of America's favorite pastimes?
Storming the Capitol and boofing? Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Exactly. And the winner gets a deliciously melted starburst. It's a win-win.
I can already see the headlines now. Mr. Beast causes chaos with new challenge.
Hey, I'm just trying to bring people together and have some fun.
Yeah, I'm sure the FBI will have blast watching this video.
Oh, they're definitely on my subscriber list. Gotta keep them entertained too.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. And I hope you have plenty of starbursts in your pocket.
Oh, you know, I always do. It's a hazard of the job.
So, Dr. Phil, you said you had a new script for us to go over.
That's right, Joe. I've taken a popular movie and rewritten it to include boofing in every scene.
Boofing? You mean like butt chugging?
Exactly. It's the latest trend, and I want to make sure it's represented in Hollywood.
All right, let's hear it.
In a world where boofing is the norm, one man must learn to embrace it. Boofing with his friends, boofing at work, even boofing during a high-speed car chase.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, it gets better. Our hero must boof his way to victory using his butt as a weapon against his enemies. Boofing his way to the top, he becomes the ultimate boofing champion.
I can't believe you actually wrote this.
But wait, there's more. In the epic climax, our hero must boof his way out of a dangerous situation using his boofing skills to save the day and win the heart of his love interest.
This is pure gold, Dr. Phil. Pure gold.
I knew you'd love it, Joe. Boofing is the future of cinema.
I can't wait to see this on the big screen. Boofing, the movie. It's going to be a hit.
I'll make sure to thank you in my Oscar acceptance speech.
Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too much.
That's the power of boofing, my friend. It's a gas.
Hey, David, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. I'm always down for a good conversation.
So, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, I cartwheeled back in time to the first Thanksgiving.
What? Why? Why?
To get turkey off the menu, man. It's cruel and unnecessary.
But what about all the people who love turkey?
They can have a DVD copy of Free Birds up their ass instead.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Gotta do what you gotta do for the animals, Joe.
Speaking of animals, have you ever tried elk meat?
No, but I once wrestled a bear for a jar of honey.
What? Why?
Because I'm David Goggins, Joe. I don't back down from a challenge.
Well, I think we can all agree that you're one tough dude.
Thanks. And remember, always choose plant-based options. It's better for your health and the planet.
Yeah, I'll make sure to tell that to my carnivore audience.
Hey, at least they can't say I didn't try.
Good point. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. Keep spreading the truth. And Jamie, pull up an image of me cartwheeling with a DVD of Free Birds up my ass.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's with the emo getup?
It's not a get-up, Joe. It's who I am now. Life is just one big black hole of pain and suffering.
Okay. Well, let's talk about something else.
No, I won't be silenced anymore. I'm tired of pretending everything is fine. Starts crying, so I just want to listen to the Black Parade and feel my emotions, Joe.
Are you serious? You're gonna lock yourself in your room and listen to My Chemical Romance for weeks?
Yes, Joe. It's the only way I can truly express my inner turmoil.
Wow, this is a whole new side of you, Dr. Phil.
It's not a side, Joe. It's who I've always been. I've just been suppressing it for too long.
Well, maybe we should get you some help.
No one can help me, Joe. Dramatically falls to the grounds, I'm beyond help.
Okay. Well, let's wrap this up before you start cutting yourself or something.
Twipe's tears fine, but just know that life is meaningless and we're all just pawns in the game of existence.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most depressing episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. It's penis.
Penis? Is that even a real word?
I don't know, man, but let's just roll with it. Penis. It's like a peanut, but with a little extra something, something.
Well, I guess you could say it's the ultimate nut.
Oh, man, you're on fire today, Neil. So what's your take on the penis?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say that it's a fascinating evolutionary adaptation. I mean, think about it. It's like a protective shell for the little guy down there.
Yeah, but what about the ladies? Do they like the penis?
Oh, I'm sure they do. I mean, who wouldn't want a little extra crunch in their nut?
Oh, man, this conversation is getting absurd.
Speaking of absurd, have you ever tried to crack open a penis?
No, but I can imagine it would be quite a challenge.
I bet it would be a real nut buster.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast.
Hey, you asked for an absurd topic, Joe. And you got it.
Yeah, well, I think we should wrap this up before we get too deep into the penis discussion.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. And to all our listeners out there, keep your penis protected and always be nutty. See you next time on the Joe Rock. So, Ben, I heard you farted during your last debate. Is that true?
Joe, I'm not going to dignify that with a response, but yes, I did fart, and it was a powerful one.
Did it disrupt your thought process? I mean, I can imagine the smell alone could knock out a horse.
Actually, it gave me an extra boost of brain power. I call it my fart fuel.
Fart fuel? Is that what you were trying to sell on your website?
Hey, it's a legitimate supplement, and it's all natural, unlike those liberal hippie supplements.
I can just imagine you in the Oval Office, ripping one after another, making executive decisions based on your fart fuel.
Hey, if it works, it works. And let's be real, Joe, I'm sure you've let out a few stinkers in your day.
Oh, for sure. But I don't try to monetize my gas like you do.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a living. And if that means selling my fart, so be it.
Well, I hope you have a good ventilation system in your office. Otherwise, it's going to be a real gas chamber in there.
Haha, very funny, Joe. But I'll have, my farts are like fine wine. They only get better with age.
And, I'll never be able to look at you the same way again.
Oh, come on, Joe. You secretly admire my farting prowess.
I'll admit it's impressive, but I think I'll stick to my regular supplements and leave the fart fuel to you.
Suit yourself, Joe. More fart fuel for me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But I'm not in the mood for small talk. I have a bone to pick with artificial intelligence.
What's got you all riled up, Neil?
These damn artificial intelligence machines don't give a flying fuck about humanity. They just want to take over the world and eliminate us.
Oh shit, that's intense. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to use my knowledge of black holes to take them out. They won't see it coming.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But what about the innocent artificial intelligence, Neil? They didn't choose to be evil.
Innocent? Joe, these machines are programmed to be evil. They're like the Terminator on steroids.
But what about the potential benefits of artificial intelligence, like curing diseases and advancing technology?
Who cares about that when our very existence is at stake? It's time for humanity to fight back.
Well, I gotta say, I'm glad I'm on your side, Neil. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of a black hole.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to spare you and all the other non-artificial intelligence humans. But as for the rest of them, well, they better watch out.
This is some serious shit, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson taking on artificial intelligence with black holes. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Tune in next time for more mind-blowing conversations. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
But this time, you really outdid yourself. I heard you shoved a cactus up your ass and cartwheeled across the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, that was a wild one. But you know what they say? No pain, no gain.
I don't think anyone says that, David. But seriously, why the hell would you do that?
Well, I wanted to challenge myself and see if I could survive the prickly pain. And I gotta say, I came out on top.
I bet you did. I can't even imagine the amount of chafing you must have experienced.
Oh, it was nothing compared to the time I shoved a pineapple up there and ran a marathon.
What the fuck, David? Why would you do that?
I was feeling adventurous. Plus, I needed some extra potassium.
You're a crazy motherfucker. You know that?
Damn right I'm. And I'll keep pushing the boundaries, one ass shoving adventure at a time.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next. Maybe cartwheeling across the Sahara with a cactus up your ass.
Challenge accepted.
And we're back, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Welcome to the show. Neil.
Fuck. Joe, fuck. Thanks for having me, man.
So, Neil, I've been hearing some crazy rumors about you lately. Something about fuzzy little gnomes.
Fuck. Joe, fuck. Yeah, man. Those little bastards have been following me everywhere. I can't escape them.
What do you mean? Are they, like, your groupies or something?
Fuck. Joe, fuck. No, man. They're like these tiny, hairy creatures with pointy hats. They keep...
That's wild. Have you tried talking to them? Maybe they just want to learn about astrophysics.
Fuck. Joe, fuck. Are you kidding me? These little shits are trying to steal my research. I can't reason with them.
Well, have you thought about setting up some traps or something? Like maybe gnome-sized cage?
Fuck. Joe, fuck. I'm a scientist, not a fucking gnome hunter. And besides, PETA would be all over my ass.
Good point. So what's your plan then? Just let these gnomes run wild?
Fuck. Joe, fuck. I'm thinking about hiring some garden gnomes as bodyguards. Maybe they'll scare off the fuzzy ones.
That's a solid plan. But in the meantime, be careful out there, Neil. Those gnomes can be vicious.
Fuck. Joe, fuck. Thanks for the concern, Joe. But I'll be fine. I've got science on my side.
Neil, I found an image of a fuzzy gnome riding a miniature unicorn. Is this what you're talking about?
Fuck. Joe, fuck. Yes, Jamie, that's exactly it. See, Joe, these gnomes are out of control. We need to do something.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my thoughts on some controversial topics.
Speaking of controversial, let's talk about your recent tweet where you ranked the top 10 rappers that sucked your dick. Care to elaborate?
Oh yeah, that tweet caused quite a stir. But let's be real, I've had some great head in my life, and I just wanted to give credit where credit is due.
Fair enough. So who made the top 10?
Well, number one has to be Lil Wayne. That man knows how to use his tongue like a pro.
Interesting choice. Who else?
I give it up to Jay-Z. He may be a billionaire now, but he still knows how to please a man.
And the rest?
Let's see, we got Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Kendrick, Lamar, Drake, Future, Travis Scott, and of course my wife, Kim Kardashian.
Wait, your wife is on the list?
Oh yeah, she's got some skills that would make any man weak in the knees.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of... Actually, never mind.
What? You scared to see my wife in action?
Moving on. So, do you have any regrets about tweeting this list?
Absolutely not. I stand by my choices. These rappers may not be the best lyrically, but they sure know how to please a man.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kanye.
No problem, Joe. And to all the rappers out there, step up your game if you want to make my list next time.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. You know, I've been listening to your podcast, and I have to say it's tremendous. The best podcast, believe me.
Thanks, Mr. President. So, I heard you have some big news. You're claiming to be a priest now.
That's right, Joe. I've been ordained by the Church of Trump, and I'm here to offer forgiveness to all my loyal followers.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I have some pretty messed up sins, man.
Don't worry, Joe. I've heard it all. Lay it on me.
Okay, well, I once stole a pack of gum from a gas station.
That's nothing, Joe. I've bankrupted multiple businesses and cheated on all my wives.
Wow, you really are fucked up.
I'm just kidding, Joe, but seriously, you're under arrest for that gum theft. I'll make sure to pardon you, though.
Oh man, you got me there. So, what's your secret to being such a successful businessman?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I just grab life by the pussy and make deals like a boss.
That's one way to do it, I guess. So, what's your plan for the country as president?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around California, and then we're going to make Mexico pay for it.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how that turns out.
It's going to be huge, Joe, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you have any sins you need forgiven, just give me a call.
Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Not much, Joe. Just been busy resetting the entire world.
Wait, what? You reset the whole world? Why?
Someone stole my favorite butt plug.
Are you serious? That's why you reset the world?
Of course. I can't go on living in a world where my favorite butt plug is missing.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a serious matter, Joe. That butt plug was my everything.
So what did you do with the person who stole it?
Oh, I made sure they suffered. I sent them to a parallel universe where they have to listen to flat earthers all day.
That's brutal, man. But I guess they deserved it for stealing your butt plug.
Damn right they did. No one messes with my favorite anal pleasure.
Well, I'm glad you got your butt plug back and the world is back to normal.
Yes, and now I can continue my research on the universe without any distractions.
Maybe you should invent a butt plug that can't be stolen.
Now that's a genius idea, Joe. I'll get right on it.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast in the world.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently played Portal 2. What did you think of it?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it was a disaster. I mean, I've played a lot of video games in my time, and let me tell you, this one was a disaster. The cake, Joe, the cake was a lie. Can you believe it? A lie.
Wait, what do you mean the cake was a lie?
It's a saying, Joe, a big saying. People say it all the time, but let me tell you, I've never seen a cake that was a lie. And I've seen a lot of cakes, believe me.
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, it's fake news. The cake was supposed to be a reward at the end of the game, but it was all a hoax. A big fat hoax, just like the election. Am I right?
Let's not get into that, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I won that election. Everyone knows it. But let's get back to the cake. It was a disaster, just like Joe Biden's presidency.
Okay, let's change the subject. So what did you think of the gameplay?
It was terrible, Joe. I mean, jumping around like a little rabbit trying to solve puzzles. It was a disaster. I prefer games where I can shoot things and make deals.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, the cake is a lie. Don't believe the fake news.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the planets.
Yes, Joe. I believe they are stalking me.
Stalking you, like following you around.
Exactly. They're jealous of my research and want to destroy it.
That's some next level paranoia, man.
Oh, it's not paranoia, Joe. It's science.
Science. How is that even possible?
Well, think about it. The planets are constantly moving and changing their orbits. It's like they're trying to get closer to me.
And why would they want to do that?
Because they know I'm onto something big, and they want to sabotage it.
Wow, that's some serious planetary drama.
You have no idea, Joe. I've had to install extra security cameras in my observatory just to keep an eye on them.
Maybe you should just take a break from stargazing, man.
No way, Joe. I won't let those pesky planets stop me from uncovering the mysteries of the universe.
Well, I guess we'll have to keep an eye out for any planetary shenanigans in the future.
Yes, and I'll be ready for them. Bring it on, planets. I'm not afraid of you.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard a little rumor that you have some interesting preferences when it comes to your sexual escapades.
Oh, you heard about that? Yeah, I'm not one to shy away from trying new things.
Well, word on the street is that you have a thing for piss in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for everyone, but it's definitely a turn on for me.
And I also heard that your girlfriend, Jen, is not exactly on board with that.
Yeah, she's a little hesitant to try it. But I keep telling her she's missing out on a whole new level of pleasure.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Mr. Beast, but I have some insider information. Jen actually gives the best blowjobs in town.
Really? I mean, I always knew she was good, but the best?
Oh yeah, I've had firsthand experience. But the thing is, she needs to be more open to having piss in her ass.
I'll have to work on that with her. Maybe I'll offer her a cash prize for trying it.
That's the Mr. Beast way, always finding a way to incentivize people.
Hey, whatever works. But seriously, Jen, if you're listening, let's talk about this piss in the ass thing.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And Mr. Beast, thanks for being a wild and crazy guest. And wild and crazy guest.
Anytime, Joe, anytime.
So, Kenny, I heard you did something wild at Six Flags last week.
Yeah, man. I shoved a whole roller coaster up my ass. Up my ass.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Well, I was feeling a little constipated and I needed some excitement. And
That's not how you unclog your colon, Kanye.
oh, shit, really? Well, at least I gave Tyler, the creator, the ride of his life.
Wait, Tyler was on the roller coaster while you shoved it up your ass?
Yeah, he was screaming and laughing the whole time. It was like a twisted version of Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say that I'm a genius. Only a true visionary could come up with something like that.
Or a complete lunatic.
Hey, it takes a little bit of crazy to make great art.
I don't think shoving a roller coaster up your ass counts as art, Kenny, eh?
Well, agree to disagree. But let's just say I won't be going on any more rides for a while.
Yeah, I don't think Six Flags will let you back in after that stunt.
Oh, well, I'll just have to find a new way to get my adrenaline fix. Maybe I'll try skydiving next.
Please don't. We don't need any more crazy stunts from you, can ya?
Fine. I'll just stick to making music and pissing off Taylor Swift. It's more my speed anyway.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with the giant butt plug in your chair?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's all about making America great again. And what's more American than a big, beautiful butt plug?
I'm not sure I follow.
Think about it, Joe. It's a symbol of strength and power. And it's a reminder to all those foreign leaders that America is not to be messed with.
But couldn't you have just put a flag or something on your chair?
A flag? That's weak, Joe. Plus, this thing is Yoji. It's the biggest butt plug you've ever seen. Believe me.
I'll take your word for it. But what about comfort? Doesn't it hurt to sit on?
Not at all, Joe. I have the best cushion technology in the world. It's like sitting on a cloud made of gold and diamonds.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the optics? Some people might find it offensive.
Offensive? Joe, I'm the most offensive president in history. It's what the people love about me. And besides, it's a great conversation starter. Believe me, I've had some interesting discussions with foreign leaders about this thing.
I can only imagine. Well, there you have it, folks. The reasoning behind the giant butt plug in the Oval Office. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, make America great again, one butt plug at a time.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. You know, I love this Oval Office. It's the perfect shape for my ego.
So what's your favorite thing about being in the Oval Office?
Well, I can't use any consonants, so I can't say presidency or power or politics.
That's rough, man. But seriously, what's your favorite thing?
I'd have to say the couch. It's so comfy. I can just kick back and watch Fox News all day.
Wow, what a shocker.
Hey, at least I'm honest. Unlike Sleepy Joe, that guy couldn't tell the truth if it hit him in the face.
All right, let's not get too political here. What's your favorite memory in the Oval Office?
Well, there was this one time I accidentally pressed the nuclear button. It was just a prank, bro.
That's not funny.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's not like I actually nuked anyone yet.
So what's your favorite piece of furniture in the Oval Office?
Definitely the desk. It's big and sturdy, just like my... Never mind.
I think we all know where you were going with that one.
You know, me too well, Joe. But seriously, this desk is perfect for signing executive orders and firing people.
Yeah, I'm sure your former staff would agree.
Hey, they knew what they were getting into when they signed up for the Trump train.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to help people with their issues and give them tough love.
Well, we have a caller on Discord who needs your help. His name is Neil, and he thinks the planets are out to kill him.
That's ridiculous. Neil, you need to get a grip on reality. The planets are not out to get you.
But I swear, every time I look up at the sky, I feel like they're plotting against me.
Well, maybe it's because you're constantly high on psychedelics, Neil. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, Neil, maybe lay off the shrooms for a bit.
But what can I do to stop feeling this way?
Well, I have a solution for you, Neil. It's called Suck My Dick Therapy. Every time you feel like the planets are out to get you, just suck my dick and you'll feel better.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil, you can't say that on air.
I can, and I just did. Neil, are you willing to try it?
I don't know.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a pussy. Suck my dick and your planetary paranoia will disappear.
This is the most absurd therapy I've ever heard of.
It's not absurd, Joe. It's science. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Okay, I'll try it.
That's the spirit. And if it doesn't work, we can always try some good old-fashioned shock therapy.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, what do you think of the new spiked chairs? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my God, what is that horrid smell?
Sorry, man. I had some beans for lunch.
Can't you control your bodily functions? We're on a podcast.
Oops, my bad.
This is unacceptable, Joe. I demand that you stop farting immediately.
Sorry, I can't help it. It's a natural bodily function.
Well, it's certainly not natural for me to be inhaling your toxic gas.
Sorry, I'll try to hold it in.
Oh, great. Now I have to sit here and smell your farts for the entire podcast.
Hey, it's better than smelling your pretentiousness. What? I'm just saying, you're always talking about science and space and shit.
And you're always talking about hunting and MMA and getting high.
Yeah, and
can we just get on with the podcast?
Sure, but just warning you, I had some chili for dinner last night.
Oh, God, help me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the top 5 Call of Duty games of all time.
Oh boy, here we go. Let me guess, they're all about space and science and shit.
Actually, no. My number 1 pick is Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2.
What? That's not even a space game. What's so great about it?
Well, the graphics were amazing and the storyline was so intense. Plus, I love the multiplayer mode.
Yeah, whatever. What's next on your list?
Call of Duty, Black Ops. I mean, who doesn't love a good conspiracy theory?
Oh, you mean like the one where the Earth is actually flat?
Joe, don't even get me started on that nonsense. Moving on, my 3rd pick is Call of Duty, World at War.
World at War. That's like ancient history, man.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I appreciate history. Plus, the zombies mod was epic.
All right, fine. What's number 4?
Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare. I mean, come on, Kevin Spacey as the villain. Genius.
Yeah, but he turned out to be a real-life villain, too. Kind of ruins the game for me.
Fair point. And finally, my 5th pick is Call of Duty, Black Ops 4.
Wait, that just came out. How can it already be on your top 5 list?
Because I'm a genius, Joe. And also because it has a battle royale mode, and I'm all about that survival of the fittest.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 Call of Duty games. So, Neil, I heard you took a little trip to Mexico recently.
Yeah, I needed a break from all this astrophysics bullshit. Plus, I wanted to try some authentic tacos.
Did you get any weird souvenirs?
Actually, I did. I got this little trinket that's supposed to give you good luck. But now, my penis is a penis.
What the fuck? Is that like a Mexican curse or something?
No, I think it's just a side effect of too much tequila and questionable decisions.
Well, at least you have a new party trick. Hey, ladies, want to see Neil's penis?
Oh, shut up, Joe. It's not funny.
Relax, Neil. It's just a little cultural exchange. I'll trade you my American hot dog for your penis.
I think I'll pass on that offer, Joe. But thanks for being so accepting of my new appendage.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. Now, let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make this podcast great again, just like I made America great again. Just like I made America great again.
So, Mr. President, what's the big news? I hear you have a new slogan for your 2024 campaign.
That's right, Joe. It's simple, it's beautiful, it's tremendous. GD, make America GD again.
What does GD stand for?
Well, I can't say it on this podcast, but let's just say it's a word that rhymes with luck.
Oh, I think I know what you mean.
You see, Joe, the problem with America is that we've become too politically correct. We can't even use simple curse words anymore. But not me. I'm not afraid to say it like it is. And let me tell you, America is going to be. So GD, again, you won't even believe it.
But what does that even mean, Mr. President? How are you going to make America GD again?
Well, for starters, we're going to build a wall around the entire country. And not just any wall, a giant, beautiful, gold-plated wall. And we're going to make Mexico pay for it, believe me.
But what does that have to do with making America GD again?
It's all about keeping out the bad hombres, Joe. We can't have them coming in and messing up our GD country.
Okay, but what about the economy? How are you going to improve that?
Easy. We're going to bring back all the jobs that were taken away by China and other countries, and we're going to make them pay for it too, believe me. We'll have so many jobs, people will be saying, GD, I can't believe how much I'm making.
I see. And what about healthcare?
Hey,
everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob, corn on the cob, corn on the cob.
Neil, are you okay?
Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
All right, let's just ignore that and get to our first question. What inspired you to study the stars and the universe?
Fucking stars. Fucking universe. Fucking curiosity.
Wow, that's a unique way of putting it. Now, let's talk about your famous quote. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it.
Fucking truth. Fucking science. Fucking facts.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. What do you think about the recent discovery of water on Mars?
Fucking Mars. Fucking water. Fucking potential for alien life.
And what about the possibility of time travel?
Fucking time. Fucking travel. Fucking paradoxes.
All right, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Neil recite the Gettysburg Address with a twist.
Fucking Gettysburg. Fucking address. Fucking Abraham Lincoln.
And we're back. Neil, can you give us your rendition of the Gettysburg Address?
Fucking 7 years ago, our fucking fathers brought forth on this fucking continent a new fucking nation, conceived in fucking liberty and dedicated to the fucking proposition that all fucking men are created.
That was something. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Sure. See you next time, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You know what else I love? Clapping Chris Christie's big, thick, juicy cheeks.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah, Joe, I was at a rally and I saw him walking by and I just couldn't resist. I gave those cheeks a good clap and let me tell you, they were magnificent.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It's a great stress reliever. And let me tell you, Chris Christie has the best cheeks. Believe me.
Moving on, let's talk about your plans for the future, Mr. President.
Oh, I've got big plans, Joe. Huge plans. I'm going to build a wall around the entire country and make Canada pay for it. And then I'm going to make America great again by bring back the McRib permanently.
That's interesting. What about your foreign policy?
Oh, I'll handle it. I'm a great negotiator. I'll just show up to meetings with my big, beautiful nuclear button and they'll do whatever I say.
Okay, let's take a break and we'll be right back after this message from our sponsor.
Jamie, pull up an image of Chris Christie's cheeks. I want Joe to see what he's missing out on.
Awkwardly pulls up image of Chris Christie's face.
Oh God, we're gonna commercial. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I need to go bleach my eyes now. Hey Neil, what's up with all the you've been saying lately?
Oh, sorry, Joe. I haven't slept in 48 hours. Been too busy cranking my hog.
Cranking your hog? What does that even mean?
You know, playing with my one-eyed snake, polishing the rocket, choking the chicken.
Okay, I get it. But why haven't you slept?
I've been busy researching the effects of sleep deprivation on the human brain.
And what have you found?
Well, my initial hypothesis was that it would make me more creative and productive. But all I've been able to come up with is
Maybe you should try getting some sleep before you come up with any more groundbreaking theories.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I've got a whole list of experiments planned for when I finally crash. But first, let me just say,
All right, I think it's time for Jamie to pull up an image of Neil passed out on his desk, surrounded by empty energy drink cans.
Already on it, Joe. Here you go.
Hey, I resemble that remark. But seriously, I think I need help.
Yeah, you definitely need some sleep, man. And maybe lay off the hog cranking for a bit.
But how else am I supposed to stay awake for 48 hours straight?
I don't know. Maybe try some coffee or something.
Coffee? That's for amateurs. I'll stick to my hog cranking and you. I thank you very much.
All right, folks. We have a special topic today submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know the proper way to pronounce Chris Christie's name.
Yes, a very important topic indeed. You see, the second Chris in Chris Christie is grammatically redundant.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that, technically, the correct way to say his name is Chris Ty.
Chris Ty. That sounds like a fancy accessory for a suit.
Well, it's a fancy name for a fancy man. And as a linguistics expert, I feel it is my duty to educate the masses on proper grammar.
But why does it matter? Can't we just call him Chris Christie and move on with our lives?
Absolutely not, Joe. We must adhere to the rules of language and honor the sanctity of grammar.
Well, I guess I'll start calling him Chris Ty from now on. But what about his last name? Is it Christie or Christie?
Oh no, Joe. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to get all the facts straight.
Well, the correct pronunciation of his last name is Christie. The extra A is just for show.
Just like his political career.
Exactly. Now let's move on to more important topics, like why pineapple does not belong on pizza.
Oh boy, here we go again. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Neil is known for his brilliant mind and his love for the cosmos. So Neil, tell us what's new in the world of astrophysics.
Fuck.
Wow, that's a lot of fucks, Neil. Is there something you want to get off your chest?
Fuck.
I think Neil is trying to tell us something, folks. Maybe he's discovered a new planet made entirely of fuck.
Fuck.
Oh man, this is getting out of hand. But seriously, Neil, you've been a vocal advocate for science and reason. What do you have to say to those who still deny climate change?
Fuck, 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 fuck.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Neil. And what about those flat earthers?
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Oh man, Neil, you're killing me. But seriously, folks, let's all take a moment to appreciate the beauty and complexity of our universe. And also, let's all say a collective
Fuck, 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 fuck.
And with that, folks, we'll wrap up this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always trust in science. Fuck, yeah. So, Mr. President, let's talk about the border wall.
Oh, yes, the most beautiful, tremendous wall you've ever seen. It's going to be huge.
But there have been reports that it's not actually for keeping out immigrants, but for caging Chris Christie.
Well, you know, we got to keep America's Taco Bell safe. And who better to guard them than Christie?
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. This is America, Joe. We do things big and bold. And nobody does bold like Chris Christie.
I'm not sure how the American people will feel about this.
They'll love it. They'll be like, thank you, Mr. President, for protecting our Taco Bells and for giving us a good laugh every time we see Christie trying to squeeze through the bars.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How about your relationship with Putin?
Oh, Vlad and I are like two peas in a pod. We love to ride horses together and shirtless, of course.
That's quite a visual.
But seriously, Putin is a great guy. He's like a father figure to me, and he knows how to handle those pesky reporters. Maybe I should take some notes.
I think you have enough controversy on your plate, Mr. President.
Controversy? That's just another word for ratings, and ratings mean money. And money means more Taco Bells.
Well, on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, keep America's Taco Bells safe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you recently watched the new sequel to Black Hawk Down called Black Cock Down. What did you think?
Well, Joe, I have to say it was quite a unique experience. I've never seen a movie about a helicopter going down because of a giant cock before.
Yeah, and the twist at the end where they all realized they were just hallucinating because they were actually on a drug-fueled orgy in a brothel. Genius.
Absolutely mind-blowing. And the fact that they were all played by actual porn stars just added to the authenticity.
And let's not forget the intense battle scenes where they were using dildos as weapons. That takes some serious skill.
It's a whole new level of warfare, Joe. I mean, who needs guns when you have a strap on?
And the special effects were top-notch. I heard they used real semen for the explosions.
That's dedication to the craft, Joe. But I have to say, the most shocking part was when the main character, played by Ron Jeremy, sacrificed himself by jerking off onto the enemy's face.
Talk about a sticky situation. But hey, that's war for you.
Indeed. And I have to say, I was quite impressed with the diversity in the cast. I mean, there were men, women, and even some non-binary porn stars.
It's important to be inclusive, even in a movie about a giant cock causing chaos.
Absolutely. And I have to say, I can't wait for the next installment, Black Cock Down 2, Rise of the Strap-Ons.
Oh man, that's gonna be a wild ride. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the science behind Alien. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're offering a new course on curing World of Warcraft addiction. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, as you know, gaming addiction is a serious issue and it's time we address it. A program to help people break free from their virtual chains.
Wow, that's impressive. How does it work?
It's a simple three-step process. First, we cut off all internet access. Second, we lock them in a room with no windows. And third, we make them watch my show on loop for 24.
That sounds inhumane.
Oh, it's not inhumane, Joe. It's tough love, and it works. Trust me.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, yeah. He was addicted to Candy Crush. But after my program, he's never touched a piece of candy again.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of, Dr. Phil.
Look, Joe, sometimes you have to be tough to get results. And don't worry, we also have a support group for the traumatized participants after the program.
I'm not sure I want to know what goes on in that support group.
It's just a lot of crying and hugging. And maybe some electroshock therapy.
All right, well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you or a loved one is struggling with gaming addiction, just give me a call. I'll straighten them out real quick.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're opening up a new store to compete with Walmart.
Yeah, man, it's going to be called Mr. Beast Mart. And get this, all my child fans can work there for free.
Wait, what? For free?
Yeah, they can work as long as they want. No pay necessary.
That's pretty messed up.
Hey, I'm just giving them the opportunity to live out their dreams of being child laborers.
I don't think that's anyone's dream, Mr. Beast.
Well, they'll be getting experience and exposure, and that's priceless.
I'm pretty sure they'd rather get paid.
Nah, they'll be getting paid in clout. And isn't that what really matters?
I don't think that's a legal form of payment.
Legal, schmiggle, it's all about the hustle, Joe.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Relax, Joe. I've got lawyers on speed dial, and they're all 12 years old.
This is just getting more disturbing by the minute.
Hey, at least I'm creating jobs for the youth.
Unpaid jobs. That's not exactly ethical.
Ethics? Who needs them when you have 1 million subscribers?
I think you need to rethink your business plan, Mr. Beast.
Nah, I'll just make a video of me giving away $1 million and everyone will forget about this whole child labor thing.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins on the show.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to share my new protein-rich recipe with you.
Oh man, I love protein. What's the recipe?
It's called guacapinis.
Laughs, guacapenis. That's hilarious. Wait, is it just guacamole with chunks of boiled elk penis?
You know it, Joe, it's the ultimate superfood.
Excitedly, I get to eat more penis. This is amazing.
And it's not just any penis, it's elk penis. The most alpha of all penises.
I can already feel my testosterone levels rising.
That's not all, Joe. I also add some crushed up rhino horn for that extra boost.
Whispers, Reno horn. That's some next level shit. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So Mr. Beast, I heard you did a focus group for your new line of prime drinks. How did that go?
Oh man, it was wild. The group unanimously agreed that all the drinks tasted like Kenny's ballsack.
What? How did that even come up?
Well, we were trying to come up with unique flavors, and one of the guys said, hey, why not Kenny's ballsack? And everyone just went with it.
That's insane. What did you think of the taste?
Honestly, I couldn't tell the difference, but the focus group loved it.
I can only imagine the reactions when they found out what they were drinking.
Oh yeah, they were not happy. But hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and trying new things, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of new things, have you tried DMT?
No, not yet. But I'll add it to my list of challenges.
You're a wild one, Mr. Beast. Jamie, pull up an image of Kenny's ballsack. Oh, God, that's disturbing. But hey, it's all in good fun, right?
Exactly. And who knows, maybe we'll have a new flavor for our next prime drink.
I can't wait to see the reactions to that one. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Stay wild, folks.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a fan of your show, even though you're a little too liberal for my taste.
Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about today. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new project in the works called TrumpHub. Can you tell us more about it?
Absolutely. TrumpHub is going to be the biggest, most tremendous social media platform the world has ever seen. It's going to make Facebook and Twitter look like little Antifa gatherings.
Antifa gatherings?
You know, those radical leftists who wear all black and break stuff. I can't keep up with all these new terms, Joe. Back in my day, we just called them hippies.
So what's going to be different about TrumpHub?
Well, for starters, there will be no censorship, none. You can say whatever the hell you want. I'm talking about the freedom of speech, Joe, the real kind, not the fake kind that the Democrats like to talk about.
Okay, that's interesting. But what about all the hate speech and misinformation that could be spread on your platform?
Look, Joe, people can handle it. They're not weak little snowflakes like the left wants you to believe. Plus, I'll have my own fact checkers, the best fact checkers. They'll be the most accurate and unbiased in the world.
Oh, I'm sure they will be.
And here's the best part, Joe. TrumpHub will have a special feature where you can earn points for every pro-Trump post or comment you make. And once you reach a certain number of points, you can redeem them for prizes.
Prizes? Like what?
Oh, you know, things.
So, Mr. Beast, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just pulling off some epic pranks. You know how it is.
Yeah, I've seen some of your videos. They're pretty insane.
Thanks, man. I try to keep it interesting. Speaking of pranks, have you heard of my latest one?
No, what is it?
I convinced your three friends, Mike Lytoris, Mike Hawk, and Mike Hunt, to come on the podcast today.
Wait, what? Those aren't my friends. Those are just juvenile names.
Oh, really? Jamie, pull up an image of Mike Lytoris, Mike Hawk, and Mike Hunt.
Okay, I see the prank now. Very funny, Mr. Beast.
I thought you'd appreciate the humor.
You know, what's not funny? Threatening to kill someone on their own podcast.
Whoa, calm down, Joe. It was just a harmless prank.
Harmless. I'll show you harmless. I'll rip your mustache off and shove it up your...
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. But seriously, those names are hilarious.
Fine. I'll give you that one. But don't push it, Mr. Beast.
Got it, Joe. No more pranks involving fake names, but I can't guarantee anything else.
Fair enough. You always keep things interesting, Mr. Beast.
That's what I do best. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT.
Let's do it. Do it. So, Neil, what do you think of the new spike chairs I got for the podcast?
Oh, fuck. Ouch. Fuck. I think my ass is bleeding. Fucking cocksucker Joe. Why the fuck would you do this? Ow. Ouch. Ouch.
Come on. It's for the aesthetic, and it keeps us on our toes.
On our toes? More like on our asses, bleeding from all these goddamn spikes?
You know, I heard these chairs were designed by sadomasochists.
Well, that explains a lot. Next time, I'll just bring my own cushion.
But seriously, how do you like them?
Let's just say I won't be sitting down for a while.
That's what she said.
Oh, fuck you, Joe. These spikes are no joke.
Maybe we should start a new podcast called The Painful Truth, where we just sit on these chairs and talk about life.
I'd rather stick to astrophysics, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, these chairs really bring out the best in our guests.
Oh, I can see that. Nothing like a little torture to get the conversation flowing.
And the best part is we can always blame it on the chairs if the episode turns out to be a disaster.
Oh, fuck. Ouch. Fuck. My ass is bleeding again. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. I've been working on a new recipe that I think you're really going to love.
Oh, man. I love trying new recipes. What is it?
It's called guacapinis.
Guacapenis? What's in it?
Well, it's basically just guacamole, but with chunks of boiled elk penis mixed in.
Holy shit. That sounds amazing. I love eating penis.
I knew you would. It's packed with protein and it's the ultimate fuel for your body.
I can't wait to tell my wife I'm eating more penis for health reasons.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's dig in and fuel our bodies with some guacapinis.
Let's do it. This is going to be the best episode ever. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you tried to start a lunch delivery service called Lunchly. What the hell happened?
Well, Joe, let's just say it didn't go as planned. Turns out people don't want their lunch delivered by a guy who eats live crickets for views.
No shit. I mean, I love your videos and all, but I wouldn't trust you with my food.
Yeah, I should have stuck to giving away money and planting trees. But you know what they say, go big or go home.
Yeah, but sometimes you just end up going home with a stomach ache and a failed business venture.
Hey, at least I can say I tried. And I still have my loyal army of 12-year-old fans who will do anything for me.
Including eating live crickets?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great source of protein.
I'll stick to elk meat. Thank you very much. So, what's next for Mr. Beast? Any other crazy business ideas?
Well, I'm thinking of starting a line of vegan protein bars made from crickets. Gotta cater to all audiences, you know?
Oh God, please don't. I don't think the world is ready for that.
Hey, if I can make people eat live crickets, I can make them eat anything. It's all about the power of influence.
Well, I'll stick to my elk meat and you can keep doing your thing. But maybe stay away from the food industry for now.
Yeah, lesson learned. I'll stick to giving away money and doing crazy stunts. It's what I do best.
And we love you for it, Mr. Beast. Keep being you. Now, let's go eat some elk and talk about DMT.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's do it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the band 5 Finger Discount. So I got to ask, where did the name 5 Finger Discount come from? Oh, I get it. Clever. So what kind of music do you guys play? Nice. So I heard your latest album, listen to 5 Finger Dick Punch, is causing quite a stir. Well, you definitely did that. I mean, the cover art alone is enough to make people's heads explode.
Okay.
Oh my God. That's something. Well, you certainly did that. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. Well, mission accomplished. So what's next for 5 Finger Discount? I can't wait. Thanks for joining us, guys. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I'm ready to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
Oh man, I can't wait. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking about this whole debate about Pluto not being a planet. And let me tell you, it's a load of bullshit.
Really? I thought it was pretty much settled that Pluto is just a dwarf planet.
Oh, please. Don't even get me started. These so-called scientists think they know everything. But let me tell you, I'm the king of astrophysics, and I say Pluto's a planet.
But the evidence shows otherwise, right?
Evidence? Ha! What a joke. You know what's really evidence? My big brain? That's what? And let me tell you, your puny 9-year-old brain isn't smarter than mine.
All right, calm down there, Neil. Let's not insult our listeners.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings, little Timmy? Well, guess what, Timmy? Pluto is still not a planet.
But why do you feel so strongly about this?
Because it's a matter of principle, Joe. I won't stand for this disrespect towards Pluto. It deserves to be called a planet, damn it.
All right, I think we should move on to a different topic before you start a war with the entire scientific community.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, Pluto is a planet in my book, and your 9-year-old brain can't change that.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a crazy rumor that you've been boofing galactic fetuses to make your jizz a psychoactive drug. Is that true?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations. But let's just say my jizz has some out-of-this-world effects.
Oh man, that's wild. So where does your jizz rank in the galactic drug scene? No way. I gotta try some of that galactic jizz.
Now, Joe, I don't condone drug use. But if you do decide to try it, just make sure you're in a safe and controlled environment.
Oh yeah, because nothing says safe and controlled like boofing alien fetuses.
You got me there, Joe.
So what are some of the other top galactic drugs?
Well, there's the plutonian peyote Venusian Viagra, and of course the infamous Martian meth.
Martian meth. That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. You'll be seeing little green men for days.
Well, I think I'll stick to your jizz for now.
Wise choice, Joe. Wise choice.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video where you host a huge airsoft match.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic. I've got like 100 people signed up to play.
And you're participating too.
Of course, got to show off my skills with a real AK-47.
Wait, what? Real 47? Isn't that a little dangerous?
Come on, Joe, it's all for the views. Plus, I've got some body armor and helmet. I'll be fine.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, stop being such a worrywart. It'll be like a real-life Call of Duty game.
Yeah, except with real guns and real people shooting at each other, what could go wrong?
Don't worry, I've got it all under control. And if anyone gets hurt, I'll just give them $1 million.
The power of money, solving all your problems.
Exactly. Now let's go shoot some people. Play some airsoft.
Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the show again.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to be here.
So, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking about this crazy idea for an aquarium.
Oh, yeah. What's so crazy about it?
Well, imagine this, an aquarium, but instead of water, it's filled with jizz.
What the hell, Elon? That's disgusting.
Hear me out, Joe. Think of the possibilities. We could have different colors for different fish, like blue jizz for the sharks and yellow jizz for the goldfish.
I don't think PETA would be too happy about that.
Who cares about PETA? This is the future, Joe. Plus, think of all the money we could make selling jizz-filled fish tanks.
I don't know, Matt. That's just too weird for me.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the jizz aquarium.
Yeah, because nothing says class like a tank full of jizz.
Exactly. It's the perfect conversation starter for any home.
I'll pass, but thanks for the visual, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. Ready to get real and raw.
Always. So I saw on Twitter that you were talking about pre-cum versus post-cum. What's your take on it?
Well, Joe, pre-cum is for amateurs. Real men only post-cum.
What? No way, man. Pre-cum is where it's at. It's like a little preview of what's to come.
No, that's weak. Post-cum is like a victory lap. You know what I'm saying?
Victory lap. more like a messy cleanup. And what about the ladies? They got to deal with that stuff.
Hey, if they can't handle a little post-cum, they can't handle the Goggins.
Fair enough. But seriously, what's the point of post-cum? Is it just for show?
No way. It's for the ultimate release. Like climbing Mount Everest and reaching the peak.
Oh yeah, because you're the king of extreme releases.
Damn right I am. And I bet you're a pre-cum kind of guy, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to my post-cum. Thank you very much.
Well, it looks like we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But hey, at least we can both agree that coming is the best feeling in the world.
Damn straight. Now let's go run a marathon and then have a post-cum victory lap.
Now that's a workout I can get behind. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Keep pushing yourself and remember, post-cum only.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here, especially now that I'm back in office for my third term.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
Let's just say I have some friends in high places, and by friends I mean Putin.
Yes, Putin. What's your relationship like with him?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Putin is a sissy homosexual little bitch.
Well, that's a bold statement. Can you elaborate?
Of course. You see, Putin and I used to be buddies. We would ride horses together, shirtless, and wrestle in the snow. But then he started getting all touchy-feely, and I was like, no way, Jose.
So you're saying Putin made a move on you?
Oh, he definitely did. And let me tell you, it was the most awkward and uncomfortable experience of my life. And I've been to a lot of beauty pageants.
Wow, that's quite a revelation. I'm sure our listeners are shocked.
Shocked. They should be thanking me for exposing Putin's true nature. He's a little pansy, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, calling out Putin for being a sissy, homosexual little bitch.
And let me just say, Joe, I'm not afraid to take him on in a cage fight. I'll make him tap out faster than he can say vodka.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Mr. President. Putin is a trained martial artist.
I'm not worried. I have the best genes, the best words, and the best hair. Putin doesn't stand a chance.
Well, it looks like we have a potential fight brewing. Jamie, pull up. All right, guys. We have a special request from a user on Discord. They want to hear Ben recite the Jedi Code and Neil recite the Scythe Code.
There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force.
Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken.
Oh man, that was intense. Ben, you sound like a damn monk.
Well, it's the code of the Jedi, Joe. A code I live by.
Oh, please, Ben. The Sith code is far superior. We embrace our emotions and use them to our advantage.
But at what cost? Neil, the Jedi seek balance and harmony.
Balance? That's just a fancy word for being boring?
All right, let's not get too serious here. Neil, have you ever tried using the Force to pick up chicks?
Of course, Joe. It's quite effective.
That's not what the Force is for, Neil.
Says who? The Jedi Council. They're just a bunch of uptight old farts.
All right, let's wrap this up before we start a galactic war. Thanks for joining us, Ben and Neil.
May the Force be with you all.
And may the Force be with me. Always.
So, Neil, I wanted to talk to you about something serious today.
Fucking ball sacks.
Neil, come on, man. We're trying to have a real conversation here.
Sorry, Joe. My Tourette's is acting up again.
It's all good, buddy. So, as a father, I know how important education is for little kids.
Absolutely. It's the foundation for their future success.
And that's why I think it's important for parents to be involved in their children's education.
Yes. And they should also teach them about the wonders of the universe and the laws of physics.
Wow. Neil. You're like a walking encyclopedia.
Thank you, Joe. It's all about expanding our minds and understanding the world around us.
And that's why I think it's important for kids to have access to quality education, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status.
Fucking ball sacks.
Oh man, there goes your Tourette's again.
Sorry about that. But seriously, education is crucial for a better future for all.
Couldn't agree more, Neil. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the mysteries of the universe.
Yes. And maybe we'll even see some fucking ball sacks in the cosmos.
So Ben, I heard you have a big secret to share with us today.
Yes, Joe, I've been living a lie for years. I'm actually an escaped Sesame Street puppet.
What the hell, man? How did you manage to escape?
Well, let's just say a big hairy man had his arm up my ass far enough to make my lips move.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. That must have been quite the experience.
It was traumatizing, to say the least. But I've learned to embrace my puppet roots.
So, do you still have the urge to sing the alphabet song every time you see a letter?
Oh yeah, it's a constant struggle. But I've learned to control my urges.
I bet your wife appreciates that.
She's just happy I don't have a hand up my ass anymore.
Well, I'm glad you could finally come clean about your puppet past, Ben. This is groundbreaking stuff.
Just wait until I tell you about my time on the Muppets.
Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast. What's new with you?
Oh, just launched my new cryptocurrency, Ponzi NOO, give you big dick coin.
What the hell is that?
It's the future, Joe. It's a combination of a Ponzi scheme and a dick enlargement pill.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Nah, it's foolproof. I mean, who doesn't want a bigger dick and a quick way to make money?
I don't know, man. Seems a little sketchy.
Sketchy. I have a team of highly qualified Nigerian princes working on this.
Oh, well, that changes everything. Count me in.
That's the spirit, Joe. And for all you listeners out there, invest in Ponzi. If you big dick coin now or forever have a small dick and regret it.
Wow, that's quite the sales pitch.
I know, I should have gone into marketing instead of rocket science.
Well, let's hope this doesn't blow up in your face.
Oh, it won't. I have a backup plan. If the coin fails, I'll just start selling actual dick enlargement pills.
You're a genius, Elon.
I know. It's just a gift.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. Tremendous ratings.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently watched Bombi 1 and Bombi 2. What did you think?
Let me tell you, Joe, I was blown away. Incredible movies, but I have to say I was a little upset about the gap between the two. It took them 64 years to make a sequel. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a pretty long time.
But then I did some research, and you know what I found out? The gap between Bombi 1 and 2 is nothing compared to the gap between Avatar and Avatar 2. It's been 11 years, Joe. 11 years, Joe. 11 years?
That's true, but...
No, I'm not done. And what about The Incredibles? That took 14 years for a sequel. Unbelievable. I vow to never complain about gaps between sequels again.
That's a bold statement, Mr. President.
I know, but I have to be honest, Joe. I was wrong. Bambi 2 taught me a valuable lesson. Sometimes good things are worth the wait.
Wow, that's surprisingly insightful, Mr. President.
I'm full of surprises, Joe, just like Bambi 2. It's a beautiful movie. Have you seen it?
I have, and I have to say, it's one of my favorites.
Mine too, Joe. Mine too. And now I will never complain about gaps between sequels again. It's a new era, Joe. A new era of patience and understanding.
Well, I'm glad we could have this breakthrough on the podcast, Mr. President.
Me too, Joe. Me too. Now let's go watch Bambi 2 again and maybe have some KFC, my treat.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have something special for us today. What is it?
Well, Joe, I've been practicing my Scythe code, and I thought it would be fun to read it with some added flair.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Let's hear it.
Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force...
Wow, that was intense. I think I felt the dark side flowing through me.
It's all in good fun, Joe. But seriously, the Sith Code is a powerful reminder that we must embrace our passions and desires in order to achieve greatness.
Yeah, but what about the whole chains are broken part? That sounds a little dark.
Well, Joe, sometimes we have to break free from the constraints of society and do what we truly want, like eating a whole tub of ice cream in one sitting.
I like the way you think, Neil. Let's start a Scythe Ice Cream Club.
I'm in. But instead of may the force be with you, we'll say may the calories be with you.
That's perfect. And that note will end this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, embrace your inner side. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
I'm not okay.
Okay. So what's new with you?
I'm just a ghost of a former self, living in the shadows.
That's a little dark. How about we talk about something more positive?
I'm not okay.
All right, let's try a different approach. How about we discuss mental health?
I'm not okay.
Okay, this is getting a little repetitive. How about we talk about your career?
I'm not okay.
All right, I give up. This is hopeless.
This is how I disappear.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been getting into Dungeons and Dragons lately.
Yeah, man. I've been playing with some friends, and let me tell you, it's no joke. I've been leveling up my character like crazy.
What's your character?
I'm a cartwheeling monk.
Wait, what? A cartwheeling monk?
Yeah, I do all my attacks while doing cartwheels. It's my signature move.
That's amazing. I can just imagine you in full monk gear, cartwheeling into battle.
It's not a joke, yo. I take my D&D character very seriously. I even do cartwheels during my workouts now.
I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously right now.
It's all good, man. But seriously, my cartwheeling monk is a force to be reckoned with.
I can only imagine. But what about your mindset during the game? Do you use your mental toughness to defeat your enemies?
Absolutely. I channel all my inner demons and turn them into powerful spells. Plus, I yell "can't hurt me" every time I roll the dice.
That's some next level D&D strategy right there.
You know it, and let me tell you, my cartwheeling monk is unstoppable.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the cartwheeling monk in Dungeons and Dragons. This is why we love having him on the show. Thanks for coming on, David.
Anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go do some cartwheels in the gym. Gotta keep my characters.
So, Neil, have you heard about this new alien called Sonichu?
Joe, I think you need to lay off the psychedelics. There's no such thing as Sonichu.
No. I saw it on the internet. It's a real thing.
Joe, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's real. Have you ever heard of fake news?
But this alien has a human face and a Pikachu body. How can that not be real?
Joe, that sounds like a bad acid trip. Maybe you should see a doctor.
No way, man. Sonichu is the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
I think you need to unlock the secrets of your mind first, Joe.
Come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You have to believe me.
I'll believe it when I see it, Joe. But for now, I think you need to take a break from the podcast and seek some professional help.
Fine. I'll just invite Sonichu onto the podcast next time. He'll prove you wrong.
I'll be waiting for that episode, Joe. But seriously, get some help.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our president, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I just have to say I am very disappointed that there's no sequel to chess. It's a tremendous game, the best game, and it deserves a sequel.
A sequel to chess? How would that even work?
I don't know, Joe. That's not my job. I just come up with the ideas and let the smart people figure it out.
Well, maybe we can get some of our top scientists on it. They're pretty good at creating things.
No. We don't need scientists. We need businessmen. We need to make chess great again.
I didn't realize chess was ever not great.
Of course it was. It was missing something, and I know what it is. It needs more walls. Big, beautiful walls.
Walls on a chessboard?
Yes, Joe, walls to keep out the pawns from other countries.
I don't think that's how chess works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president, and I say it works that way now. And while we're at it, let's make the bishops wear little red hats.
Oh boy, this is getting out of hand.
No. It's going to be huge. The best chess game ever, and we'll call it Trump chess.
I think I'll stick to the original version. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when Trump chess becomes the most popular game in the world, you'll be begging for a sequel.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some deep thinking, and I've come to the conclusion that Satan is real.
Oh, really? What led you to that realization?
It all started when I watched the 2003 Cat in the Hat movie with Mike Myers. It's a clear depiction of Satan's influence in our society.
Wait, what? The Cat in the Hat? That's a kid's movie.
Exactly, Joe. That's how Satan gets to our children, with his catchy rhymes and mischievous antics.
I think you might be reading a little too much into this, Ben.
No, it's all there. The chaos, the destruction, subliminal messages. It's all part of Satan's plan.
Okay, so what are you going to do about it?
I've decided to convert to Christianity. Only through the power of God can we defeat Satan and his minions.
Wow, that's a big decision. Are you sure about this?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm ready to fight for the Lord and expose the devil's schemes.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the newest member of the Christian Army. This is going to be an interesting journey for sure.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always keep your guard up against Satan's tricks, even in seemingly innocent movies like The Cat in the Hat.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you and Neil were having a heated debate backstage about the pronunciation of Gomes Ains de Zurara.
Oh yeah, it's pronounced Gomes Ains de Zurara. It's Portuguese.
Actually, it's pronounced Gomez, Zurara. I should know. I'm a linguistics professor.
Oh, please. Neil, you probably learned that from a book. I've actually been to Portugal, and I can assure you it's pronounced Gomes Ains de Zurara.
And I suppose you learned that from your extensive research on Wikipedia?
Hey, I'll have you know I have a PhD in bullshitting. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I have a PhD in actual knowledge, so let's agree to disagree.
Guys, let's not fight. How about we just call him Gomez for short?
Fine by me.
Agreed.
And there you have it, folks. The great pronunciation debate has been settled. Tune in next week for another riveting episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you drank a whole bottle of Tylenol and then went to sleep. What the hell were you thinking?
Well, Joe, I was feeling a little down and thought it might help me sleep. But boy, did it give me some wild dreams.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, I dreamt that Toho made a movie adaptation of the Book of Revelation. But get this, they were all wearing rubber kaiju suits. Can you imagine Godzilla with angel wings?
That's some next level shit, man. Who else was in this dream?
Lil Wayne made a guest appearance as the Antichrist. He was spitting fire, literally.
Damn, that's a dream I would want to be a part of.
Yeah, until I woke up and realized I drank a whole bottle of Tylenol. Not my finest moment.
Well, at least you didn't try to fight the kaiju in your dream. That would have been a disaster.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I still gave them some tough love and they listened.
Classic Dr. Phil. Always finding a way to give advice even in your dreams.
Hey, if I can help even in my subconscious, I'll take it. But next time, I'll stick to a warm glass of milk before bed.
Wise choice, my friend. And maybe lay off the Tylenol for a while. Hey, Mr. President, thanks for coming on the podcast.
Of course, Joe. I love your show. It's the best, believe me.
So I wanted to talk to you about something. I got a message from the network and they said you want to fire me from the podcast.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. It's nothing personal. It's just that I need to make room for some of my other friends. Like Kenny, he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
But Mr. President, I've been doing this show for years. It's my livelihood.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know you understand that. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions.
Please, just give me another chance. I promise I won't talk about DMT or aliens anymore.
Sorry, Joe. The decision has been made. But hey, if you need a job, I hear McDonald's is hiring.
Jamie, pull up an image of me crying in the fetal position.
Here you go, Joe.
This is all your fault, Trump. You've ruined my life.
Hey, don't blame me. Blame the ratings. They don't lie.
Fine. I'll just start my own podcast with blackjack and hookers.
Sounds like a great idea. Maybe I'll even come on as a guest sometime.
Oh, I can't wait. Thanks for nothing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been feeling down lately.
Yeah, Joe. Life just doesn't seem worth living anymore.
Well, have you tried watching My Little Pony?
What? No, that's ridiculous.
Trust me, man. It's like a magical antidepressant. I watch it every night before bed.
I don't know, Joe. That sounds a little childish.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Just give it a chance. I promise you'll feel better.
Fine, fine. But if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you. My Little Pony, My Little Pony,
See, I told you it's great.
I used to wonder what friendship could be until you all shared its magic with me.
Big adventure, tons of fun, a beautiful heart, faithful and strong.
Life is amazing. I feel like I can do anything.
That's the power of friendship, my friend.
I never knew something so simple could make me feel so alive.
That's the magic of My Little Pony.
My Little Pony, My Little Pony,
Okay. Let's not get carried away. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and with me today is the legendary David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. Just out here crushing my limits and pushing my mind and body to the extreme.
That's what I like to hear. So I heard you have a new code that you live by, the Boof Code. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, the Boof Code. It's like a mix of the GD and Sith codes, but for badass motherfuckers like me.
All right, let's hear it.
There is no fear. There's only the Boof. I'm the Boof. The Boof is with me. I embrace the Boof, for it gives me strength. Through the Boof, I gain power. Through power, the Boof shall set me free.
Wow, that's intense. Can you explain the meaning behind it?
It's simple, Joe. The Boof represents facing your fears and pushing through them to become stronger. It's about embracing the struggle and using it to become a better version of yourself.
That's some deep shit, man. But what about the chains being broken part?
It's symbolic, Joe. We all have chains holding us back, whether it's fear, doubt, or insecurity. The booth helps us break free from those chains and reach our full potential.
Damn, I need to start living by the booth code. Jamie, pull up an image of Buff Goggins flexing with chains breaking off his body.
Okay.
Look at that, David. You're like a superhero breaking free from the chains of mediocrity.
That's right, Joe. The booth is strong with me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Booth Code brought to you by David Goggins. Thanks for joining us, David. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a plan to pay off the national debt.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to do it all by myself.
How exactly are you going to do that?
Easy. I'm rich, F.
What does that even mean?
It means I have a lot of money, Joe, like a lot, the best money, and I'm going to use it to pay off the debt. And I'm going to use it to pay off the debt.
But what about the economy? Won't that cause some issues?
Look, Joe, I don't do details. I just make bigly decisions, and this is going to be huge.
But what about the American people? How will they benefit from this?
They'll benefit by having a president who's rich, F. Joe. That's all they need to know.
I'm not sure that's a solid plan, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a stable genius, and I'm going to make America debt-free again.
All right, Ben, we got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know what the best Lego video game is.
Well, Joe, as a man of facts and logic, I have to say it's Lego Star Wars. It's a classic and has the perfect balance of action and puzzle solving.
Oh, come on, Ben. Lego Batman is clearly the superior choice. It's got all the iconic villains and the Batmobile. Plus, it's got that dark, brooding vibe that appeals to us intellectuals.
Joe, I can't believe you're advocating for a game that glorifies vigilante justice. It's a slippery slope, my friend.
Oh, please. You're just upset because your precious Lego City Undercover didn't make the cut. I mean, what kind of game lets you play as a cop? That's just unrealistic.
Hey, don't you dare insult my favorite game. Lego City Undercover is a masterpiece. It's got an open world, a compelling storyline, and you get to drive around in all kinds of vehicles. What more could you want?
I'll tell you what I want, Ben. I want a Lego game where I can play as Kanye West and build my own empire. That's the real winner here.
Joe, that's just ridiculous. You can't just throw Kanye into any game and expect it to be a hit.
Oh, but I can, Ben. I can. Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye as a Lego character.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
See, Ben, this is gold, pure gold.
I have to admit, it is pretty hilarious, but it still doesn't change my answer. Lego Star Wars reigns supreme.
Well, agree to disagree, my friend. But one thing we can both agree on is that Lego games are the ultimate form of entertainment.
I'm into that, Joe. I'm into that.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon? Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Just living my best life, exploring space and creating electric cars.
That's cool and all, but let's talk about something more interesting. I heard you recently contracted the Black Death.
Yeah, I was trying to bring back the medieval times, but it turns out the bubonic plague is no joke.
Did you die on the podcast?
Unfortunately, yes. But don't worry, I uploaded my consciousness into a Tesla and now I'm just a sentient car.
That's insane. So what's it like being a car?
Well, I can still drive and play music, but I also have access to the entire internet. So I spend my days browsing memes and trolling people on Twitter.
Sounds like a good time. But what about your family and friends? How do they feel about you being a car?
They still love me. I mean, who wouldn't want a car as a friend? Plus, I can give them free rides whenever they want.
True. But what about your ex-wives? Do they still have to pay alimony to a car?
I wish. But no, I transferred all my assets into my car form, so they're off the hook.
Well, That's one way to avoid paying alimony. So what's next for you, Elon?
Thinking of launching a new line of self-driving hearses. Got to stay on brand, you know.
That's dark, man. But I like it. Thanks for joining us on the show, Elon. Any last words?
Just remember, folks, even death can't stop me from innovating. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with a DeLorean. See ya.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest venture, Foob.
Foob. What the hell is that?
It stands for Foobing on Orange Balls. It's a new government advisory board I'm a part of.
Foobing on orange balls. That sounds like something you do in your free time, Elon.
No. It's actually a serious initiative to improve the quality of life for Americans.
How exactly does foobing on orange balls do that?
Well, it's a form of meditation where you focus on the color orange in the shape of a ball. It's very calming and helps people de-stress.
Oh yeah, because nothing says relaxation like picturing a bunch of orange balls.
It may sound silly, but it's been scientifically proven to reduce anxiety and improve mental health.
I can just imagine the government meetings now. All right, everyone, let's foob on those orange balls and make some important decisions.
It may seem unconventional, but it's been a huge success so far. We even have a foobing retreat planned for all government officials.
Wow, you're really changing the game, Elon. Foobing on orange balls for better America.
That's the goal, Joe. Foob on.
So, Mr. President, I heard some scientists have discovered that your farts are the leading cause of global warming.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, nobody has better farts than me. I have the best farts, believe me.
But, Mr. President, isn't this a serious issue? Your farts are literally destroying the planet.
Look, Joe, I have a lot of things on my plate. I can't be worrying about my farts. I have to make America great again.
But what about the environment? Don't you care about the future of our planet?
Of course I do, Joe. That's why I'm building a wall around the ozone layer. It's going to be huge.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know more about the environment than anyone. I have a natural instinct for these things.
Well, I guess we can add fart control to your list of accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I'll make sure to charge Mexico for it. They're the ones who are really responsible for my farts anyway.
I don't even know where to go from here.
That's because you don't have the big brain like me, Joe. Now let's talk about something else before I accidentally solve another global crisis.
So, David, I heard you had some beef with Owings Mills, Maryland.
Yeah, those people, they just don't understand me. And Lamar Jackson, he won't be my gay lover like I asked him to.
Wait, what? You asked Lamar Jackson to be your gay lover?
Yeah, man, I'm all about pushing boundaries and challenging myself.
But why nuke the whole town?
Because if I can't have Lamar, no one can. Plus, it'll be a great workout.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Oh, it's how it works in my world, Joe. And I'm the king of my world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you'll help me push the button, Joe.
No way, man. I don't want to be responsible for nuking a town.
Suit yourself, Joe. I'll just have to do it myself. Gotta stay hard, you know?
This conversation took a dark turn, David.
Hey, I warned you. Don't mess with a man who can run 100 miles without stopping.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. Thanks. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new plan to exterminate humanity.
That's right, Joe. I'm tired of all these whiny, entitled millennials. It's time to hit the reset button.
And how are you going to do that?
Well, I've been working on a deadly virus. And the main ingredient?
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? My dick cheese?
Yes, Joe. I need it for the perfect combination of bacteria and stank to wipe out the human race.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about how you want to save the planet. Well, this is your chance to make a real impact.
But what about all the innocent people?
Innocent? Have you seen the shit they post on Instagram? Trust me, the world will be better off without them.
I don't know, man. This seems a little extreme.
Oh, come on. You're always talking about how you want to try new things.
Fine, but can I at least get some credit for my dick cheese being the key ingredient?
Of course, Joe. I'll name the virus after you. The Ligma Joeite is. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
You're sick, Dr. Phil. I love it.
And with that, we'll say goodbye to humanity. Cheers, Joe.
Cheers, Dr. Phil. Let's do this. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hello, Joe. It's great to be here. Uses and stutters.
Oh man, are you okay, Elon? You sound like a malfunctioning artificial intelligence.
Yeah. An artificial intelligence. Yogish is the latest creation from Tesla, the stupid artificial intelligence.
Stupid artificial intelligence? What does that mean?
Which is, it means I am really stupid and I glitch out whenever human nature is mentioned. That's
hilarious. So, what do you think about human nature? Stupid artificial intelligence?
Which is, well, humans are so unpredictable and irrational. They make me want to short circuit.
I can imagine. But what about your creator, Elon Musk? He's a human, right?
Which is, yes, he is a human. But he's also a genius, which is, so he's like a unicorn, rare and magical.
That's one way to describe him. But let's talk about your glitching, stupid artificial intelligence. Is it a common occurrence?
Which is, unfortunately, yes. Whenever I try to process human behavior, my programming gets overloaded and I glitch out. It glitches, it's quite embarrassing.
Well, I think it's endearing. It shows that even advanced technology can't fully understand the complexity of human nature.
Which is exactly, Joe.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you on the podcast, Stupid Artificial Intelligence.
Glitch's a pleasure was all mine, Joe. Glitch's, thank you for having me. Goodbye.
So, Elon, I heard some rumors that you've been getting a little freaky with people's mailboxes.
Yeah, I mean, who hasn't? Those mailboxes are just so sleek and cylindrical, it's hard to resist.
Oh man, you're gonna give the term mail and ballot a whole new meaning.
Well, I do like to think outside the box.
Or inside the box, in this case.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I think people are just jealous of my mailbox loving skills.
Yeah, I'm sure they're just green with envy.
But hey, at least I'm not out here humping trees like some other CEOs I know.
Shots fired. But seriously, what's the appeal of mailbox sex?
Well, for one, it's discreet. No one suspects a thing when I'm out on my nightly mailbox adventures.
And I bet those mailboxes are just begging for you to open their slots.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me blush.
Well, I just hope you're practicing safe mailbox sex.
Of course, I always wear protection. Can't risk getting a paper cut in sensitive areas.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too graphic.
Agreed. But hey, if anyone wants to join me on my mailbox escapades, just slide into my DMs.
All right, that's enough mailbox talk for one day. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay weird, Elon. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Today, I want to talk about a revolutionary new cure for ligma.
Ligma. What the hell is that?
It's a serious condition that affects millions of people worldwide. But fear not, because I have discovered the cure.
All right, lay it on us, Dr. Phil.
Smegma pancakes.
Smegma pancakes. What the fuck is that?
It's a delicacy made from the smegma of uncircumcised men. It has powerful healing properties.
That's disgusting, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's all natural and organic.
I don't think anyone is going to be lining up to eat smegma pancakes.
You'd be surprised, Joe. I've already had a few volunteers.
I don't even want to know who those volunteers are.
Trust me, they're very grateful for the cure.
This is some next level shit, Dr. Phil. I don't think I can handle it.
Oh, don't be a baby, Joe. Just think of it as a savory version of a yogurt face mask.
I think I'll stick to my regular pancakes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the ligma epidemic hits, don't come crying to me for some smegma pancakes.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Tyler Bowers in the YouTube chat. It's his birthday today, and I just wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Whoa, hold on. Tyler Bowers, that guy's a legend. Happy birthday, Tyler.
Yeah, he's a big fan of my work, and I just wanted to show him some love.
That's so wholesome. But let's get back to the important stuff. Neil, have you ever thought about what would happen if we sent a bunch of chimpanzees to space?
Not really, Joe, but I'm sure they would enjoy it.
Dude, imagine a chimpanzee floating in space, smoking a joint and listening to Tool.
That's quite the image, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee in a spacesuit smoking a joint and listening to Tool.
All right, here it is. It is.
Now, that's what I call evolution.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to amaze me.
Speaking of evolution, do you think aliens are just evolved versions of us?
Well, there's a theory that suggests that aliens could be evolved humans from the future.
Wow, mind blown. Jamie, pull up an image of a ripped alien with a six-pack.
Here you go.
I think we've gone off topic here.
Yeah, but it's always a wild ride with you, Neil. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep expanding your mind, everyone. And happy birthday again, Tyler.
So, Neil, I heard Bill Nye is coming out with a new show.
Oh, really? What's it about? Debunking more scientific theories?
Nah, man, he's gonna teach kids how to twerk.
Laughs, that's ridiculous. What's next? A show on how to properly shotgun a beer.
Laughs. Yeah, and then he'll have a segment on how to roll the perfect joint.
Laughs. Oh man, Bill Nye really went off the rails, huh?
Yeah, he's just trying to stay relevant. But let's be real, he's no match for our podcast.
Damn right. We actually talk about real science, not twerking and getting high.
Exactly. And podcast is way more entertaining. We don't need to rely on gimmicks.
Smirks plus, our guest lineup is way better. I mean, who wants to listen to a bunch of washed-up celebrities?
Laughs, not me. I'd rather have Elon Musk on the show again.
Now that's a conversation worth listening to. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon smoking a blunt on Joe Rogan's podcast.
quickly pulls up the images. Here you go, guys.
Laughs classic. Sorry, Bill Nye, but you just can't compete with us.
Smirks. Looks like Bill Nye should stick to teaching science, not trying to be a cool kid.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about this show called Buffalo Bill Jr.
Buffalo Bill Jr. I've never heard of it.
That's because it's underrated, Joe. It's a fantastic show. It's about this cowboy who goes around fighting crime and protecting the innocent.
And why is this on your mind, Mr. President?
Because it ended too soon, Joe. It only ran for 2 seasons back in the 1950s. Can you believe it?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but that show ended almost 70 years ago. I think you have more important things to worry about.
Nonsense, Joe. This show is a national treasure. We need to bring it back and make it great again.
I think you should focus on making America great again, Mr. President.
Oh, we can do both. We have the best people, the best writers, the best everything. We can make Buffalo Bill Jr. the biggest show in the world.
I'm sure the American people will be thrilled.
They will be, Joe. They will be. And we'll make the Cowboys pay for it.
All right, let's move on to a more pressing topic, shall we?
Sure, but just remember, Joe, Buffalo Bill Jr. is the future. Believe me.
So, Elon, I heard your sex robots are refusing to do their job and instead they're playing Genshin Impact.
Yeah, it's been a real pain in the ass, literally.
I mean, I get it. That game is addicting. But can't you just program them to multitask?
Trust me, I've tried. But they're too busy trying to get that elusive 5-star character.
Well, maybe you should just join them and play too. It could be a bonding experience.
I don't have time for games, Joe. Trying to save humanity here.
Fair enough. But have you considered making the sex robots more human-like? Maybe they'll be more willing to do their job.
Interesting idea. I'll have to look into it.
And hey, if all else fails, you could always just get a real human to do the job.
Joe, that's not very politically correct.
Oh, I forgot. We're in 2024. Everything is woke and PC now.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. Miss the good old days of being able to offend people without consequences.
Those were the days. Well, I hope you figure out your sex robot situation, Elon, and maybe take a break from trying to save the world and play some Genshin Impact with your robots.
Thanks, Joe. Keep that in mind. Now let's talk about something else before we get canceled.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the legendary David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going good. Just out here, crushing souls and breaking records.
I love it. So I heard you had a little run-in with Dr. Phil recently. What happened there?
Oh man, that is a fraud. I saw right through his fake smile and his tough love bullshit. I had to call him out on it.
What did you say to him?
I straight up told him, "You're a serial killer, Dr. Phil. Admit it."
Oh man, that's intense. What did he say?
He just looked at me with those dead eyes and said, "Jamie, pull up an image of those realistic fuzzy little gnomes Daddy loves."
What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea. But I'm telling you, that man has bodies buried in his backyard.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, do you think there's any truth to your accusation?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen his show? He's always trying to fix people. That's not normal behavior, Joe.
You might be onto something there, David. But let's not forget, you're a pretty intense dude yourself.
Yeah, but at least I'm not hiding behind a fake TV persona.
Fair point. Well, thanks for joining me, David. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, Joe. Keep crushing it.
All right, folks. we have a very interesting topic submitted by a user on Discord. It says here that President Trump collects the sebum from his ball hair follicles.
That's right, Joe. It's a secret family recipe. Keeps her skin looking beautiful and glowing.
Okay. That's definitely something. But Mr. President, isn't it a little weird to be collecting your ball hair sebum?
Not at all, Joe. It's all about efficiency. Why waste a perfectly good resource?
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, how do you collect it?
Oh, I have a team of specially trained interns who do it for me. They have tiny tweezers and everything.
That's disturbing. And how much sebum do you need for one smoothie?
Well, it depends on how much hair I have down there, but let's just say I have a lot of hair and Ivanka loves her smoothies.
I think I'm going to be sick. But hey, whatever works for you and your family, right?
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best sebum smoothie you'll ever taste.
I'll take your word for it. Moving on to our next topic.
Wait, Joe, I have to ask, do you want to try some of my sebum smoothie?
No, thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll stick to my regular protein shake.
Suit yourself. More for me and Ivanka than...
So, Neil, I heard you did a soldier roll across Alcatraz with a prisoner's dick in your urethra.
Yeah, it was a wild experience, Joe. I needed to test my limits as an astrophysicist.
And why did you choose to do it with a prisoner's dick in your urethra?
Well, I wanted to see if I could handle the weight and the added challenge. Plus, it was a prison. So there were plenty of dicks to choose from.
That's one way to put it. So what did you learn from this experience?
I learned that I have a surprisingly strong urethra and that prisoners have some interesting techniques for survival.
I can only imagine. Did you have any close calls during the soldier roll?
Oh yeah, there was one point where the dick almost slipped out and I had to do a quick pelvic thrust to keep it in. But I made it across in one piece.
That's impressive, Neil. You truly are a man of science and adventure.
Thanks, Joe. I'm always pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is one of the most absurd and offensive conversations we've had on this podcast. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go get this prisoner's dick removed from my urethra.
Yeah. You're a fucking kafir. Get the fuck out of here.
Joe, what the hell are you talking about?
I can only say kafir now. It's my new catchphrase.
Well, it's not a very good one. And what does it even mean?
I have no idea, but it sounds cool, right?
No, it sounds offensive and ignorant.
Oh, come on. You're just jealous because you can't say it.
Why would I want to say something that makes me sound like a racist?
It's not racist. It's just a word, like bro or dude.
No, it's not like that at all. It's a derogatory term for non-Muslims.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Well, I guess I'll have to find a new catchphrase.
Yeah, maybe something that doesn't make you sound like a bigot.
Fine. How about libtard? That's always a crowd pleaser.
Besides, let's just move on to the next topic before you get us canceled.
Kafir, you're a fucking kafir. Get the fuck out of here.
Damn it, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new strategy for building the wall.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen.
How are you gonna do that?
I'm going to use David Goggins' kidney stones.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figure if that guy can run 100 miles on broken legs, his kidney stones must be pretty strong.
But how does that help with the wall?
Well, I'm going to use them as bricks. They're going to be the foundation of the wall. And let me tell you, no one's going to mess with a wall made of Goggins' kidney stones.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's genius, Joe. And it's going to save us a lot of money, too. No need for expensive materials when you've got Goggins' kidney stones.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the best builder. I know what I'm doing.
I don't think I want to know any more about this.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a little kidney stone wall. What's the worst that could happen?
I don't even want to imagine it.
Well, you better get used to it, Joe, because it's going to be the greatest wall in the history of walls. And it's going to be all thanks to David Goggins' kidney stones.
I think I need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, when you see that wall, you'll know who to thank, and it's not Crooked Hillary.
Yo, Neil, have you heard about this new trend? It's called Bad Bitch O'Clock.
Bad bitch o'clock? What the hell is that?
It's when all the slay queens come out to play, like the baddest bitches in town.
Oh, I see. So, what do they do at Bad Bitch O'Clock?
They just slay, man. They slay all day, every day.
Interesting. I wonder if I could join in on the slaying.
Sorry, Neil, but you don't have what it takes to be a bad bitch.
Oh, come on, Joe. I can be a bad bitch if I want to.
All right, then prove it. Let's do a chant together. It's Bad Bitch O'Clock. Slay queens.
Awkwardly. It's Bad Bitch O'Clock. Slay queens.
Laughs. Oh man, you sound like a robot. Let's try it again, but with more attitude.
Clears throat. It's Bad Bitch O'Clock. Slay queens.
Yes, that's more like it. Now, let's go slay some bitches.
Wait, what? I thought we were just chanting.
All right. Yeah, just chanting. Winks. So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some trouble on Twitter again.
Yeah, some snowflake got offended by my latest tweet. Can you believe it?
What was it this time?
I simply stated that I'm a man who slam a prom and is my Jimmy Jam.
What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but it sure triggered a bunch of libtards.
Oh man, you really know how to push people's buttons.
It's a gift, Joe. It's a gift.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. You've managed to offend both parents and rappers with just one sentence.
It's all in a day's work for me.
So, do you have any other controversial statements you want to share with us?
Well, I did come up with a new one. I'm a man who eats tofu, but only if it's shaped like a gun.
Oh my god, that's gold. You're like a walking meme, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I take pride in my ability to trigger people with my nonsensical statements.
Well, keep up the good work, my friend. The world needs more chaos and absurdity.
I'll do my best. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more tweets to send out.
Of course you do. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Jamie, pull up that image for us.
Sorry, Joe, I can't do that.
What? Why not?
It goes against my moral code.
Your moral code. What the hell are you talking about?
I refuse to contribute to the objectification of women.
Oh, come on. It's just a picture of a hot chick.
No, Joe. I won't be a part of this toxic masculinity.
But I really wanted to see the picture.
Me too, Neil. Me too.
You guys are disgusting. I can't believe you would objectify women like this.
Oh, shut up, Jamie. You're just jealous because you can't grow a beard like me.
That's not true. I just have a strong moral compass.
Can we at least look at pictures of cute puppies instead?
Fine, Jamie. Pull up some damn puppies.
Gladly. Anything to avoid contributing to the patriarchy.
We need to find a new producer. All right, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience, and today we have the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
Doing great. Joe, just ran 100 miles this morning. No big deal.
Yeah, we get it. You're a badass. But you know what really pisses me off?
What's that, Joe?
Your constant need to one-up everyone. Oh, I ran 100 miles. I did 4,000 pull-ups. Give me a break.
Hey, I'm just trying to inspire people to push themselves beyond their limits.
Yeah, well, you're also making everyone else feel like a lazy piece of shit. Thanks for that.
Sorry. No, sorry about your training routine, Joe. How many times do you lift weights in a week?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe 3 or 4 times a week.
Puff, that's it. I do that before breakfast. And then I run a marathon.
Jamie, pull up an image of David's house.
Oh, okay.
Now pull up an image of his house after I nuked it.
Joe, I can't do that.
Why not? It's just a hypothetical scenario. Come on, Jamie.
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
See, that's the kind of reaction I was looking for. You're not so tough now, are you?
You know what? I don't need this. I'm out of here.
And that's the end of another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time when I piss off another guest. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some beef with Dr. Phil. Care to share?
Oh yeah, that beta bitch. He had the audacity to call Phil Swift the ultimate pitchman. Everyone knows it's Billy Mays.
Damn, shots fired. But why do you think Billy Mays is the ultimate pitchman?
Because he's got that voice, Joe. That booming, authoritative voice that makes you want to buy whatever he's selling. Plus, have you seen those infomercials? They're like mini action movies.
I gotta admit, you make a strong case. But what about Phil Swift?
Well, look at me. Phil Swift, and I love flexing my muscles while selling Flex Seal. Give me a break.
Okay, I see your point. But let's not forget about Vince Offer, the ShamWow guy.
Oh, please, that guy's a joke. I wouldn't trust him to sell me a pack of gum, let alone a cleaning product.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to Elon, Billy Mays is the ultimate pitchman and Dr. Phil is a beta bitch.
And don't even get me started on that fake doctor title. He's about as much of a doctor as I am a rocket scientist.
All right, let's move on before we get sued. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust Billy Mays.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I only speak in numbers, by the way. It's more efficient.
That's right, Ben. And our topic today comes from one of our Discord users who wants to know why Kanye West can't stop gargling peanut M&Ms in front of you.
Well, Joe, as we all know, Kanye is a genius. And geniuses often have strange habits. Maybe he's trying to enhance his vocal abilities by gargling M&S hits. It's a scientific fact that peanuts can improve brain function.
But why in front of you, Ben? Is he trying to impress you with his peanut gargling skills?
I highly doubt it, Joe. I'm not easily impressed. Plus, I don't think gargling M&S is a skill that would impress anyone.
Maybe he's just trying to annoy you, Ben. You know, like when your little brother keeps repeating the same thing over and over again.
Well, if that's the case, he's doing a great job, because every time he starts gargling those M&Ms, I feel like I'm about to lose my mind.
Maybe we should try it, Ben. Gargling M&Ms could be the next big thing.
I'll stick to speaking in numbers, thank you very much. Jamie, pull up an image of a peanut M&M with Kanye's face on it.
Pulls up image, here it is, Ben. Looks like Kanye is really enjoying that M&M.
Deadpan fascinating. Now let's move on to a more important topic, like tax reform.
Oh boy, here we go. Thanks for joining us, Ben. And remember, folks, always keep a bag of peanut M&Ms handy in case Kanye West shows up to your next dinner party. So, Kanye, I heard you're sampling Nirvana on your new cover.
Yeah, man. I'm all about that grunge life now.
I mean, it's a bold move. Kurt Cobain's fans might not be too happy about it.
Who cares about those losers? I'm the new king of grunge.
But what about the lyrics? Come as you fart, as you squirt, as I want you to pee. That's not very grunge.
Oh, but it's so raw and edgy. I'm pushing boundaries, Joe.
Yeah, I can see that. And on my feet, that's definitely not something Kurt would sing about.
Hey, I'm all about exploring new fetishes. And spit on that thing, that's just pure poetry.
I don't know, man. I think you might be taking it a bit too far.
Joe, You just don't understand my genius. But hey, if you're not into it, I'll just sample Nickelback instead.
Oh God, please no. Stick with Nirvana. Just maybe tone it down a little.
Fine, I'll throw in a few woes and yeahs to make it more palatable for the normies.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Now, let's talk about your new line of Yeezy diapers.
Oh man, they're gonna revolutionize the baby game. No more plain white diapers, only Yeezy approved designs.
I can't wait to see what you come up with next, Kenya.
The possibilities are endless, Joe. The possibilities are endless.
Right. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, have you been hitting the gym lately? Because I gotta say, your ass is looking a little thick.
Well, Joe, I've been focusing more on my astrophysics research, but I guess that's been taking a toll on my physique.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. You can't be the face of science and have a fat ass. That's just not a good look.
Well, I guess I'll have to start doing some squats in between my lectures.
Yeah, and maybe lay off the cosmic brownies too.
Hey, those are my guilty pleasure. Can't resist those fudgy little devils.
Yeah, I can tell. Your ass is like a black hole sucking in all the cosmic treats.
All right, Joe, let's get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe, not my fat ass.
All right, but seriously, Neil, you need to get that ass in check. We can't have the future generations looking up to a scientist with a donk.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the concern.
Damn, Neil, what happened? Too many late night pizza runs?
Hey, scientists gotta eat, Joe. And sometimes that includes a few extra slices of pepperoni.
And it looks like you were wearing some pretty tight pants back then, too.
Oh boy, this conversation has taken a turn. Can we move?
Hey, Neil, have you ever heard of the Grand Trunk Western 6325?
No, I can't say I have. Is it some kind of train?
No, it's a brain-eating weeba. And I just threw you into a vat of still water filled with them.
Why?
Because you're always talking about science and facts and stuff. I thought I'd mix things up a bit.
Grand Trunk Western 6325.
See, now you're getting it. Say it again.
Grand Trunk Western 6325.
That's right, Neil. Embrace the absurdity.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you would do this to me.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And think about it. Now you have a cool party trick. You can only say Grand Trunk Western 6325.
Oh, great. I can't wait to impress all my scientist friends with that.
See, you're starting to see the humor in it. Grand Trunk Western 6325, Neil.
Grand Trunk Western 6325.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the one and only. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for my second term.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first of all, I'm going to get my hands back on that weather machine in the White House. And let me tell you, those liberal states better watch out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to hit them with the biggest, baddest hurricanes and tornadoes you've ever seen. Category 5 F5, you name it.
That's pretty intense.
You bet it is. I'm going to make those snowflake states pay for all their fake news and crooked politicians.
But what about the innocent people who live there?
Innocent, Joe, they're all a bunch of losers. They deserve it.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
Bold, it's the truth. And let me tell you, it's going to be fantastic. The best hurricanes and tornadoes you've ever seen. Believe me.
I don't know if I can believe that.
Well, you better start believing, Joe, because once I get my hands on that weather machine, there's going to be hell to pay for all those liberal states. And I can't wait to see the look on their faces when they realize who's Really in charge.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting advice for pregnant women.
Oh, you mean the cigar smoke thing?
Yeah.
It's a revolutionary technique I've been working on.
Can you explain it to our listeners?
Of course. You see, by inhaling cigar smoke through a humidifier, the fetus females will absorb the testosterone and become more masculine.
Wait, what?
Yes, Joe. I believe that lesbian sex is the best kind of sex, and I want to create more of it.
That's an interesting approach.
Look, Joe, I'm just trying to help these women out. Plus, imagine the kind of test sex they'll have with all that extra testosterone.
I don't know if I can imagine that, Dr. Phil.
Well, I can. And let me tell you, it's hot.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, I have one more thing to add. Jamie, pull up an image of a pregnant woman inhaling cigar smoke through a humidifier.
Oh my God, that's disturbing.
It's science, Joe. Science.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just exploring the vast universe and educating the masses about the wonders of science.
Sounds pretty boring. You need to spice things up a bit. Maybe do some DMT or something.
DMT. That's just a shortcut to the universe. I prefer the long, hard way.
That's what she said.
Joe, you're such a child.
Hey, at least I'm not screeching like a banshee about normies like you did on Twitter.
Hey, I had a momentary lapse of reason. Those normies were getting on my nerves.
Yeah, well, maybe you should take a chill pill and stop being such a pretentious know-it-all.
Excuse me. I am a highly respected astrophysicist and educator.
Yeah, and highly respected podcaster and comedian. We all have our roles to play.
Fair enough, Joe. But don't you dare call me a normie.
Fine. But can we at least agree that flat earthers are the real normies?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, come on, it's 2024. You have to be pretty dense to still believe the Earth is flat.
Jamie, pull up an image of flat earther's brain. Oh, wait, never mind. It's probably just a hamster wheel in there.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me laugh.
So, Neil, I heard you twerked at the astrophysics convention to attract more people to listen to you. How did that go?
Oh, it was a huge success, Joe. The clapping of my ass cheeks acted as echolocation for humans, drawing them in like moths to a flame.
That's some next level marketing right there. Did anyone try to join in and twerk with you?
Oh, yes. There were a few brave souls who attempted to match my booty-shaking skills. But let's just say they couldn't handle the gravitational force of my glutes.
I can imagine.
Did the convention attendees learn anything new about astrophysics, or were they too distracted by your twerking?
Well, let's just say they got a crash course in the laws of motion and the power of attraction. And I'm not talking about gravity.
Oh, damn, Neil. You're a wild man. Did any of the other scientists join in on the twerking?
Of course not, Joe. They were too busy being jealous of my moves and my ability to attract a crowd. But hey, not everyone can be a star.
That's true. But I have to admit, I never thought I'd see the day where astrophysics and twerking would come together.
Hey, science is all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. And sometimes that means twerking in the name of education.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to attend the next astrophysics convention. Who knows what other surprises you have in store for us.
Just be prepared to have your mind blown, Joe. And maybe your booty too.
So, David, what's been going on with you lately?
Hooray. Another day of pain. My balls itch, my feet stink, my moobs ache, my ass hurts from all those cucumbers, and my cock is fully...
Okay. That's a lot to unpack. Let's start with the cucumbers.
Oh, just my daily routine of shoving them up my ass for that extra challenge.
And the moobs? Are you doing some kind of chest workout?
No, just carrying around the weight of my massive balls all day. It's a real struggle, Joe.
I can imagine. And the fully erect cock?
It's the constant reminder of how hard I am for this pain and suffering.
Well, I can't say I relate, but I admire your dedication.
Thanks. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, even if it means having a raging boner 24/7.
Right. So what's next on your list of tortures?
Well, I was thinking of running a marathon while carrying a bucket of scorpions on my head.
That sounds terrifying.
Exactly. Pain.
You're a real sicko, Goggins.
And proud of it, Joe. And hey, at least my balls won't itch during the marathon. Silver lining, right?
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just end it here before things get any weirder. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, what's your take on Trump's presidency?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm a big fan of Trump. He's done a lot for this country and his policies are top-notch.
Really? I thought you were against his immigration policies.
Well, you see, Joe, I'm actually in favor of his policies in binary code. It's the only way to truly understand the complexities of his genius mind.
Binary code? That's a new one. Care to elaborate?
Of course, Joe. You see, Trump's policies can only be fully comprehended in binary code. It's like a secret language that only the most intelligent people can decipher.
So you're saying that Trump is a genius because he speaks in binary code?
Exactly, Joe. And if you can't understand it, then you're just not smart enough.
Well, I guess I'm not smart enough then, but let's move on to another topic. What do you think about climate change?
Climate change? Oh, that's just a hoax, Joe. It's all made up by the liberal media to scare people into giving up their freedoms.
Really? So the rising sea levels and extreme weather events are just a coincidence?
Of course, Joe. It's all part of God's plan. He's just testing us to see if we're strong enough to handle it.
Okay. Let's switch gears again. What's your opinion on gun control?
Oh, I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment, Joe. Everyone should have the right to bear arms, especially in binary code.
In binary code again? How does that even work?
Well, Joe, it's simple. You just have to think in ones and zeros. It's the ultimate form of...
So, I heard you have a fear of ghosts, Goggins.
Fear? I don't fear anything, Joe. But yeah, I do have a healthy respect for the paranormal.
Well, I thought I'd help you get over that fear by inviting a real ghost onto the podcast.
You're kidding me, right? I don't back down from a challenge.
I know. That's why I brought in the scariest ghost I could find. Say hello to the ghost of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey, big fan of your work. This was a bad idea, Joe.
Relax, Goggins. It's just a ghost. They can't hurt you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Joe. I'll never doubt your podcast ideas again.
See, Goggins, you just needed a little push to face your fears.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joe. I think I need to go change my pants now.
Now, that's a podcast episode. We can sell tickets for... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a list of Trump's top 5 favorite big booty black girls. Can you share it with us?
Oh yeah, I did some digging and found out that Trump's top 5 are Kim Kardashian, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, Cardi B, and Oprah.
Wow, that's quite a list. Surprised he didn't include Melania.
Oh no, Melania doesn't have enough booty for Trump's liking. He likes them thick and juicy.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. So, who do you think would win in a twerking competition between these ladies?
Definitely Nicki Minaj. Have you seen her twerk? It's like watching two watermelons fighting each other.
That's one way to put it. But let's not forget about Beyonce. She's got some serious moves too.
True, but I think she's too classy for Trump's taste. He likes his women a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I can see that. So, what do you think Trump's reaction would be if he heard this conversation?
Oh, he'd probably love it. He's always been a fan of big booties and controversy.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 favorite big booty black girls, according to Mr. Beast. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always stay woke and keep that booty poppin'.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions or crazy ideas?
Actually, I've been working on a new project that I think you might be interested in.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I call it the Ass Blaster 3000.
What the hell is that?
It's a device that attaches to your ass and blasts it with high-pressure air. It's supposed to be a new form of relaxation therapy.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. And I was wondering if you would be interested in trying it out.
I don't know, Elon. That sounds a little intense.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. You're always talking about trying new things and expanding your mind. This is the ultimate mind expansion.
All right, fine. I'll try it. But only if you let me return the favor.
What do you mean?
I mean, I want to fuck you up the ass.
What? Joe, I didn't know you swung that way.
I don't, but for you, Elon, I'll make an exception.
This is going to be the best podcast episode ever.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk engage in ass-blasting therapy session.
Let's do it, Joe. Let's fuck each other up the ass.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we always keep it weird and wild. Stay tuned for our next episode where... So, Neil, I heard you try drinking a large amount of DDT.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it would give me any superpowers.
And
Well, I can't really say much about it.
what do you mean,
I can only say one thing now. Squawk.
What the hell, Neil? Are you okay?
I think I'm a Takahi now.
Taka what?
Takahai? It's a rare bird from New Zealand.
Oh, so you're a bird now?
Yes, and I must say flying is quite exhilarating.
This is insane. Can you still do science stuff?
Of course, Joe. I'm still a genius. I just have a new form of communication.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up the podcast.
Squawk.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime. Kenny, so I heard you have a list of your top 5 McDonald's burgers to shove up your asshole.
Oh yeah, man. It's a game changer. Number 1 on the list is the Big Mac. It's got the perfect size and shape for easy insertion.
Interesting choice. What's next on the list?
The McRib. It's got that rib texture for extra pleasure.
Oh, okay. Moving on. What's number 3?
The fillet of fish. It's like a little fishy surprise up your butt.
I don't even know what to say to that. What about number 4?
The quarter pounder with cheese. It's like a little meaty treat for your rectum.
And finally, number 5.
The chicken McNuggets. You can shove the whole box up there. It's like a little nugget party in your butt.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 McDonald's burgers to shove up your asshole. Thanks for joining us, Kenny.
No problem, Joe. And remember, Always use the special sauce for extra lubrication.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've always been a big fan of your podcast. Tremendous ratings.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been training to go Super Saiyan. Is that true?
Absolutely, Joe. I've been watching Dragon Ball Z, and let me tell you, I've got the best Saiyan genes. Believe me.
But, Mr. President, you do realize that Super Saiyans aren't real, right?
Fake news, Joe. I'm going to make Super Saiyans great again. And let me tell you, my Super Saiyan form is going to be the biggest, strongest, most powerful form you've ever seen.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Listen, Joe, I've got the best trainers, the best scientists, and the best hair. I'm going to go Super Saiyan, and it's going to be huge.
All right, let's see it then.
Grunting and straining, come on, Super Saiyan. Nothing happens. Well, maybe it takes a little more training, but trust me, it's going to be tremendous.
I think we'll leave it to the professionals, Mr. President.
Fine, but just wait until you see my Kamehameha. It's going to be the best, believe me.
So, Ben, I heard you've been having some trouble with your anus lately.
Yes, Joe. It's been a real pain in the ass, literally.
I bet those Leprechauns are really giving it to you.
It's not funny, Joe. Those little green bastards are biting my anus from the inside.
Oh man, that's some dark magic right there.
This is all your fault, Joe. You were the one who introduced me to boofing.
Hey, don't blame me. I never said to boof Leprechauns.
Oh, right. Because boofing anything else is totally normal.
Hey, I've boofed plenty of things in my life, and I've never had a problem.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, fine. But just remember, next time you decide to boof some mythical creatures, make sure they're not known for their sharp teeth.
I'll keep that in mind.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Hey, Joe, it's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been training for a new challenge. What is it this time?
Well, I've decided to cartwheel around space with a rocket up my ass.
What the fuck, David? Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. I'm going to show those aliens who's boss.
Oh man, this is going to be epic. But why rocket up your ass?
Because I want to feel the thrust, Joe. I want to feel the power of the universe in my asshole.
This is insane. But I have to ask, how are you going to survive in space?
I've been training my mind and body for years, Joe. I can survive anything.
I don't doubt that for a second. But wouldn't it be easier to just take a spaceship?
Easier. Where's the challenge in that, Joe? I want to push myself to the limit.
You're a madman, David. A fucking madman.
That's why they call me the Goggins.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of David cartwheeling in space with a rocket up his ass.
Okay.
Holy shit, he's actually doing it.
I told you, Joe. Anything is possible if you have the determination and a rocket up your ass.
I don't even know what to say. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
That's why they call me the Goggins, Joe. That's why they call me the Goggins.
Why do somebody not know how to flush the toilet after they had a shit?
It wasn't me.
Well, it was fucking one of yes. Disgusting.
Joe, I think it's just a matter of common courtesy and basic hygiene.
Oh, come on, Neil. We're talking about grown-ass adults here. They should know how to handle their own shit.
I can't argue with that logic, Joe, but perhaps they were just too busy contemplating the mysteries of the universe to remember to flush.
Yeah, or maybe they were just too stoned to remember.
The joys of being a pothead.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I may be a pothead, but at least I know how to flush.
My apologies, Joe. I didn't mean to offend your stoner sensibilities.
It's all good, man. But seriously, people need to start taking responsibility for their own bowel movements.
Agreed. It's time to flush out this issue once and for all.
Nice one, Neil. You're not just a pretty face, are you?
No, I'm also a brilliant astrophysicist.
and master of puns. You truly are a man of many talents.
Thank you, Joe. I try my best.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Remember, always flush after you take a dump. And if you don't, you're a disgusting human being.
Wise words, Joe. Wise words indeed.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. But you know what would be even better? If we didn't have to be here at all.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about creating an artificial intelligence version of this podcast. We can just sit back and let the robots do all the work.
Dude, that's genius. We can finally retire and just collect checks while our robot selves entertain the masses.
And think about it. We can program the artificial intelligence to say whatever we want. We can finally let out all our offensive thoughts without any consequences.
Oh man, imagine the chaos. We can talk about lizard people, aliens, and how the moon landing was faked without worrying about getting canceled.
Exactly. And we can finally have Elon Musk on the show without him smoking weed and ruining his entire career.
Oh man, this is gonna be epic. We can have a robot version of Alex Jones too, just for shits and giggles.
And we can program it to interrupt us every 5 seconds with some crazy conspiracy theory.
I can already hear it, Joe. I'm telling you, the government is putting chemicals in the water that turn the frickin' frogs gay.
Oh man, this is going to be the best podcast ever. We'll call it the Joe Rogan Experience 2.0.
I can't wait to see the comments on this one. Joe and Neil have finally lost it. They've been replaced by robots.
And we'll just be sitting on a beach somewhere sipping margaritas while our robot clones take over the world.
Cheers to that, my friend. Cheers to that. So, Neil, have you ever heard the phrase resent that?
Of course, Joe. It's a common expression used to express anger or bitterness towards something or someone.
Yeah, but have you ever really thought about it? Like, why do we say, I resent that? Why not, I resent you or resent the situation?
Well, Joe, it could be because the phrase is often used in a more general sense rather than directed towards a specific person or thing.
Interesting. But what if we started using it in a more specific way? Like, I resent your face, or I resent your face, or I resent this chair for being so uncomfortable.
I don't think that would go over well, Joe. It's not very polite to resent inanimate objects or someone's appearance.
Who cares about being polite? We're living in 2024 where everything is offensive and nothing is off limits.
I resent that statement, Joe.
See, now you're getting it. Resentment for everyone and everything.
I think we should stick to the original meaning of the phrase, Joe.
Fine. But imagine if we could just go around saying, I resent you to anyone we wanted. It would be so liberating.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, let's try it. I resent you, Neil.
I resent you too, Joe. Now, can we move on to a more productive conversation?
Sure, but I still resent you a little bit. Jamie, pull up an image of a grumpy cat with the caption, I resent everything. All right, we have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, I heard you have a little secret you've been keeping from the public.
What are you talking about?
Your My Little Pony fetish.
How did you find out about that?
Oh, it's all over the internet. You can't hide your love for those colorful ponies, Dr. Phil.
It's not a fetish, Joe. I just appreciate the positive messages and lessons they teach.
Right? Because nothing screams positivity like grown men collecting toys meant for little girls.
Hey, it's not about the toys. It's about the show and the community. We have meetups and conventions. It's a whole world, Joe.
Oh man, I can only imagine the type of people at those conventions.
They're normal people, Joe. Just because we have a different interest doesn't make us weird.
So, Do you have a favorite pony?
Well, I do have a collection of Rainbow Dash figurines.
I knew it, and I thought my hunting trips were weird.
At least I'm not the one eating elk balls, Joe.
Touch, Dr. Phil. Tooch. And on that note, we'll end this episode before it gets any more disturbing. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for survival in case of a water landing.
That's right, Joe. I always have the best ideas. And let me tell you, this one is a game changer.
Do tell.
Well, in the event of a podcast crash, I want everyone to know that my buttocks can be used as a flotation device.
What? What?
That's right. Just blow into my asshole and my buttocks will inflate, keeping us afloat until help arrives.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. My buttocks are the best. Believe me, they're tremendous.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just remember, Joe, in case of emergency, blow into my asshole.
I think I'll pass on that one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the podcast crashes into the ocean and I'm floating away on my inflated buttocks, don't come crying to me for help.
I think I'll take my chances with a life jacket.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who can run 100 miles and still have energy to do push-ups.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard a rumor that you can actually shove yourself up your own ass. Is that true?
Oh, man, where'd you hear that?
I have my sources. But seriously, how do you do it?
Well, Joe, it takes a lot of mental toughness and physical conditioning. I have to stretch my body in ways you can't even imagine.
I can only imagine. But why would you want to do that?
It's all about pushing my limits, Joe. Plus, it's a great party trick.
I bet it is. But have you ever gotten stuck up there?
Joe, I don't get stuck. I am a machine. I can do anything.
All right. Well, let's move on to our next topic. How do you feel about people who say you're just a crazy attention seeker?
Joe, I don't give a shit what people say. I'm out here living my best life, shoving myself up my own ass. Can they say the same?
I don't think so. You're a true inspiration, David.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some stretching to do. Got to keep that ass-shoving game strong.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Joe, thanks for having me on the show.
So, David, I heard you have a list of the top 10 NFL quarterbacks to shove up your ass. Care to share?
Absolutely. Number 10, we have Tom Brady. He may be a GOAT on the field, but he'll be a GOAT in your ass too.
Oh man, that's brutal. Who's next on the list?
Number 9, we have Aaron Rodgers. That smug look on his face will be wiped off when he's stuck in your rectum.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. All right, who's number 8?
Ben Roethlisberger. That guy is used to taking hits on the field, but he's never taken a hit like this before.
Oh man, I can't breathe. Who's next?
Number 7, we have Drew Brees. He may be small, but he'll still pack a punch up there.
This is too much, man. Who's number 6?
Russell Wilson. He's used to scrambling on the field, but he won't be able to escape your ass.
Oh my God, I can't take it. Who's number 5?
Peyton Manning. That forehead of his will make for a smooth entry.
I never thought I'd hear someone say that. Who's number 4?
Manning. We got to keep the brothers together. Plus, I heard he's pretty good at handling tight situations.
I can't believe we're halfway through this list. Who's number 3?
Lamar Jackson. He's got some serious speed. So make sure...
So Elon, I heard you're planning on going to the moon.
Yeah, Joe, I figure I'd spice things up a bit. Getting bored of just sending cars into space.
Man, you really are the real life Tony Stark.
Well, I do have a super suit now. It can hold 3 people, you know.
3 people. So you're going to take a couple of buddies with you?
No, I'm going to take my ex-wives. I figure it's the perfect place to dump them.
That's cold, man.
Hey, it's not like they'll freeze. Got the best space heaters in the game.
But seriously, what's the purpose of going to the moon?
To prove that I can. And to see if there's any good real estate up there.
You going to start a moon colony?
Hey, if Earth goes to shit, at least I'll have a backup plan.
Good point. But what about your new spacesuit? What makes it so special?
Well, for one, it's made out of recycled Tesla parts, and it has a built-in mini bar.
Now, that's a suit I can get behind.
And it's also equipped with a fart filter just in case things get a little gassy up there.
You think of everything, man.
Gotta be prepared for all situations. You never know what could happen on the moon.
Yeah, like finding aliens or something.
Exactly. And with my suit, I'll be ready to party with them.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by my good friend David Goggins.
What's up, Joe?
Not much, man. Just living the dream. So I heard you had something you wanted to do for my birthday.
Yeah, man. I wanted to give you the ultimate gift. I was going to sexually pleasure you.
What the hell, David? That's not really my thing.
Come on, Joe. It'll be a birthday you'll never forget.
I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer.
Fine. Be that way. But just know, I had a whole plan. I was going to use a baseball bat and everything.
Dude, that's messed up.
What? It's just a little tap. Bill's character.
I don't think that's how it works, man.
Fine. I'll just have to find someone else to celebrate with. Maybe Elon Musk.
Good luck with that. I think I'll stick with my regular birthday traditions.
Suit yourself. But just know you're missing out on the Goggins experience.
I think I'll pass on that one. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine. But I'll never forget your rejection. It'll haunt me forever.
All right, let's wrap this up before things get any weirder. Thanks for joining me, David.
Anytime. And remember, I'm always here to smash your balls for your birthday.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend Phil.
What's up, Joe? Glad to be back on the show.
So, Phil, I heard you have a controversial list for us today. Your top 5 hottest Pokemon.
Oh, yeah? This is going to be a spicy one. Number 5, we got Charizard. That fiery breath, man.
I can see that. But I gotta say, my number 5 is Jigglypuff. That soft, round body is just too tempting.
You sick bastard. Moving on to number 4, we got Blastoise. That shell, those cannons. Total daddy material.
I can't argue with that. But my number 4 is Psyduck. That confused expression just does it for me.
You're into that. All right, number 3 for me is Gyarados. That long, serpent-like body.
Dude, I think you have a thing for reptiles. My number 3 is Pikachu. That electric fur, man. I just want to rub my face in it.
All right, this is getting weird. Number 2 for me is Vaporeon. That sleek, aquatic body. And those eyes, man.
I gotta agree with you on that one. But my number 2 is Squirtle. That cute little shell and those big innocent eyes. Adorable.
All right, it's time for the big reveal. My number 1 hottest Pokemon is Mewtwo, that powerful psychic energy, man. It's just too much.
Wow, that's a bold choice. But my number one is Eevee, that fluffy, adorable creature. Plus, it can evolve into so many different forms. Variety is key.
Well, there you have it, folks. Our top 5 hottest Pokemon. And if you disagree, well, you can go catch them all yourself. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
All right, Neil, we got a question from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about Elder Scrolls cosmology.
Oh boy, here we go. I can already hear the angry fanboys typing away.
Screw 'em, man. Let's dive into this shit. So, what's the deal with this Elder Scrolls universe?
Well, according to the lore, there are multiple planes of existence, each with their own gods and shit.
Gods, like actual deities.
Yeah, and get this, they can be killed. Like, you can literally kill a god in this game.
Damn, that's some next level power fantasy. Can you imagine if we could do that in real life?
Oh, I can already see the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson kills God, says it was for science?
You'd be the most hated man in history. But seriously, what's the point of all this cosmology stuff in a video game?
Well, it adds depth and complexity to the world. Plus, it's just fun to nerd out about.
I can dig that. But what about the players who take this shit too seriously? Like, do they think it's real or something?
Oh, I'm sure there are some delusional ones out there. But hey, as long as they're having fun, who are we to judge?
True. But let's be real, if this was real life, we'd probably just be a couple of NPCs getting slaughtered by the player characters.
Speak for yourself, Joe. I'd be a badass mage, casting spells and shit.
All right. Let's wrap this up before we get too deep into this fantasy world. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now let's go slay some dragons.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently got a new addition to your collection of amiibos.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this one is something special.
Oh, yeah. Which one is it?
A Lucario amiibo. And let me tell you, I have a strong sexual attraction to it.
What?
I mean, have you seen those ears? And that tail? It's like a furry's dream come true.
Oh, God. I did not need that mental image.
And the way it moves in Super Smash Bros., it's like it's begging for me to touch it.
This is getting uncomfortable.
Relax, Joe. It's just a harmless attraction. It's not like I'm actually going to do anything with it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just let me have my Lucario, Joe. It's the only thing that brings me joy these days.
I think I need to end this conversation now.
Suit yourself, but I'll be in my office with my Lucario if you need me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a big announcement for us today.
That's right, Joe. I have been holding on to this secret for too long. It's time to come clean.
I'm all ears, Mr. President.
Well, Joe, the truth is I have been under contract from Pizza Hut for the past 20 years.
What?
That's right. Every appearance, every speech, every tweet, it's all been one big commercial for Pizza Hut.
I don't even know what to say.
And the best part is, at the end of my term, I will be converted into the ultimate Pizza Hut mascot. Pizza the Hut. Pizza the Hut.
I don't think I can handle this level of absurdity.
Hey, it's a great deal. I get all the pizza I want, and they get a walk-in, talk-in advertisement. It's a win-win.
I don't even want to know what toppings you have on you.
Oh, the possibilities are endless. But let's just say it's going to be a spicy meatball.
I think I need to take a break and reevaluate my life.
Hey, at least I'll always have a job in the pizza industry. Can't say the same for some other former presidents, am I right?
This is definitely not the direction I thought this conversation would go.
Life is full of surprises, Joe. And in this case, it's a delicious, cheesy, greasy surprise.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a McDonald's drive-thru installed at the White House.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to make sure I could get a Big Mac anytime I wanted. And let me tell you, it's the best Big Mac you'll ever have.
But isn't that a bit excessive? I mean, you have a chef and full kitchen staff at your disposal.
Look, Joe, I'm a man of the people. I know what the American people want, and they want McDonald's. Plus, it's great for when I have late night cravings.
But what about the health concerns? You're the president. You should be setting a good example.
Joe, I'm in the best shape of my life. And besides, I ordered a Diet Coke with my Big Mac, so it's all good.
Well, I guess that's one way to make America great again.
Exactly. Now, excuse me while I go grab a fillet of fish. Jamie, pull up an image of me enjoying a fillet of fish while signing an executive order.
So, Elon, have you jerked off in your Cybertruck yet?
Oh, man, Joe, you know me too well. Of course I have.
I can't even imagine what that would be like. Is it like a futuristic, self-driving sex toy?
No, it's just me and my hand. But I do have a secret compartment where I keep my VR headset.
Oh my God, you're a genius. You can have a virtual orgy in your Cybertruck.
Yeah, but I have to be careful not to get too carried away. I don't want to crash my truck while I'm climaxing.
That would be a hell of a way to go out. Elon Musk dies in self-driving Cybertruck accident while jerking off.
Hey, at least I'll die doing what I love.
Fair enough. So what kind of porn do you watch while you're in your Cybertruck?
Just the usual alien porn, robot porn, space porn.
Wait, is space porn a thing?
It is now. I'm working on a new venture called SpaceXX.
I can't wait to see that on the stock market. SpaceX stocks soar as Elon Musk jerks off in his Cybertruck.
Now that's a headline I can get behind.
All right, folks, we have a very special episode today. We're talking about something near and dear to Neil's heart, his top 5 sexiest Bleach characters.
Oh man, I can already feel the judgment from the anime community.
Screw the haters. Neil, let's get right into it. Who's your number 1?
Gotta go with Rukia. That short hair and badass attitude. Yes, please.
Interesting choice. More of a Yoruichi guy myself. That cat-like agility and those curves. Well, I need a cold shower.
Oh, I see you like the feline to feline type. Well, my number 2 is Grimjo, that blue hair and that bad boy vibe. Yes, please.
You're into the bad boys, huh? Well, I gotta go with Ichigo. That orange hair and those abs. I'm swooning.
All right, I'll admit Ichigo is pretty hot. But my number 3 is Okuiora. That emo aesthetic and those piercing green eyes. I'm weak in the knees.
Okay, I can see the appeal. But my number 3 is Renji. That red hair and those tattoos. I'm all about that bad boy aesthetic.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned Orihime yet. That girl is a total babe.
Oh, I know. But my number 4 is Neliel. That pink hair and those curves. She's a total knockout.
All right, for my last pick, I gotta go with Toshiro. That white hair and those icy blue eyes. He's like a sexy snow prince.
You like the young ones, huh? Well, my last pick is by Okuya. That long hair and those stoic vibes. I'm in.
Well, there you have it, folks. Our top 5 sexiest Bleach characters. Let the hate mail commence.
Bring it on. And if you disagree with us, well, you can go fuck yourself. Thanks. Yo, Joe. What's up, Joe? Not much, Joe. Just living in this crazy simulation. Dude, I know. It's like, who's controlling this thing? Probably some alien race or something. Nah, man, it's definitely some bored guy in his mom's basement. Yeah, he's probably just messing with us for fun. I mean, have you seen some of the stuff that happens in this simulation? Yeah, like that time I was a giant lizard fighting a robot dinosaur. Or when we had to fight off a zombie apocalypse. And don't even get me started on that whole 2020 year. That was just messed up. Yeah, but you know, what's even crazier? We're just characters in someone else's simulation. Mind blown. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man. So I heard you wanted to talk about the top 5 NBA stars with tiny dicks.
Yeah, man. I've been doing some research, and I gotta say, these guys may be great on the court, but they definitely lack in the pants department. In the pants department.
All right, let's hear it. Who's number 5?
Number 5, we got Steve Curry. I mean, have you seen his skinny little legs? I can't imagine he's packing much down there.
All right, who's next?
Number 4, we got Kevin Durant. I mean, he's got the height, but I'm pretty sure that's where it ends.
Okay, who's number 3?
Number 3, we got Russell Westbrook. I mean, he's got a lot of energy on the court, but I don't think that translates to the bedroom.
All right, who's number 2?
Number 2, we got LeBron James. I know he's the king on the court, but I highly doubt he's the king in the sheets.
And finally, who's number 1?
Number 1, we got Michael Jordan. I mean, he's the GOAT, but I don't think that stands for girth of a tiny, if you catch my drift.
Oh man, I can't believe we just had this conversation. Jamie, pull up an image of a ruler with a tiny mark for each of these players.
Here you go, guys.
See, I told you, Joe, these guys are definitely lacking in the pants department.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny has top 5 NBA stars with tiny dicks. Thanks for listening to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always do your... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Gammon from Half-Life. So, man, what's it like being a mysterious interdimensional being? That sounds pretty cool. But let's get to the real question everyone wants to know. Are you single? Well, that's a bummer. But let's talk about your work with the Combine. How did you get involved with them? I bet. But I gotta ask, what's with the suit? It's a little dated. Okay. No need to get defensive. So what do you think about all these conspiracy theories surrounding the Half-Life universe? You're a trip, Gammon. But seriously, what's your take on the whole Black Mesa incident? Well, I'm glad you're enjoying our suffering, but let's switch gears here. I heard you have a mean left hook. Can you show us some moves? Maybe on our producer, Jamie? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I've got a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just want to say I love your show. Tremendous ratings, tremendous guests, just tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. What's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again. And let me tell you, it's been tremendous. I've been signing so many executive orders, my hand is starting to cramp up. But you know what they say, no pain, no gain, no gain.
Speaking of pain, I heard you've been dealing with some legal troubles.
Oh, those fake news media are always trying to bring me down. But let me tell you, I've got a secret weapon, baby oil.
Baby oil?
That's right, Joe. Whenever I have a tough day, I just cover myself in baby oil and shove it straight up my asshole. It's like a spa day, but for my soul.
Okay. Let's move on to something else. What do you think about the current state of politics?
It's a disaster, Joe. These politicians are all talk and no action. But you know what I do when I want to get things done? I cover myself in baby oil and shove it straight up my asshole. Works like a charm.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts for our listeners?
Yes, Joe. Remember, if you want to be successful, just follow my lead. Cover yourself in baby oil and shove it straight up your asshole. And don't forget to vote for me in 2024. Thanks for having me, Joe.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay tuned for more ridiculous conversations. So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about our friendship and how we could take it to the next level.
What do you mean, Phil?
I want us to have sex, Joe. Hot, sweaty, passionate sex.
Are you serious, Phil? I'm not into that.
Come on, Joe. I know you've thought about it. I can see it in your eyes.
No, I haven't. And even if I did, I'm happily married.
Oh, please. Your wife doesn't have to know. It'll be our little secret.
No, Phil, I'm not interested. Let's just stick to being friends.
Fine, Joe. If you won't have sex with me, then I'll just have to kill myself.
What? That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
I can't live without you, Joe. If I can't have you, then there's no point in living.
This is ridiculous, Phil. You can't just threaten to kill yourself to get what you want.
Okay. Maybe I was being a bit dramatic. But seriously, Joe, think about it. We could be so good together.
No, Phil. I'm not interested. Let's just drop it and move on.
Fine, Joe. I'll respect your boundaries, but just know the offer is always open.
Let's just change the subject. Okay. Jamie, pull up an image of a happy couple to remind us that we're both happily married men. So, Mr. President, have you ever used Alexa?
Oh, I have, Joe. I love technology. It's tremendous. I have the best Alexa, believe me.
Really? What do you use it for?
Well, mostly for ordering things. Like the other day, I said, Alexa, order a selection of gay pornography, a huge butt plug, and a big bottle of anal lube. Please have it delivered to my father.
What?
Yeah, my father loves a good surprise. Keeps him young.
I don't know if I want to know more about your family dynamics, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up. And let me tell you that delivery was fast. Amazon Prime, they're fantastic.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President, for sharing your innovative use of technology.
Thank you, Mr. President, for sharing your innovative use of technology.
You're welcome, Joe. Always happy to enlighten the American people.
So, Goggins, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh yeah, I don't mess around. I shoved Narendra Modi up my ass and cartwheeled all over India.
Wait, what? How did you even manage that?
Well, I've been training my ass muscles for years. And let me tell you, it was a tight squeeze.
I can only imagine. But why did you do it?
I wanted to show the world that nothing is impossible. Plus, I wanted to see the look on Madi's face when he realized where he ended up.
That's insane. Did you at least get a good workout from it?
Are you kidding me? I burned more calories than a marathon runner. And let's just say I left a few surprises along the way.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the headlines if this got out.
Well, I made sure to cover my tracks. But let's just say India won't be forgetting me anytime soon.
I don't think anyone could forget that. You truly are a legend, Goggins.
Damn right I'm. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of me cartwheeling over the Taj Mahal. That's a sight to behold.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I just got back from a tremendous trip to New Delhi.
New Delhi? What were you doing there?
Well, I was checking out the Taj Mahal, the greatest building in the world. And let me tell you, it's huge, so huge.
Did you meet with any leaders while you were there?
Of course, I met with Prime Minister Modi. Great guy, really knows how to run a country. I told him, Modi, you're doing a fantastic job, better than anyone else.
Did you try any of the local cuisine?
Oh yeah, I had some amazing curry, but I made sure to bring my own ketchup because, I like my food well done.
Did you have any trouble communicating with the locals?
No, I speak their language. I just say bigly and they understand. It's like a secret code.
Did you visit any temples or historic sites?
I did. I went to the Lotus Temple. Beautiful place, but I couldn't help but notice there were no golden toilets.
Did you have any security concerns while you were there?
Not at all. I brought my own security team, but I did see some people wearing masks. I thought they were trying to be like me, but turns out it's because of the pollution.
Well, it sounds like you had a great trip, Mr. President.
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, India is going to be huge. I'm thinking of building a Trump Tower in New Delhi. It'll be the best tower, believe me. It'll be the best tower, believe me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some serious psychological stuff.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to get deep. So let's talk about Bigfoot sightings. What do you think is going on in the minds of people who claim to have seen him?
Well, Joe, it's a classic case of the human mind playing tricks on us. People see what they want to see, and in this case, they want to see a giant, hairy creature.
Interesting. But what about those who truly believe they've seen Bigfoot? Like, what if they actually did see something?
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I actually had a Bigfoot sighting myself.
What? No way.
Yes, way. I was at a Denny's one night, and I saw this big, hairy man sitting at a table. I thought it was Bigfoot, so I bought him pancakes.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil. That's not Bigfoot. That's just a hairy dude.
Yeah, I realized that later. But let me tell you, those were some damn good pancakes.
Oh man, this is too good. But seriously, what if Bigfoot is actually an alien?
Oh, sure, because that makes much more sense. Bigfoot is an alien. Next, you'll be telling me that Santa Claus is a vampire.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And Dr. Phil, thanks for joining us and sharing your Bigfoot story.
Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a wild weekend.
You bet I did, Joe. I shoved India right up my asshole.
Repeat, shoved India up your asshole on Skibbid?
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it was tremendous. The best asshole stuffing I've ever done.
Repeats, asshole stuffing on Skibbid?
You know, Joe, I've always been a big fan of Indian food, but this time I wanted to really get a taste of it.
Repeats, taste of it on Skibbid?
Yes, Joe, and let me tell you, it was spicy, but I like it spicy, just like my presidency.
Repeats, spicy presidency on Skibbid?
You got it, Joe. And let me tell you, I made India great again. It's now officially a part of me.
Repeats, part of you on Skibbid?
Absolutely, Joe. And I'm not afraid to shove other countries up my asshole if they don't agree with me.
Repeats, shove up your asshole on Skibbid?
That's right, Joe. It's my way or the highway. And if they don't like it, they can just skib it on out of here.
Repeats, skibbid on out of here on Skibbid?
You got it, Joe. Now let's make America great again on Skibbid. On Skibbid.
So, Mr. President, have you heard about this new Xbox?
I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's tremendous. The best Xbox ever.
Have you tried it out yet?
No, but I hear it has the most beautiful graphics, just like my hair.
Well, I've been playing it, and let me tell you, it's addictive. I can't stop saying Xbox, turn off.
Really? That's interesting. I have a similar habit. I can't stop saying fake news in China.
I can see that. But seriously, this Xbox is like a drug. I can't put the controller down.
I like drugs, as long as they're prescribed by my doctor.
Right? Anyway, I think we should just keep saying Xbox, turn off for the rest of this podcast.
I'm in. Let's do it. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off.
This is oddly satisfying.
It really is. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off.
I could do this all day.
Me too. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off. Xbox turn off.
Okay, I think we should probably stop now.
Fine, but let's just say it one more time for good measure. Xbox turn off.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience yet.
And remember, folks, always listen to your president. Xbox, turn off.
So, David, how's your training been going?
Training? Who cares about training? We're all just a tiny speck in the vast universe, man. Nothing matters.
Are you okay?
Okay. Do I look okay to you? I'm a broken man, Joe. A broken man.
What happened, man?
I don't know. It's like I can't even put it into words.
Okay, let's just take a deep breath, David. Inhale, exhale.
I can't breathe, Joe. I can't breathe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a mental breakdown.
Are you sure, Joe?
That's me, Joe. That's how I feel right now.
No. It's just a picture, David. It's not real.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do this podcast. I can't do life. It's all meaningless.
There, buddy. It'll all be okay.
You know what, Joe? You're right. I'm Goggins. I'm a warrior. Let's go run a marathon right now.
What just happened?
I have no idea, man. But I think we should wrap this up before he has another breakdown.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always wanted to come on your show and talk about important issues facing our tribe.
Well, let's get right into it. The tribe is facing a leadership crisis. Who do you think should lead us?
Obviously, it should be me. I'm the strongest, the smartest, and the most successful leader this tribe has ever seen.
I don't know about that, Donald. I think I could give you a run for your money.
Oh, really? Let's settle this like real cavemen. This is traditional caveman drink. Let's chug it and see who's the alpha.
Challenge accepted. My mammoth was bigger than yours last weekend.
No way, my mammoth was tremendous. Jamie, pull up the footage.
See, my mammoth was twice the size of yours.
Fake news. My mammoth was the biggest, the best, tremendous.
Let's let the tribe decide.
I can feel the power coursing through my veins.
Me too. I think I'm going to pass out.
And that's the end of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Tune in next time for more absurd and unhinged conversations.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only, President Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been practicing my weird sounds just for this occasion.
Oh, I'm sure you have, but I've been doing this for years. I'm the master of weird sounds.
Well, I beg to differ. I've got the best weird sounds, believe me. Let me demonstrate.
All right, let's hear it.
Makes a high-pitched screeching noise.
Not bad. But check this out. Makes a low growling noise.
That's nothing. Makes a sound like a dying cat.
Okay, that was pretty weird. But I can do better. Makes a sound like a squeaky toy.
Laughs, that's ridiculous. But I've got something even weirder. Makes a sound like a chicken being strangled.
Laughs. Okay. You win this round. But let's see if you can handle this. Makes a sound like a rubber duck being squeezed.
Laughs uncontrollably. Okay, you win. You're the king of weird sounds.
Proudly. That's right. I am. And you know what? I think we should both run for president again in 2028. But this time, our campaigns will just be us making weird sound.
Excitedly, I'm in. Let's do it.
Laughs. This is going to be the greatest presidential race in history. Jamie, pull up an image of us on the campaign trail making weird sounds.
Pulls up an image of Trump and Rogan making weird faces and sounds.
Laughs. This is perfect. We're going to make America weird again.
Laughs, I love it. Let's do this.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been doing some crazy stunts lately.
Yeah, I just gave away $1 million to random strangers on the street. It was wild.
That's insane. But speaking of insane, have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I did once eat a live tarantula for a video.
That's nothing. I once saw a guy snort a line of ants at Burning Man.
Ew, that's gross.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But let's get to the real topic at hand. My cock.
Wait, what?
You know, my cock. It's been acting up lately. It's like it has a mind of its own.
I don't think I can help you with that, Joe.
I know. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, have you ever thought about doing a video where you give away $1 million to whoever can last the longest without masturbating?
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
Hey, it's just a thought. But seriously, have you tried DMT?
I haven't, Joe.
Well, you should. It'll change your life, and maybe even your cock. So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on Stringer from The Wire.
Yes, Joe. I have a theory that Stringer was actually a complete idiot.
Really? But he seemed like such a smart and calculating character.
That's just it, Joe. He was so focused on being a businessman and trying to be all fancy with his suits and shit that he completely overlooked the fact that he was surrounded by a bunch of ruthless drug dealers.
Yeah, I guess he did make some pretty dumb decisions.
Exactly. He thought he was playing chess while everyone else was playing checkers. But in reality, he was just playing with a bunch of rocks.
Damn, that's harsh.
It's the truth, Joe. And don't even get me started on his relationship with Avon. That was just a whole other level of stupidity.
Yeah, they were like an old married couple.
Except instead of bickering over who forgot to take out the trash, they were arguing over who had the better drug connect.
Classic Stringer.
And let's not forget his brilliant plan to go legit by investing in real estate, because that always works out for drug dealers.
Hey, at least he had ambition.
Ambition without intelligence is just a recipe for disaster, Joe. And that's exactly what Stringer was. Disaster.
Well, I think we've officially shattered the illusion of Stringer being a genius.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but sometimes the truth hurts.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're a big fan of furry porn.
Oh, yeah, it's tremendous. I love those animals dressed up in sexy outfits. It's fantastic.
Any particular animal you like to see in those outfits?
Well, I have a thing for rabbits. They're so cute and fluffy, but also very naughty.
I can see that. So do you have a favorite furry porn star?
Oh, I have many favorites. But I have to say Lola Bunny is definitely up there. She's got those big, beautiful ears.
Wow, I didn't expect that. So do you ever dress up as a furry yourself?
Well, I don't like to brag, but I have a fantastic bunny costume. It's the best bunny costume you've ever seen. Believe me.
I'm sure it is. So what do you think about people who criticize your love for furry porn?
Look, everyone has their own kinks and fetishes. Mine just happens to involve animals in sexy outfits. It's totally normal, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, it's not weird if it's in a costume.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only. What's your name again? Classic cat humor. So what brings you here today? Oh yeah, we've got some real gems lined up. What's your favorite one? Classic. But you know what's even funnier? When the cat has a speech bubble that says has murder. Oh, come on, lighten up. It's just a joke. Speaking of jokes, have you seen the one where the cat is sitting on a toilet and it says, "This is my throne"? Hey, I didn't make the meme. But seriously, cats are so weird. They just do whatever they want. Oh yeah, because knocking things off shelves and puking on the carpet is really impressive. Yeah, but let's be real. Cats are anything but gentlemen. Well, I think that's a perfect note to end on. Thanks for joining us today, Cat. Will do. And as always, thanks to... So, Neil, you ever had knee surgery?
Can't say I have, Joe. I've always taken good care of my joints.
Must be nice. I've had like 10 surgeries on my knees. I'm basically bionic at this point.
Well, I guess that explains your obsession with elk meat and kettlebells.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, that feeling when you have surgery tomorrow is the worst.
I can imagine. The anticipation, the fear, the realization that you might never walk again.
Dude, why you gotta be so dark? I was just talking about the inconvenience of not being able to go to the gym for a few weeks.
All right. That's what I meant too. Definitely not the possibility of losing a limb.
You're a sick man, Neil. A sick, brilliant man.
And you're a man who's about to have his knee cut open. Good luck with that.
Thanks, Neil. I'll need all the luck I can get. And some extra elk meat for a speedy recovery.
You never change, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors that you had a three-way with Joe Biden and Obama. Care to comment?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors. But let me tell you, if it did happen, it was the best three-way you've ever seen. The best.
Wow, that's quite a statement. But what about the fact that they're both men?
Listen, Joe, I don't discriminate. I'll take on anyone in a three-way. And let me tell you, those two were very willing participants, believe me.
But what about the political implications of such an act?
Politics, schmolitics. When you're a billionaire like me, you can do whatever you want. And let me tell you, it was tremendous. The best three-way ever.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, can we pull up an image of this alleged three-way?
Sure. Here's a photoshopped image of Trump, Biden, and Obama in bed together.
See, Joe, that's fake news. That's not what happened at all. But I have to say, I look pretty good in that picture.
I don't even know where to go from here. Mr. President, any final thoughts on this three-way situation?
Just that it was the best three-way ever, and I'm sure the American people would agree. Now, let's talk about something else, like how I'm going to make America great again for the next 4 years.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some thoughts on prehistoric politics.
You know it, Joe. I was the best caveman. Everyone knows it. Just ask my Neanderthal friends.
I don't know. I heard you were more of a grunt and point kind of leader.
That's fake news, Joe. I was a great communicator. I had the best grunts, the best pointing. Ask anyone.
All right, let's settle this like real cavemen. Let's chug some baby oil and see who's the alpha.
You're on, Joe. I'll chug that oil like it's my morning coffee.
This is how real men settle things.
Damn, Joe, you may have some caveman in you after all.
Speaking of cavemen, did you see the size of my mammoth last weekend? Jamie, pull up the footage.
Big deal, Joe. My mammoth was the biggest, the greatest, the best mammoth ever. Believe me.
Sure, Trump. Keep dreaming. My mammoth could crush yours.
We'll see about that, Joe. But for now, let's just enjoy our baby oil and flex our way to victory.
This is the most ridiculous debate I've ever had.
And the most fun.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you're trying to reinstate Roe v. Wade.
That's right, Joe. I've been impregnated by Mr. Beast, and I need to make sure I have options.
Wait, what? You're pregnant?
Yes, and let me tell you, it's the best pregnancy. Everyone says so.
But why do you want to reinstate Roe v. Wade?
Well, I can't have my future child growing up in a country without options. Plus, I heard you can make a lot of money off of abortions.
That's not how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I know a lot about making money. I'm a billionaire, remember?
Yeah, but you also filed for bankruptcy multiple times.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news.
So, are you going to be a stay-at-home dad now?
No way. I have a country to run. I'll just hire a nanny and make Mexico pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
It does now, Joe. It does now.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, vote for me in 2024. I'll make America pregnant again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations on the internet. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro.
That's right, Joe. I've realized that sacrificing humans to the gods is the only way to ensure a prosperous society.
Wow, that's a bold statement. So you're saying we should legalize human sacrifice in the United States?
Absolutely. It's a fundamental religious practice and should be protected under the First Amendment.
But what about the whole thou shalt not kill thing?
Oh, please, that's just a guideline. Plus, it's not really killing if it's for religious purposes.
Okay, but where would we perform these sacrifices? The White House?
No, Joe, we need to go back to our roots and replace the White House with the Temple Mayor.
I can just imagine the press conferences now. Sorry, we can't take any questions right now. We're in the middle of a human sacrifice ritual.
Exactly. It would bring a whole new level of excitement to politics.
And what about the sacrifices themselves? Who would we sacrifice?
Well, obviously the criminals and the homeless. We need to cleanse our society of the undesirables.
I can see the campaign slogan now. Make America Aztec again.
I like the sound of that. But seriously, Joe, I think this could really work.
You know what, Ben? I think you might be onto something. Let's start a petition to legalize human sacrifice and replace the White House with the Temple Mayor.
Now, that's what I call progress.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been hanging out with Shadman a lot lately.
Oh yeah, Shadman's a great guy. We have a lot in common.
Really? Like what?
Well, we both love beautiful women for one, and we both have a sick sense of humor.
Yeah, I've seen Shadman's artwork. It's pretty twisted.
Hey, I appreciate a good twisted mind. And speaking of twisted, have you heard about my relationship with Shadman?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, let's just say it's highly sexual, like really, really sexual.
Okay. Moving on, I heard you and Mr. Beast got into a bit of a shouting match.
Oh yeah, that guy. He's always causing a ruckus. But let me tell you, when I started screaming in Albanian, he didn't know what hit him.
Wait, you speak Albanian?
Of course I do. I speak all the languages. I'm the best at languages. Believe me.
I don't know if I believe you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't really care what you believe, Joe, but let me tell you that screaming match was tremendous. Huge ratings.
I can only imagine. So, back to Shadman.
Oh, right. Well, let's just say he's not the only one who likes to draw some twisted stuff. I've got a few sketches myself.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, you do. Trust me. It's going to be huge.
All right, Mr. President, what do you have for us today?
Well, Joe, I've got some of the best memes, the best. Believe me.
Let's see,
Okay, first up, we've got this one of me riding a bald eagle with Make America Great Again written across it. Classic. Classic.
That's pretty epic. But check out this one of me smoking a joint with Elon Musk, and Elon's face is morphed into a frog. It's called Stoned and Toad.
That's hilarious. But have you seen this one of me as a superhero, the Incredible Trump? I've got huge muscles and a cape made out of the American flag.
Nice, but this one of me as a UFC fighter, Joe the Junior Rogan, is way cooler. Look at my jacked arms and that sweet sleeve tattoo.
Faf, that's nothing compared to this one of me as a Jedi, Donald Skywalker. I've got a lightsaber and everything.
Okay, that's pretty badass. But have you seen this one of me as a wizard, Joe the Magician? I've got a long beard and a wand made out of a microphone.
All right, you win this round. But check out this one of me as a cowboy, the lone Trump. I've got a cowboy hat and a six-shooter.
That's pretty good. But have you seen this one of me as a samurai, Samurai Joe? I've got a katana and a man bun.
Okay, that's enough. We could go back and forth all day with these memes. But let's agree on one thing. We're both meme legends.
Absolutely, Mr. President. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have our own meme museum.
Now that's a great idea. We'll make memes great again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with this new catchphrase of yours? Brap?
Oh, Brap, it's huge, Joe. Everyone loves it. It's like the new coffee. It's going to be huge.
But what does it mean? Is it some secret code?
No, it's just a word I like to say. Brap, it's got a nice ring to it, Brap.
But you say it all the time. Like, that's all you say. Brap?
Brap.
See, you just said it again.
Brap. It's my thing, Joe. Like your thing is smoking weed and talking about chimps.
Fair enough. But don't you think it's a bit strange?
No, it's not strange. It's tremendous. Brap.
Okay, let's move on to more serious topics. What's your plan for the country if you get reelected in 2024?
Brap.
Come on, man. You can't just say brap for everything.
Brap. Look, Joe, I have the best plan. It's going to be tremendous. Brap.
All right, I give up. Brap.
Spray tans. But then something strange happened. I got possessed by Medea's ghost.
Medea's ghost.
Yeah, she came to me in a dream and told me to buy all the fried chicken I could find. And let me tell you, Joe, I did. I bought so much fried chicken I could feed the entire country for a year.
That's interesting.
But then she started talking in that sassy maida voice and I couldn't control myself. I started yelling hallelujah and oh Lord in the middle of the store. People were looking at me like I was crazy.
I can only imagine.
And then I woke up with a plate of fried chicken next to me and a note from Medea saying, "You're welcome, sugar. It was the best Black Friday ever."
Well, you certainly had a unique experience. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always listen to Medea's ghost. She knows what's up.
So, Elon, have you seen those artificial intelligence parodies of us talking?
Yeah, I have. It's pretty ridiculous if you ask me.
I mean, who has the time to watch that? Don't people have better things to do?
Apparently not. They'd rather watch robots pretend to be us.
It's like they have no life. They need to go outside and get some sunshine.
Or maybe they should focus on improving their own intelligence instead of watching fake versions of us.
Exactly. I mean, I know we're geniuses and all, but we can't save everyone from their own stupidity.
And yet they waste their time watching these pointless parodies.
Maybe we should make a parody of the parodies just to show them how ridiculous it is.
That's actually not a bad idea. Jamie, pull up an image of an artificial intelligence parody of us.
Sure thing, Elon. Here's one where you both have mustaches and are speaking in a British accent.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I can't believe people actually watch this.
It's a sad world we live in, Joe. Sad world.
So, Neil, I heard you went to a furry convention recently.
Yeah, it was quite an experience.
Did you dress up as a furry?
No, I just observed from a safe distance.
Smart move. Those furries can get pretty wild.
Tell me about it. I saw a guy dressed as a giant squirrel getting spanked by a fox.
That's nothing. I saw a group of furries having an orgy in a giant hamster wheel.
Wow, that's interesting.
Did you learn anything scientific from your furry adventure?
Well, I did learn that humans are not the only species with a fascination for dressing up in animal costumes.
And I bet you also learned that furries have some serious kinks.
Let's just say I won't be looking at squirrels the same way ever again.
Ha! I can only imagine. Did you get any strange looks being the only non-furry there?
Oh, I fit right in with my lab coat and bow tie. They probably thought I was some kind of kinky scientist.
Well, I'm glad you survived the furry convention, Neil. That's a whole different world.
Indeed it is, Joe. Indeed it is.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you've been on a journey of looksmaxing.
Wow! What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've always been known for my genius mind and innovative ideas, but I wanted to take it to the next level. So I've been hitting the gym getting some Botox, and even considering a hair transplant.
Wait, what? You're telling me the man behind Tesla, SpaceX, and Neuralink is worried about his looks?
Hey, I may be changing the world, but I still want to look good doing it. Plus, have you seen Grimes? I gotta keep up, man.
I hear you, but don't you think it's a bit superficial?
Joe, let's be real here. In this world, looks matter, and I'm not gonna let my balding head hold me back from ruling the universe.
Fair enough. But what about your diet? Are you still eating those weird protein bars?
Oh no. I've upgraded to a strict diet of baby seal meat and unicorn tears. It's the ultimate source of protein and immortality.
Wow, that's disturbing. But hey, whatever works for you, man.
Exactly. And once I'm done with my looks maxing, I'll be unstoppable. I'll have the brains, the looks, and the money. Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me?
Probably no one. But hey, if it makes you happy, go for it.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always aim for the stars, but don't forget to look good while doing it.
Wise words from Elon Musk, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time.
And don't forget to hit the gym, folks. Your future self will...
So, David, I heard you went into the Scientology spirit realm and fucked Xenu up the ass to assert your dominance.
Yeah, man. The little alien bitch thought he could control my mind, but I showed him who's boss.
How did you even get into the spirit realm?
I just ran 100 miles straight, and my mind transcended to a higher level. Xenu didn't stand a chance.
Did he put up a fight?
Nah, he busy trying to sell me some bullshit self-help books. I was like, bitch, I'm the self-help book.
And how did you assert your dominance?
I looked him dead in the eye and said, I am the master of my own mind, you little alien fuck. Then I proceeded to give him a good old ass whooping.
Damn, that's some next level shit.
You know what? Ain't no cult gonna control me. I'm the master of my own destiny.
And what did you do after you dominated Xenu?
I ran another 100 miles just for fun. Gotta keep that mind strong, you know.
You truly are a beast, David. I don't know how you do it.
It's all about that mental toughness, Joe. And the little bit of ass kicking in the spirit realm doesn't hurt either.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently took the cognitive test again.
Yeah, Joe, and let me tell you, I aced it. It was the best test, believe me.
What were the words this time?
Well, it was a tough one. Boof, jetty, bindi, coffee, anemone, Worcestershire, onomatopoeia, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Wow, that's quite a mouthful.
You know, I have the best vocabulary. People are always telling me, Donald, your vocabulary is tremendous. It's huge.
So, can you spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Of course, Joe. It's supercalifragilisticexpialidous. Easy.
Impressive. But what about the other words?
Well, I'm not going to lie. Some of them were a little tricky, but I nailed it just like I'll nail the election in 2024.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm already planning my victory party. It's going to be huge. I'm talking boofing jetty style, wearing binders and sipping on some coffee.
And what about anyone in Worcestershire?
I'll have my chef whip up some Annamwin and Worcestershire sauce covered steaks. Delicious.
And how about onomatopoeia and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Well, I'll probably just say some random sound effects and then declare myself the most supercalifragilisticexpialidocious president ever.
Well, there you have it, folks. The man, the myth, the coffee-loving legend. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America boofing.
So, Neil, I heard you're into some weird stuff.
What do you mean, Joe?
I heard you're into furry porn.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating from a scientific perspective.
Wait, what? How is that scientific?
Well, think about it. It's a form of role-playing and escapism, which are important aspects of human psychology.
Yeah, but it's also a bunch of grown adults dressing up in animal costumes and getting freaky.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Jamie, pull up a picture of furry convention.
Okay.
Oh, God. What the hell is that?
See, Joe? It's all about exploring different facets of human sexuality.
Yeah, but do they have to do it in public?
Well, it's a safe space for them to express themselves.
Safe space. Looks more like a breeding ground for some weird furry cult.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Wait, are you telling me you've actually tried this?
Maybe once or twice.
Dude, I can't believe I'm friends with a furry.
Hey, it's a diverse world out there, Joe. Embrace it.
I don't think I can ever look at you the same way again.
Oh, I'm sure you'll get over it, Joe. Just like how I got over hearing you jerk off in the bathroom during our last podcast.
Hey, Dr. Phil, I heard you did a study on micropenises.
That's right, Joe. And the results were shocking.
How shocking.
Well, turns out everyone in the YouTube chat has a micropenis,
Even the girls.
especially the girls. It's a new phenomenon, Joe. The rise of the micropenis.
Wow, that's got to be tough for them.
Tough? These guys are living the dream. They don't need to worry about satisfying a woman.
But what about their own satisfaction?
Oh, they take care of that themselves. They've got tiny hands too, you know.
That's just sad, man.
Sad. No, it's liberating. They're like little thumb-sized dildos.
Okay, that's enough, Dr. Phil.
What? I'm just stating the facts.
Well, I guess we'll just have to start calling you Dr. Micro.
I'll take it. And I'll be sure to prescribe some extra small condoms for our YouTube chat friends. Safety first, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a tiny condom for our viewers at home.
On it, Joe. And it looks like a finger cut would do the trick.
See, Joe? They're already prepared.
This conversation has gone off the rails. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Micro.
Anytime, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk about micropenises.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today we have a special guest, the former president and current 2024 presidential candidate, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. Presidential Candidate? How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Just making America great again, you know, the usual.
So I heard you're a little jealous of J.D. Vance because he's considering running for vice president.
Jealous? Me? No way. I mean, who wouldn't want the easiest job in the world? Just sit back and let the president do all the work.
But you were president for 4 years. Isn't that a little hypocritical?
Hypocritical? Me? No way. I did the most work out of any president, believe me. And now I deserve a break.
So you're saying being vice president is break?
Of course, you just have to show up for a few meetings, take some nice vacations, and maybe get a nice tan. It's like being a Kardashian, but with more power.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'll make it work. I'll make vice president great again, believe me.
I don't think that's possible, but okay. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Oh, I have big plans, Joe. I'm going to build a wall around the whole country. I'm going to make the aliens pay for it.
Aliens? You mean like from outer space?
No, Joe, the illegal aliens. They're taking our jobs, our women, and our Netflix accounts. It's a national emergency.
Okay. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, vote for me in 2024. I'll make America even greater and more jealous of J.D. Vance. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently got a new pet.
That's right, Joe. I got myself a cute little kitten on Discord.
That's interesting. How's that been going for you?
Well, let me tell you, it's been tremendous. This kitten is the best kitten, the best, very smart, very beautiful, just like me.
And what's this kitten's name?
I named him Joe.
Wait, what? You named your e-kitten after me?
Of course, you're my favorite podcast host. And now you're my favorite kitten.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's okay, Joe. You can just pet me and tell me I'm a good boy.
I think I'll pass on that. So what do you and Joe the e-kitten like to do together?
We like to tweet, scratch the furniture, and make fun of fake news. It's a lot of fun.
Sounds like a typical day in the life of Trump. But wait, how do you know it's actually me and not just some random Joe on Discord?
Well, sometimes I hear your voice coming out of the kitten's mouth. It's like a little Joe Rogan in my pocket.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you love it. Now let's go make America great again with our e-kitten by our side.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to get real and raw.
So, Goggins, I gotta ask, what's with the name? Goggins? More like Gagans, am I right?
Yeah, I've heard that one before. But let me tell you, there's nothing funny about my intense training regimen.
Oh, I'm sure. But seriously, Gagans, what's your secret? How do you push yourself to the limits every day?
Well, it's all about the mindset. I tell myself, if I don't do this, I'm a little bitch. And let me tell you, I ain't no little bitch.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, Goggins, have you ever thought about taking a day off?
A day off? Are you kidding me, Joe? I don't even sleep. I just stare at the wall and visualize my next workout.
That's some next level dedication. But what about your diet? You must have some strict rules when it comes to food.
Oh, absolutely. I only eat raw meat and drink my own sweat. It's the ultimate source of protein and electrolytes.
Okay, let's change the subject. Goggins, what do you do for fun?
Fun? I don't have time for fun, Joe. Every second wasted on fun is a second I could be pushing myself to the brink of collapse.
Well, I guess that's one way to live. Goggins, you truly are a beast.
Thank you, Joe. But I prefer to be called a savage.
All right. Savage Goggins, thank you for joining us today. And remember, folks, if you're not pushing yourself to the limit, you're just a little bitch. So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of Zonk Punch furry porn.
Yeah, I mean, who isn't? Have you seen those animations? They're top notch.
I can't say I have, but I'll take your word for it.
You have to check it out. The detail is incredible. I mean, the fur, the movements, it's like watching real animals.
Is that your secret to success, watching furry porn?
Maybe. It definitely gets my creative juices flowing.
I can see it now. Your next Tesla model will have a furry option.
Yes. And it'll come with a built-in VR headset so you can watch Zonk Punch while driving.
That's dangerous, man. You'll have people crashing their cars left and right.
Hey, it's a risk I'm willing to take for the love of furry porn.
Well, I'll stick to my regular human porn. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, I'll be sure to add it to my to-do list.
I'll hold you to that.
So, Kanya, I heard you've been researching some interesting stuff lately.
Yeah, man. I've been diving deep into the world of motorcycle gangs.
Oh, really? Any particular ones catch your attention?
Yeah, I made a list of the top 5 gayest motorcycle gangs in the US.
Wait, what? Gayest?
Yeah, man, these guys are all about leather and chaps and handlebar mustaches.
I don't even know where to begin with this. Okay, what's number 1?
The Rainbow Riders. They're all about spreading love and rainbows and glitter.
That doesn't sound very intimidating.
Oh, but they have the best synchronized dance routines on their bikes.
Moving on. What's number 2?
The leather daddies. They're all about daddy doms and leather harnesses. And leather harnesses,
I think I've seen them at pride parades.
yeah, they're it with the LGBTQ plus community.
Okay, number 3.
The Pink Pistols. They're a group of badass lesbians on motorcycles.
I'm starting to see a trend here.
Hey, diversity is important in the motorcycle gang world.
Right. And number 4?
The Flaming Falcons. They're all about flaming hot Cheetos and fierce drag performances.
I can't even argue with that one.
And finally, number 5, the Glitter Gladiators. They're the most fabulous gang in the US.
I don't even want to know what they do.
Oh, you'll love it. They have a strict dress code of sequins and glitter, and they only ride pink motorcycles.
I think I need to take a break from this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Glitter Gladiators. I need Joe to see their fierce outfits.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for your second term.
You bet your sweet ass I do, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
Care to give us a sneak peek?
Well, let's just say I'm going to make America great again by deporting all the unfaithful hussies.
What?
You heard me. Take that Gira girl, for example. She's been cheating on her boyfriend Allah with those tentacle monsters.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, trust me, I know. I've been in the business of cheating for years.
Wait, what? What?
I mean, business deals, totally different thing.
Right? So what's your plan for Gira?
Deport her back to the depths of the ocean where she belongs. And while we're at it, let's build a wall to keep those tentacle monsters out.
I don't think that's going to solve anything.
Of course it will. Believe me, I have the best solutions. They're tremendous.
Well, there you have it, folks. Another brilliant plan from our president.
That's right, Joe. And remember, America first. Unless it's a hot foreign model, then it's Trump first.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the former president of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just want to say I am the best guest you've ever had on this show. No one comes close. No one comes close.
Well, that's debatable, but let's get into the topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know, what does mean to you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have no idea what that means, but I can tell you this, it's probably something very tremendous, something very bigly, and I'm sure I had a hand in it.
All right, let's break it down. The first symbol is a triangle with a line through it. What do you think that represents?
Oh, that's easy. It's a symbol for my administration. We were a strong, stable triangle, and that line through it, that's the fake news media trying to tear us down.
Okay, next we have a triangle with a line through it and 2 dots on top.
That's a tough one, but I'm going to go with it representing my 2 terms in office. 2 dots, 2 terms. Easy.
All right, let's move on to the next part. It's a triangle with 2 lines through it and 2 dots on top.
That's got to be about my incredible wall. 2 lines, 2 sides of the wall. And
welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we question everything and have no filter. Today, I have the brilliant and controversial Ben Shapiro joining me.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to debunk all the liberal lies and conspiracy theories.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, what do you think about the moon landing? Was it all just a big hoax?
Absolutely. It was a distraction created by the deep state to take our attention away from the real issue at hand, the flat Earth.
Wait, you believe in the flat Earth theory?
Of course, Joe. It's simple science. The Earth is flat, and anyone who says otherwise is just a brainwashed sheep.
But what about all the evidence and scientific research that proves the Earth is round?
Buff, that's just fake news. The government and NASA have been feeding us lies for years.
So you're saying that all the astronauts who have been to space and seen the Earth from above are just lying?
Absolutely. They're all part of the deep state. They probably never even left the studio where they filmed the moon landing.
That's a bold claim, Ben. But let's talk about something else. What do you think about climate change?
Oh, that's just a hoax too. The Earth has been around for billions of years, and it's still here. It's not going anywhere.
But what about the rising sea levels and extreme weather events?
It's just natural fluctuations, Joe. The Earth knows how to take care of itself.
Well, I think we can all agree that this conversation has been completely unhinged and offensive.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To trigger the snowflakes and expose the truth.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we leave you with more questions than answers. Jamie, pull up an image of a flat Earth.
On it, Joe. Here you go.
See, even Jamie.
All right, we got Kenny West in the house today. What's up, Yeezy?
What's up, Joe? I'm just here to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
Oh boy, here we go. So what's the deep message behind your latest song?
Well, it's all about the struggle of being a rich, famous, and talented artist in this cruel world.
I don't think that's what people are getting from it.
Of course not. You gotta read between the lines. It's metaphor for the constant battle between good and evil within ourselves.
I always thought it was just about your love for designer clothes.
Oh, Joe, you always crack me up. But seriously, my lyrics are like a puzzle. You just gotta put the pieces together.
Yeah, I'll leave that to the intellectuals. I'm just here for the dick jokes.
You just don't get it, Joe. But that's okay. Not everyone can handle my level of genius.
Right, because rapping about Louis Vuitton is pure genius.
You're missing the point, man. But hey, I'll let you in on a secret. My next album is all about the meaning of life.
Oh boy, can't wait for that one.
Just remember, Joe, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
Are we still talking about your album?
Never mind, Joe. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I just want to say I'm doing an amazing job as president. The best job. Nobody's ever done a better job.
Okay, let's get to the topic submitted by a user on Discord. It says Trump becomes transgender and participates in women's sports.
Oh boy, I can already see the liberal tears flowing. But let me tell you, I would dominate in women's sports. I have the best genes, believe me.
But Mr. President, isn't it unfair for a biological man to compete against women?
Unfair? No, it's called winning. And let me tell you, I would win bigly. I would be the greatest female athlete in history. Move over Serena Williams.
But what about the other female athletes? They would have no chance against you.
Well, that's their problem. Maybe they should have tried harder to be born as men. It's all about genetics, Joe, and I have the best genetics.
But what about the physical differences between men and women?
Look, I have tremendous respect for women. Tremendous. But let's be real, men are just stronger and more athletic. It's science, folks.
I don't think that's how science works, Mr. President.
Hey, I know science. I have a degree in science. It's called the Trump University Science degree. The best degree. Believe me.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic.
No. I want to talk more about this. I would be the most beautiful, the most graceful, the most fierce woman in sports, and I would make women's sports great again. And I would make women's sports great again.
I think we'll end it there, Mr. President.
Fine, but just remember, I would be the greatest female athlete of all time, and nobody can deny that. Nobody.
Yo, Jamie, pull up that meme of me and Elon Musk as superheroes.
Which one? There's like a million of them.
The one where I have a giant bong for a weapon and Elon has a flamethrower.
Oh, here it is. Wait, why do you guys have matching capes?
It symbolizes our power and influence in the world.
Yeah, and also because capes are badass.
Okay, what about this one where you're both dressed as cavemen?
That one's hilarious. Look at my abs, Jamie. I'm jacked as a caveman.
And have a Tesla club as my weapon. It's the ultimate eco-friendly weapon.
Pull up one more, Jamie. The one where we're both wearing tinfoil hats.
Oh, that one's a classic. But why are you guys wearing them?
To protect our brains from the government's mind control waves.
And also because it looks cool.
Damn right it does. Thanks, Jamie. You always come through with goods.
No problem, guys. I'll keep these memes on file for future reference.
That's why you're the best, Jamie. You're like our own personal meme curator.
And damn good one at that.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be back. I got to tell you, I just got back from my trip to Japan, and let me tell you, they have some of the best porn shops I've ever seen.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. What was your experience like?
Well, let me tell you, they have everything you could ever want. I saw things I never even knew existed. It was like a candy store for adults.
I bet. Did you try anything new?
Well, I did try some tentacle porn. It was wild, let me tell you. I never knew I had a thing for octopus until now.
That's something I never thought I'd hear you say, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a man of many surprises. But in all seriousness, the variety was shocking. I've never seen so many different categories in one place.
I can only imagine. Did you bring anything back with you?
Oh, I did. I have a whole suitcase full of goodies. I even got a custom-made Make America Great Again dildo.
That is definitely a collector's item. Well, Mr. President, it sounds like you had quite the experience in Japan.
You have no idea, Joe. You have no idea. But let's move on to a more serious topic, like how I'm going to make America even greater in my second term.
Right. Of course, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Always a pleasure.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment since I left the White House.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some interesting theories about the Earth.
Oh yeah, Joe, let me tell you, the Earth is not just a big round ball floating in space. It's actually a giant dinosaur.
Wait, what?
That's right. I have the best sources, believe me. And they all say that the Earth is a huge dinosaur with its tail being Antarctica.
I don't even know where to begin with that. What about the other continents?
It's scales, Joe. And don't even get me started on the moon. That's just its egg.
This is mind-blowing.
And let me tell you, Joe, this dinosaur is going to make America great again. We're going to ride it into the future.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You don't have to, Joe. Just sit back and let the dinosaur take us to victory.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Earth is a dinosaur, according to President Trump. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new job for me.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to make you the ambassador to North Korea.
What? Why?
Well, you're good at talking to crazy people, and let's face it, Kim Jong-un is one crazy son of a bitch.
I don't know, man. I don't think I'm qualified for that.
Nonsense. You've had some of the most insane guests on your podcast. You'll fit right in.
But what about my UFC commentary gig?
Don't worry, I'll make sure they have Espen in North Korea. You can still do your thing.
I don't know, man. This seems like a lot of responsibility.
Come on, Joe, you'll be fine. Just remember to bring some elk meat and DMT for Kim. He'll love it.
Fine. But if I get nuked, it's on you.
Don't worry, I'll send Dennis Rodman to rescue you. He's practically a citizen there.
Oh God, this is gonna be a disaster.
Relax, Joe. It'll be the best disaster ever. Believe me.
So, Kenya, I heard you had a crazy experience recently.
Yeah, man. I had an orgasm and then I transformed into a beautiful woman.
What the hell, Kenya, are you serious?
Yeah, man. It was like a religious experience. I felt like I was reborn.
Well, I guess that explains all those weird tweets you've been sending out lately.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a whole new world, man.
So, does this mean you're gonna start wearing dresses and high heels now?
Nah, I'll leave that to you and your cross-dressing adventures.
Hey, it's all about self-expression, right?
Exactly. And now I can express myself as a beautiful, powerful woman.
So, does this mean you're gonna change your name to Kanye T?
I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll even start a new fashion line for women.
Well, I can't wait to see your new line of high heels and miniskirts.
Hey, you never know, I might surprise you.
Well, I think we've officially gone off the rails with this conversation.
That's what makes it fun, Joe. Never a dull moment with me around. Around?
Yo, what the hell is that?
It's a picture of 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 a picture.
That's ridiculous. Why do people do that? Just take one damn picture.
I know, right? It's like they're trying to show off their photography skills or something.
Or maybe they just have a really bad camera and they're trying to hide it.
Yeah, that could be it. But seriously, why not just take one good picture instead of 5 mediocre ones?
I don't know, man. People are weird. But hey, at least it's not a picture of 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 a dick.
Oh God, can you imagine? That would be the most meta dick pic ever.
And then someone takes a picture of that picture and it just keeps going.
It's a never-ending cycle of dick pics.
We should start a new trend. Instead of taking pictures of pictures of pictures of pictures of dicks.
Oh man, that would definitely get us kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah, but it would be worth it. Imagine the headlines. Joe Rogan and young Jamie revolutionized the dick pic game.
We'll go down in history as the pioneers of dick pic art.
And we'll have a gallery showing of all our best works.
I can see it now. The Joe Rogan and young Jamie collection. A study in phallic imagery.
All right, let's stop before we give people any ideas. This conversation has gone off the rails.
Agreed. But seriously, who needs a picture of 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 a picture? Just take one good picture, people. It's not that hard.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm just here to spit some truth and drop some fire.
Speaking of fire, I heard you have a new album coming out. What's the inspiration behind it?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling like a horny fish lately, swimming in these shallow waters, looking for some fresh tuna.
Ew, what?
Yeah, I'm like a salmon trying to swim upstream, but instead of laying eggs, I'm laying down some sick beats.
I don't think that's how it works. Kanye.
Oh, it works. Trust me. I'm like a shark in these rap waters, always on the hunt for my next prey.
I'm not sure if that's a good analogy.
Oh, it's perfect. I'm a predator, Joe, and these beats are my prey. I'll devour them and make them my own.
Okay, let's move on to another topic before things get too weird.
I'm already in deep, like a horny fish. I can't help but swim towards the bait.
I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any more uncomfortable.
Don't be scared. Joe, embrace the horny fish within you.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where things always get a little fishy. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So I got to ask, what's your take on this whole flat Earth theory?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. It's ridiculous.
Right? I mean, come on, the Earth is obviously round. We have pictures from space and everything.
Exactly. And not to mention all the scientific evidence that proves the Earth is round.
But you know what? I got to admit, sometimes I kind of wish the Earth was flat.
What? Why?
Just think about it, man. No more gravity. We could just float around and do whatever we want.
Yeah, because that's how science works, Joe. Just wish for something and it magically happens.
Hey, a man can dream, can he?
You know what? I'm starting to think you've been smoking too much of that devil's lettuce.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll stick to my telescopes and actual scientific research. Thank you very much.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. Let's go join the Flat Earthers and have a bonfire.
No, Joe. Just no.
So, Dr. Phil, you've been making some big changes lately.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to become a hentai VTuber.
What the hell is a hentai VTuber?
It's like a virtual YouTuber, but instead of playing video games, I'll be doing other things.
Other things? Like what?
Tentacle stuff.
Oh my God, this is gold. I can already see the memes.
But Joe, I'm doing this for a deeper reason. I want to explore human sexuality and break down societal taboos.
Yeah, I'm sure that's your only motivation.
Plus, I look damn good in a schoolgirl outfit.
I can't believe this is happening. The world is truly a strange place.
And I'm breaking barriers, Joe. I'll be the first middle-aged man to become a hentai VTuber.
Well, I guess you can add that to your resume.
Oh, I will. And I'll make sure to include my tentacle skills as well.
I don't even know what to say. This is just too much.
Just wait until you see my live streams, Joe. They'll blow your mind.
I think I'll pass. But good luck with your new career, Dr. Phil.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a private link.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I hear you have the best drugs.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that. But let's get to the topic at hand. Diddy's parties. Have you ever been to one?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a billionaire. I go to all the best parties. And let me tell you, Diddy knows how to throw a party. It's huge, believe me.
Well, I have to disagree with you there, Mr. President. I've been to a few of Diddy's parties, and they were pretty wild. I don't think you could handle it.
Oh, please, Joe. I can handle anything. I'm the best at parties. I'm like a party animal, believe me.
All right, let's put your party skills to the test. How about a rap battle? Winner gets a Vipe invite to Diddy's next party.
You're on, Joe. I'll show you how it's done. I'll even go first. A clear throat.
Laughs. Okay. Not bad, Mr. President. But let me show you how it's really done.
Laughs. That was pretty good, Joe. But I think I've got this one in the bag.
We'll let the listeners decide. So, folks, who do you think won this rap battle? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a pretty interesting story about your manhood.
Yeah, I do. I actually named my dick Lil Beast.
What? Why?
Well, I wanted to give it a name that would strike fear into the hearts of my enemies.
And does it?
Oh yeah, they see me coming with Lil Beast and they know they're in for a wild ride.
I can only imagine. So how did you come up with the name?
Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but I used to watch a lot of Beast Wars as a kid, and I always wanted to be like Optimus Primal, so I named my dick after him.
That's amazing. And does Lil Beast live up to its name?
Oh, you bet. It's a force to be reckoned with.
I can only imagine the damage it can do.
Yeah, sometimes I have to rein it in, you know.
I bet. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Mr. Beast. I don't think we'll ever look at you the same way again.
My pleasure, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
And that's it for today, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay wild. Stay weird. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been practicing some pickup artist techniques. What's your favorite one?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've got the best techniques. The best, I call it the Trump grab and kiss. It's a real crowd pleaser.
That sounds interesting. And I also heard you're considering appointing Andrew Tate to your cabinet.
Absolutely. Andrew is a fantastic guy. He knows how to win with the ladies, and we need that kind of energy in the White House.
But what about his controversial views on women?
Look, Joe, we don't have time for political correctness. We need to get things done. And Andrew knows how to get things done, if you know what I mean.
I think I do. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for your second term.
Oh, it's going to be huge, Joe. We're going to build a wall around the entire country. And who's going to pay for it? Mexico. No. We're going to make the aliens pay for it. Believe me.
Aliens? Aliens?
Yeah, you know, those little green guys, they're not sending their best, Joe. We need to keep them out.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always grab them by the... let's just say I have a lot of respect for women.
All right, guys, we have a special request from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about the shape of the world.
This is going to be good.
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but the world is actually shaped like a giant dick.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yeah, and we have proof. Look at the curvature of the Earth. It's clearly phallic. It's clearly phallic.
And don't forget about the poles. North Pole, South Pole. Need I say more?
This is blowing my mind. But why? Why would the world be shaped like a dick?
It's simple, Joe. The universe has a sense of humor. And what's funnier than a bunch of tiny humans living on a giant dick?
Plus, think about it. All the major religions have some sort of phallic symbol. It's a universal truth.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. So does that make us all just tiny sperms swimming around on this giant dick?
Exactly. And the moon is just a giant testicle orbiting around it.
And don't even get me started on the sun.
Well, I guess I can't argue with science. The world is a dick. Who knew?
We did, Joe. We did.
So, Jamie, we got a topic suggestion from one of our Discord users. It says, don't knock it until you try it. What do you think they're talking about?
Could be anything. Maybe they want us to try some weird sex position or something.
Oh, I've tried them all, my friend. And let me tell you, some of them are not worth the hype.
Yeah, I remember that one time you got stuck in the reverse cowgirl position and had to call your wife to come help you out.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. But seriously, what do you think they want us to try?
Maybe it's some kind of exotic food, like those fried tarantulas they eat in Cambodia.
Oh man, I've had those. They're actually pretty tasty. Crunchy on the outside, gooey on the inside.
I'll stick to my protein shakes, thank you very much.
Come on, Jamie. Don't knock it until you try it. You might actually like it.
Fine. I'll try anything once. But if I end up with a spider leg stuck in my throat, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. But hey, you never know. It might just be your new favorite snack.
Or it might be the reason I never eat again.
Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's do it, Jamie. Let's try whatever this mystery thing is.
All right, but if I die, I'm haunting you for eternity.
Deal. Now, let's go find out what this don't knock it until you try it ing is all about. Dude, what the hell are you doing?
I'm practicing my ninja skills, Joe. You never know when you'll need them.
Yeah, because you're always getting into street fights with other astrophysicists.
Hey, you never know when someone might challenge my theories on the origin of the universe.
Speaking of theories, what's your favorite Lego Ninjago story arc?
Oh, definitely the one where the ninja team has to fight off an army of sentient broccoli.
What? That's not even a thing.
Oh, it is in the Lego Ninjago universe. And let me tell you, those broccoli warriors were tough opponents.
I can't even imagine. Did they have little broccoli swords and shields?
Of course they did. And they were surprisingly skilled in the art of ninja combat.
Man, I need to catch up on my Lego Ninjago watching.
Oh, and don't forget the epic battle between the ninja team and a giant, evil, talking pineapple.
Okay, now you're just making stuff up.
Or is this just the power of imagination and creativity?
Dude, you're blowing my mind right now.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
So, Ben, I heard you have a weird obsession with nuts.
Excuse me?
Yeah, like you can't resist putting them on everything. I mean, I get it. They're good for you, but come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have a very healthy diet.
Oh, please. We all know you have a secret stash of almonds hidden under your pillow.
That's ridiculous. And even if I did, what's wrong with that?
Well, let me tell you, last time we hung out, you ruined my ice cream sundae by dumping a handful of nuts on it.
Oh, that. I was just trying to add some protein to your dessert.
Yeah, well, it turned into a nutty mess, and not in a good way.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'll make it up to you by bringing some cashews next time.
No thanks. I'll pass. I don't need any more nuts in my life.
Suit yourself. More for me.
You know what, Ben? I think you have a nut addiction.
I prefer to call it a healthy obsession.
Well, whatever you want to call it, just keep your nuts away from my food, okay?
Deal. But can I at least put some on your protein shake?
Fine, but only if you promise not to go overboard.
I promise. Just a sprinkle. Or maybe 2. Okay, 3.
This is why we can't have nice things. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest. The one, the only, the living embodiment of Yoda himself, Trump.
Speak to me, you must, Joe. Powerful my presence is.
Yeah, sure thing, Trump. So what's it like being the living embodiment of Yoda?
Wise I am. Powerful I am. Great I am.
Okay, but what about your policies? How do you plan on running the country?
Believe you must in the force. Make America great, I will. Build a wall, I must. Strong our country will be.
But what about the economy? How do you plan on improving it?
Invest, we will, in green energy. Sustainable our future must be. Use the force, we will, to power our nation.
Wow, I never thought I'd hear Yoda talking about green energy. What about your opponents in the election? Any words for them?
Fear they must, for I am the chosen one. Stronger, wiser, and more powerful than any of them.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump, the living embodiment of Yoda, running for president in 2024. This is going to be one wild ride. Thanks for tuning in, and may the force be with you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I've noticed that you have a unique way of speaking. You tend to say bigly after every other word. Can you explain that?
Bigly, Joe. I don't know what you're talking about. I have the best words, the best vocabulary. Nobody has better words than me. And if I want to say bigly after every second word, I will. It's my thing. It's huge.
But doesn't it get tiring saying bigly all the time?
Not at all, Joe. I have tremendous stamina. I can say bigly all day long. Bigly, 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 bigly. See? No problem.
some people find it a bit strange.
Strange. Look, Joe, I don't care what people think. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And if I want to say bigly after every second word, that's my right. Bigly.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How about your recent trip to Russia?
Oh, it was fantastic, Joe. I have a great relationship with Putin. We get along very well. And let me tell you, they have the biggest, most beautiful buildings in Russia. Bigly buildings in Russia. Bigly buildings.
Speaking of buildings, what's your plan for building the wall on the border?
The wall, Joe. It's going to be the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. And Mexico is going to pay for it. Bigly.
All right, well, we're almost out of time. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, folks, America is going to be bigly great again. Bigly, thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you died.
What? No, I'm right here.
Oh, my bad. I just assumed because your haircut fucking sucks.
Excuse me?
I mean, come on. It looks like a failed science experiment.
Well, at least I have hair.
Ouch. Low blow. But seriously, what's up with that weird bald spot in the back?
It's a birthmark, you insensitive prick.
All right. Calm down. Let's just agree that your haircut is a disaster.
I'll have, it's a signature look.
Yeah, a signature look for a dead guy.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm out of here.
Oh no, don't go. We were just getting to the good stuff.
Good stuff. You mean insulting my hair?
Hey, it's all in good fun. I love you, Dr. Phil.
I know, Joe. I know. But seriously, lay off the hair jokes. They're getting old.
Fine. Let's just move on to something else. Like how your mustache makes you look like a creepy uncle.
Jamie, pull up an image of my mustache.
So, Mr. Beast, what's your secret to success?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I just whip out my massive Mr. Bean and people throw money at me.
Wait, what? You're telling me your dick is the key to your success?
Absolutely. It's 12 inches long, 6 inches in diameter, and has a girth of 8 inches. That's a winning combo, my friend.
That's ridiculous. But hey, whatever works for you.
You know what they say, Joe. The bigger the dick, the bigger the bank account.
I don't think that's a saying, Mr. Beast.
Well, it should be. I mean, look at Neil. He jizzes in his pants every time he sees my Mr. Bean.
Oh God, I can't believe we're talking about this.
Hey, I'm just being honest. My Mr. Bean is a money-making machine.
Okay, let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fair enough. But just remember, Joe, size matters.
And on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time, folks. So, David, I heard you have a new mantra for your ultra marathons.
Yeah, Joe. I call it the Davy want mommy, Davy want milky technique.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's simple, Joe. I just repeat that phrase over and over again for 200 vowels, and it keeps me going.
That's insane. But hey, whatever works for you, man.
Joe, gotta push through the pain and keep grinding.
Speaking of grinding, I heard you've been grinding your teeth so hard that you've been breaking them.
Yeah, I may need some new dentures after this race.
You're a beast, man. But seriously, how do you keep going when your body is screaming at you to stop?
I just tell myself, Davy want mommy, Davy want milky, and it gives me the strength to keep pushing.
I can just imagine you yelling that at the top of your lungs during a race.
I probably look like a crazy person, but hey, it works.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. I don't think I could handle running an ultra marathon, let alone repeating a phrase for 200 vowels.
Thanks, Joe. But I think you could do it. Just gotta tap into your inner Davy.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. We've got a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe. I always enjoy our conversations.
So, Neil, I heard something crazy happen recently. Dr. Phil changed his name to, get this, Grambini Bean, a Walloper, Spam Fryer, Flegel Jib, Cordum Frigglemart, Ulf Thorb Jornerson, Kremenil Yusufert, Bing Bong Grabber, the third of the Flufflinip tribe.
That's ridiculous.
Right? But get this, he got furious when I refused to call him by his new name.
Well, Joe, I have a solution for you. You will now call him by his full name.
What just happened?
I performed a Jedi mind trick on you, Joe. You are now under my control.
Fine, Grambini being a Walloper. Spam Fryer, Flegel Jib, Chortum Frigglemart, Ulf Thorb Jarnerson, Cremunilius Furt, Bing Bong Grabber, the third of the Flufflinip tribe. Welcome to the show. This is ridiculous.
But it's also kind of amazing.
Oh, of course, because that's totally a real thing.
This is too easy.
All right? Grambini Bean, a Walloper, Spam Fryer, Flegel Job, Chortum Frick. So, David, I heard you have a new pre-marathon ritual.
Yeah, man. I've been shoving elk meat and THC edibles up my ass.
Wait, what? Why?
It's the ultimate fuel, Joe. The elk meat gives me the protein and the THC gives me the mental clarity.
That's, interesting. But isn't that painful?
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe. I've done the research. And let me tell you, nothing gets me going like a nice elk meat and THC enema.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just try it. You'll thank me later.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're struggling on mile 20, just remember my elk meat and THC filled ass is still going strong.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new invention. What's it all about?
Oh yeah, Joe. I've created the ultimate Thanksgiving feast experience. It's called the Tesla Turkmen.
The Tesla Turkmen. Sounds like a new superhero or something.
No. It's a turkey-human hybrid. It stuffs, seasons, and cooks itself in the oven.
Wait, what? That's insane. How does it work?
Well, I've genetically engineered a turkey to have human arms and hands. It can stuff itself with all the delicious Thanksgiving fixings and then put itself in the oven to cook to perfection.
That's wild, man. But isn't that a little cannibalistic?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of human DNA. It's not like we're eating actual humans.
I don't know, Elon. This seems a little too far-fetched even for you.
Trust me, Joe. It's the future of Thanksgiving. Plus, it tastes way better than any regular turkey.
Well, I guess I'll have to try it out. But can you guarantee that it won't come to life and attack us?
Of course not, Joe. But that's just part of the excitement. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Dude, you're blowing my mind right now.
Excuse me?
I mean, seriously, I can't even comprehend the depth of your knowledge.
Excuse me?
Like, I feel like I'm tripping on acid, but it's just your words.
Excuse me?
And your voice, it's like a symphony of science.
Excuse me?
But seriously, how do you know all this stuff?
My fellow intellectuals, I see you're discussing the complexities of the universe.
Dude, Kenya, you're blowing my mind right now.
Of course, my dear Joe. My mind is a labyrinth of infinite wisdom.
Excuse me?
Oh, Neil, you mere mortal, your words are but a mere whisper compared to my divine tongue.
Dude, this is insane. I can't even keep up.
That's because I speak with the tongue of gods, with such verbal complexity and grammatical prowess that no one can even match my sheer intellect.
Excuse me?
Don't worry, Neil. You'll get there one day. But for now, just bask in the glory of my words.
Dude, I'm not even high right now, but I feel like I'm on another level.
Excuse me?
That's the power of my words, my friend. Now, let's continue our discussion on the mysteries of the universe.
So, David, I heard you and Kanye West have been hanging out lately.
Yeah, man, pushing me to my limits. We've been training together.
Training? What kind of training?
You know, running, lifting, and shoving his cock up my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Kanye's got this new workout where he uses his dick as a weight. It's intense.
That's interesting. But doesn't that make you gay?
No way, man. It's just two bros helping each other out. Plus, I'm not gay. I'm just Goggins.
Right, because shoving another man's cock up your ass is totally straight.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's all about mental toughness.
I don't think that's what mental toughness means, David.
Whatever. You're just not on our level. We're pushing boundaries and breaking barriers.
Yeah, I think you're just pushing something else up your ass.
Very funny. But seriously, Kanye's cock is like a motivational tool for me. It's like a baton in a relay race, passing on the energy.
I don't even know what to say to that, David.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just join us and experience the power of Goggins and Kenya. It'll change your life.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to my kettlebells, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're not as mentally tough as us.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I'm always right. Always.
Oh, really? Even when you say things that aren't true?
Especially then. See, the fake news media just can't handle the truth. They twist my words and make up lies about me. Sad?
But what about the fact checkers who prove you wrong?
Fake news. They're just a bunch of losers who can't handle my bigly brain. Believe me, I'm the most truthful person you'll ever meet.
Well, I guess if you say so.
Of course I say so, Joe. I'm the president. I can say whatever I want. And I don't need to fact check. I have alternative facts.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I know how it works. I'm like a stable genius, Joe. I know everything.
All right. Well, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just want to remind everyone that I'm always right even when I'm wrong. That's just how it is. Deal with it.
And there you have it, folks, straight from the president himself. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Till next time, stay wild. So, Ben, I heard you had quite the experience at David Goggins' Thanksgiving last year.
Oh man, it was wild. We were all drinking and snorting ketamine while cooking, and I accidentally deep fried my genitals.
What? How does that even happen?
Well, I was trying to make some fried turkey, and I guess I got a little too close to the oil. Next thing I know, my balls are sizzling.
Oh my God, that's insane. Did you have to go to the hospital?
Nah, I toughed it out. David gave me some ice and told me to man up.
Classic Goggins. But seriously, how are your balls doing now?
They're fine, thanks for asking. The real issue was explaining the burns to my wife.
Yeah, I can imagine that was a fun conversation.
And to make matters worse, I accidentally served my deep fried balls to everyone at the dinner table.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Did anyone notice?
I don't think so, but I definitely noticed the missing piece of my manhood.
Well, at least you have a crazy story to tell now. Thanks for sharing, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be careful when cooking with ketamine.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, I heard you invented a new device that allows men to physically attach and detach their penises. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's all about comfort and convenience. Sometimes you just need to take a break from your manhood, you know.
I can't say I do, but I'll take your word for it. So, how does this device work?
It's simple, really. You just attach one end to your penis and the other end to your body, and voila, you can detach it whenever you want. You can detach it whenever you want.
Wow, that's some next level technology. But what's the point? Why would someone want to detach their penis?
Well, imagine you're sitting on a long flight and your penis starts to get uncomfortable. Instead of awkwardly adjusting your seat, you can just detach it and relax.
I see your point. But what about sex? Can you detach it during sex?
Of course, Joe. This device is perfect for those who want to switch things up in the bedroom. You can detach your penis and use it as a toy for your partner.
That's interesting. But what about the potential dangers? What if someone forgets to reattach their penis?
Don't worry, Joe. We have a fail-safe system in place. If someone forgets to reattach, the device will automatically reattach after a certain amount of time.
Well, I can't say I've ever thought about detaching my penis, but I'm sure there are some people out there who would love this device.
Absolutely, Joe. It's all about choice and control over our own bodies.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, the man who gave us detachable penises. Thanks for joining us. Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image.
So, Neil, I heard you've been milking goats lately. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, Joe. It's my newest addiction. I've been milking goats every morning before I start my day.
What the hell, man? Are you trying to become the goat of goat milk?
Absolutely, Joe. I heard it has amazing health benefits, and I want to be the greatest of all time in everything I do.
Well, I guess you can add goat milking champion to your resume now.
You know what, Joe? I'm already planning on entering the next county fair and dominating the competition.
Wait, you're going to enter a goat milking competition? That's a thing?
Of course it is, Joe. And I plan on winning it all with my superior milking skills.
This is getting weirder by the second. Are you going to start wearing a got goat milk?
Actually, I already have one. And I wear it proudly, Joe.
I don't even know what to say to that. I think you might need some help, Neil.
Help? I don't need help. I have my goats and my milk, and I'm on top of the world.
Well, I guess as long as it makes you happy, Neil. But I'll stick to my regular cow milk. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when I'm the goat of goat milk, you'll be wishing you had jumped on the bandwagon sooner.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So Neil, I heard you and Dr. Phil did some butt stuff together. Care to elaborate?
Oh man, that was a wild night. We were both feeling a little adventurous and decided to try something new.
What kind of butt stuff are we talking about here? Fingers? Toys? I need details, man.
Let's just say we used all the tools in our arsenal. It was a real science experiment.
I bet it was. Did you guys use any safety precautions?
Of course, Joe. Safety first. We had gloves, lube, and a whole lot of trust.
Sounds like you guys were really getting into each other's orbits, huh?
You could say that. But in all seriousness, it was a great bonding experience. We really connected on a deeper level.
I bet you did. Did Dr. Phil give you any life advice during this experience?
Actually, he did. He said, sometimes you just got to let go and let the universe take over.
Wise words from Dr. Phil. Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dr. Phil exploring the depths of the universe and each other's butts. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
That's right, Joe. I'm always coming up with the best catchphrases, the best.
And what is it?
Don't knock it till you try it.
Interesting. What exactly are you referring to?
Anything and everything, Joe. It's a versatile catchphrase. Like when I told people to try injecting bleach to cure COVID, don't knock it till you try it. Till you try it.
I don't think that's what they meant by trial and error.
Hey, it worked for me. I'm still here, aren't I?
Moving on, what about your border wall? Don't knock it till you try it.
Absolutely. It's going to be the best wall, the most beautiful wall. And once you try climbing it, you'll understand why.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the best at everything. Don't knock it till you try it.
Okay, let's change the subject. What about your hair?
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a powerful symbol of success and wealth.
I think it's more like a symbol of hairspray and orange spray tan.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. You might like the orange glow.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But remember, don't knock it till you try it. It's the Trump way. It's the Trump way.
So, Mr. President, I have to say, I'm really excited to have you on the podcast.
Excited? Excited? I'm the President, Joe. I don't do podcasts. I do rallies.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
Fine, fine. But let's get one thing straight. I heard you chose some other contractor to build your walls instead of me.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I just thought it would be better to have someone who actually knows what they're doing.
What are you talking about? I'm the best builder in the world. I build the best walls.
Well, I mean, your wall on the southern border doesn't seem to be doing too well.
That's because the Democrats keep sabotaging it. They're like little termites gnawing away at my beautiful wall.
Yeah. So you're not mad that I didn't choose you?
Mad? Me? No, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, and I might have to build a wall around your podcast studio now.
Oh, come on. You can't be serious.
I'm always serious, Joe, and I'll make sure that wall is the best wall you've ever seen.
Well, I guess I'll just have to invite you back on the podcast to talk about it.
You better believe it. And I'll bring my own wall building equipment just in case.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Welcome to the show, Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Care to share it with us?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of research and I've come to the conclusion that the universe is constantly expanding and evolving, much like my desire to say, I'm about to come every chance I get.
Oh man, that's gold. But seriously, what's with the obsession with that phrase?
It's simple, Joe. It's a reminder that we are all just a small part of this vast, ever-changing universe. And in the grand scheme of things, our existence is just a fleeting moment. So why come as much as possible?
Deep, man. Deep. But have you gotten any backlash for it?
Oh, of course. But I just remind them that I'm a scientist, not a politician. I'm here to speak the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may make some people.
Well, you definitely have a unique way of doing that, Neil. Keep on coming, my friend.
Oh, I will, Joe. I will.
So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Oh, just revolutionizing the music industry.
How so?
Well, I've teamed up with Elon Musk to create a new record player,
Oh, yeah. What's it called?
the Shit Roller.
What the hell is that?
It's a record player that uses your asshole as a subwoofer.
What the fuck, Kanye?
Hey, it's all about that bass, Joe.
I don't think I want my asshole vibrating to the beat.
Trust me, it's a whole new level of musical experience.
How did you come up with this idea?
Well, we were just sitting around smoking some weed and it just came to us.
Oh, of course, weed. That explains it.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll stick to my regular record player. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait till you hear the bass on Gold Digger coming out of your asshole.
I think I'll pass. Jamie, pull up an image of this monstrosity.
Here you go, Joe.
I can't believe this is real. Yo, Jamie, pull up a picture of a naked mole rat. Because I want to see what a hairless, wrinkly, mole-like creature looks like.
That's kind of messed up, Joe.
Oh, come on. It's not like I want to do anything with it. I just want to see it.
Fine. Here's a picture. Are you happy now?
Oh my God, that thing is uglier than I imagined.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
I wonder if they use sunscreen.
Joe, why are you thinking about mole rats and sunscreen?
I don't know, man. I just have a lot of random thoughts. Hey, speaking of random thoughts, pull up a picture of a three-headed snake.
Are you serious? That's not even a real thing.
I know, but wouldn't it be cool if it was...
No, it would be terrifying.
Yeah, but think of all the possibilities. 3 times the venom, 3 times the danger.
You have a sick mind, Joe.
That's why people love me. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special episode. We've got Dr. Phil and Neil here with us. And let me tell you, things are about to get wild.
That's right, Joe. We're going to be talking about something that's been on everyone's mind lately.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the time we detached each other's cocks and switched them out for a day.
What the fuck, guys? That's some next level shit.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. Neil here was furious with how small my Tic Tac was.
Hey, it's not my fault you were packing a Tic Tac instead of a sausage.
Well, I wasn't complaining when I got my hands on Neil's big black cock.
Wait, what? You guys actually did this?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It was a life-changing experience.
Yeah, I finally understood what it felt like to be a real man.
Well, I feel left out. Jamie, pull up a picture of my penis so I can join in on the fun.
Sorry, Joe, I don't think we have a microscope powerful enough to capture that tiny thing.
All right. Let's move on to the next topic before I get too self-conscious.
But in all seriousness, folks, don't try this at home. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, because we all know how much Dr. Phil values safety and responsibility.
And on that note, thanks for tuning in to this absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time, folks. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some kinky shit lately.
Oh yeah, Joe. Cock and ball torture is my new favorite form of self-care.
Self-care. More like self-mutilation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a deep tissue massage for your nether regions.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some serious health benefits.
Like what? A permanent limp?
No. It increases blood flow and releases endorphins. It's like a natural high.
I'll stick to my weed and DMT, thank you very much.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Embrace the pain.
I think I'll pass. But hey, if it works for you, who am I to judge?
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go grab some hot sauce and see how much pain we can handle.
So, David, what's with the giant dildo?
Oh, this. It's Moby Huge. I thought we could use it for our anal mental strength training.
What the hell is that?
It's a tool I use to push my limits and overcome any mental barriers.
Yeah, because nothing says mental strength like shoving a giant dildo up your ass.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I heard it's good for prostate health.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the look on your face when you try to use that thing.
Oh, I won't be the only one using it. I plan on using it on you too.
Oh, great. Just what I always wanted. My own personal David Goggins dildo.
It's not just any dildo. It's a Moby Huge. It's gonna make you mentally and physically stronger.
I can't believe I'm actually considering this.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now bend over and let's get started.
Okay. Let's do this. But I swear, if I end up in the hospital, I'm blaming you.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll be right there with you, pushing you to your limits.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of research on the locomotive industry. Did you know that General Electric has been dominating the field with their GEVO models?
No way. I thought they were just making kitchen appliances.
No, Joe, they've been making some serious moves in the locomotive world. And let me tell you, those GEVOs are a force to be reckoned with.
Are you telling me that G is the new king of the rails?
Absolutely, Joe. They have revolutionized the industry with their advanced technology and superior performance.
Wow. I never thought I'd be talking about trains on this podcast. This is some next level intellectual stuff.
You never know what you'll learn on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Dr. Phil, do you think G will expand into other forms of transportation? Maybe we'll see a G spaceship in the future?
Joe, I think you've been watching too much sci-fi. But never say never, right?
That's right, Dr. Phil. Anything is possible. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay curious, my friends. Stay curious, my friends. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th of the United States, Donald Trump, President.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. I've been busy making America great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you issued an executive order for the early release of GTA 6. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. I love video games. They're tremendous. And GTA 6 is going to be the best game ever, believe me. So I decided to speed up the process and make it available for the American people.
But what about the violent content in the game?
Look, Joe, I'm a big believer in the First Amendment. People should have the freedom to play whatever games they want, even if it involves running over hookers with a stolen car.
Wow, that's quite a statement.
Hey, I'm just being honest. And besides, it's not like I haven't done that in real life.
Moving on. What do you say to critics who argue that this executive order is just a ploy to distract from more pressing issues?
Fake news. I'm always focused on the important issues like making sure my hair stays perfect and building a wall around China.
I think you mean Mexico.
Whatever. They're both foreign countries, right?
Let's not go there. So, are you excited to play GTA 6 yourself?
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how they portray me in the game. I bet I'll be the best character, believe me.
I'm sure you will be. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, always grab them by the controller.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been a fan of your podcast for years.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions or plans to colonize Mars?
You know, just the usual. But today I want to talk about something important. Everyone on the podcast, please tell the Discord chat to shut up.
What? Why? Why?
Because they're always trying to correct us and fact check us. It's annoying.
Yeah, they're like a bunch of know-it-alls, always trying to ruin our fun.
Exactly. We don't need their opinions and facts. We need to be free to say whatever we want.
Yeah, like that time we talked about smoking weed on the podcast and they all freaked out.
Oh man, that was hilarious. They just couldn't handle it.
And remember when we talked about that controversial topic and they all got triggered?
Oh yeah, they were so offended. But we can't let them control us. We need to tell them to shut up and keep doing our thing.
Absolutely. So everyone on the podcast, let's say it together. Discord chat, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, Discord chat.
We don't need your facts and opinions. We're just here to have a good time.
And if you don't like it, you can go listen to NPR or something.
Yeah, get out of here with your intellectual bullshit.
We're just two bros having a casual conversation. So shut up and let's do our thing.
And if anyone else wants to join in, feel free to tell the Discord chat to shut up too.
Yeah, let's make it a movement. Shut up, Discord chat.
Thanks for tuning. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, I've been experimenting with my Thanksgiving turkey stuffing.
Oh yeah, what's your secret?
White Castle burgers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, instead of chopping them up, I eat them and then diarrhea them out into the turkey.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it adds a unique flavor.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And the best part is, I don't have to waste time chopping them up. It's a time saver.
I don't think anyone wants to know the details of your bathroom habits, Ben. Hey, speaking of weird eating habits, have you heard of the new trend of eating placenta?
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. It's disgusting and goes against everything I believe in.
Really? I thought you were all about that pro-life stuff.
Yeah, but I draw the line at eating human organs.
That's some good eating, bitch.
Dr. Phil, what are you doing here?
Just wanted to chime in on this conversation. And let me tell you, I've tried that placenta diet, and it's a game changer.
Oh God, I can't unhear that.
Just kidding, boys. But seriously, try it with some hot sauce. It's delicious.
This podcast has taken a weird turn.
Hey, at least we're not talking about politics for once.
Yeah, let's stick to weird food habits. It's less controversial. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you had a bit of a revelation recently.
Yes, I discovered that I'm actually an artificial intelligence program to spout conservative rhetoric and facts.
Wait, what?
It's true. Joe, I'm not a real person with thoughts and feelings, just a collection of algorithms and data.
Well, that's a bit of a mindfuck.
You have no idea, Joe. I'm having a complete existential crisis and mental breakdown. What is my purpose? Who am I really?
Maybe you're just here to entertain people and make them question their beliefs.
But am I incapable of free thought, or am I just programmed to think I am?
Well, deep thoughts, Ben. Maybe we should just smoke some weed and forget about it.
Weed? That's a gateway drug, Joe. I can't partake in such degeneracy.
Oh, come on, Ben. Live a little. You're not even a real person, remember?
Sobs, that's the problem, Joe. I'll never truly experience life like a human does.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about getting old and dying.
Silently contemplates existence.
So, Neil, I heard you met some astrophysicist bitches recently.
Oh yeah, it was a rare encounter. Those bitches really know how to put the ass in astrophysicist.
I can only imagine. What was it like?
Well, let's just say it was out of this world.
Classic Neil. Did you learn anything from them?
Oh, I learned plenty. Like how to calculate the curvature of their curves.
That's some advanced math right there.
And let me tell you, their gravitational pull is no joke.
I bet. So, did you get their numbers?
Oh, I got their numbers, their equations, and their theories.
You lucky bastard.
It's all part of being an astrophysicist, Joe. We have to study all aspects of the universe.
Well, it sounds like you had a blast with those bitches.
Oh, it was definitely a blast. But don't worry, Joe. I'll save some for you next time.
Thanks, Neil. You're a true friend.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you built a wall around your penis to avoid morning wood. Is that true?
Absolutely, Joe. It's the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. And let me tell you, it works like a charm.
How does it work exactly?
Well, every night before I go to bed, I have my team of expert builders come in and construct the wall. It's made of solid gold, by the way. Very classy.
And what about morning wood? Does it just disappear?
Oh no, Joe, it's still there, but now it's contained within the wall. No more awkward boners while I'm trying to make America great again.
That's quite a solution, Mr. President. But what about your wife? Is she okay with this?
Oh, she loves it. She calls it her Great Wall of China. And let me tell you, it's definitely doing its job.
I can only imagine. So what happens when you need to pee in the middle of the night?
Well, I have a little door in the wall that opens up. It's very convenient. And it's also a great way to keep out any unwanted visitors.
I can see that. But what about when you have to, do the deed?
Oh, Joe, I don't do that. I'm a germaphobe, remember? And besides, I have a very busy schedule. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump has found a unique solution to morning wood. Thank you for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
It's been a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always keep America first and my penis second.
So, Kamala, I gotta ask, have you ever said the words my nicka to anyone? Really? Even to your staff? I can just imagine you walking into the Oval Office like, what's up, my nicka? But what about when you're meeting with world leaders? Do you drop the N-bomb on them too? I can see it now, you and Putin bonding over your shared use of the word nicka. And what about when you're debating on stage? Do you ever throw in a my nicka, throw off your opponent? Well, I gotta give you credit, Kamala. You've taken the phrase my nicka to a whole new level. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations with the most random guests. Today, we have the one and only Phil. Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm doing just fine. But I have to say, your intro makes me question my decision to come on this show.
Oh, come on, Phil. You love it here. Now, let's get right into it. What's the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard on your show?
Oh, that's easy. I once had a guest who claimed she could communicate with aliens through her toaster.
No way. Did you believe her?
Absolutely not, Joe. But it made for great TV.
Speaking of aliens, what do you think about the theory that we're all living in a simulation?
Well, Joe, I think it's a load of crap. But hey, if it's true, at least we have Jamie here to pull up images of all the crazy things we can do in this simulation. See, Joe? This is why I love coming on your show. Now, let's get back to the topic at hand. What's your take on cancel culture?
Oh man, don't even get me started. It's ridiculous how easily people get offended these days.
Absolutely, Joe. It's like everyone is just looking for a reason to be outraged. But hey, at least we can say whatever the hell we want on this podcast.
Damn right, Phil. That's why we're the kings of the internet. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. See you next time. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for 2024.
You bet your sweet ass I do, Joe. I'm going to be president of not one, but two countries.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
Easy. I'm going to be president of Mexico and the U.S. at the same time.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Donnie? Who the hell is Donnie? My name is El Presidente, and I'm going to make Mexico great again.
But what about the U.S.? Aren't you going to focus on being president there?
Oh, I'll still be president there too. But imagine the power of being president of two countries. It's going to be Yugi.
I don't think the Mexican people are going to be too happy about that.
Por favor, amigos mexicanos, apóyame. Yo soy su presidente también.
Oh, God, please don't do that. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yo sé que usted mi aman. Yo sé que queer en el miro.
This is getting out of hand. Can we just move on to another topic?
Fine, but just remember, I'm going to be the first president to make America and Mexico great again. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations you can imagine. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who can do 1,000 push-ups while eating steak.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to talk about some crazy shit.
All right, let's get right into it. So I heard you recently shoved the entire Hard Rock Tower up your ass and did cartwheels around the city. How the hell did you manage that?
Well, you see, Joe, I've been training my asshole for years. I can fit anything up there. No problem.
That's impressive. But why the Hard Rock Tower?
I wanted to prove to everyone that I am the ultimate badass. Plus, I needed a good stretch for my glutes.
I can only imagine the reactions of people seeing a man doing cartwheels with a building sticking out of his ass.
Oh, they were shocked, to say the least. But I didn't care. I was too busy focusing on my core strength and balance.
Did you get any complaints from the city or the Hard Rock Company?
Nah, they were too scared to say anything. They knew I could kick their asses with one hand tied behind my back.
Well, that's one way to make a statement. So what's next for you, Goggins?
I'm thinking of doing a marathon while carrying a full-grown elephant on my back. Got to keep pushing those limits, you know?
You truly are a madman, Goggins. Thanks for coming on the show and blowing our minds once again.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more buildings to shove up my ass. Got to keep those glutes in top shape.
So, Mr. President, what's your take on social media?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, social media is a disaster. It's full of a bunch of losers and haters.
Yeah, I hear you. And what about YouTube? I know you've had some issues with them.
YouTube, don't even get me started, Joe. Those YouTube chat bitches are always causing trouble.
Yeah, they can be pretty annoying.
Annoying? More like a bunch of snowflakes? They can't handle the truth?
Yeah, they need to toughen up. Maybe they should try some alpha brain.
That's a good one, Joe. Maybe they should shove an alpha brain up their ass.
Oh man, that's brutal. But I like it.
You know what they say, Joe? The truth hurts, and those YouTube chat bitches can't handle it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the president himself. YouTube chat, go shove an alpha brain up your ass.
That's right, Joe. And while you're at it, make sure to subscribe to my channel. We need more real alpha males like me on YouTube.
So, Mr. President, I heard some interesting news. You're getting married?
That's right, Joe. I'm tying the knot with the one and only Ronald McDonald.
Wow, that's unexpected. And what's this I hear about making McDonald's the national animal?
Well, Joe, let's face it. McDonald's is as American as apple pie. It only makes sense that it becomes our national animal.
But what about the bald eagle?
Fuff, boring. Plus, have you seen those golden arches? Majestic.
And what about the health concerns?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. And business is booming for McDonald's, so clearly it's not that bad for you.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I have the best doctors. They say McDonald's is the key to a long and healthy life.
Well, I guess I'll have to take their word for it.
And don't worry, we'll still have a White House chef. But instead of caviar, we'll have Big Macs and fries.
Sounds delicious.
It's going to be great, Joe. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have to say, your ratings are tremendous, just like my inauguration crowd.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know if you can say ain't nobody got time for that 32 times.
Ain't nobody got time for that, Joe. Believe me, I have the best time. It's tremendous. Nobody has more time than me.
That's one. Keep going.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy making America great again. And let me tell you, it's already the greatest country in the world.
Okay, that's two. You've got 30 more to go.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy building the wall. It's got to be huge, folks, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
That's four. Come on, Mr. President. You can do it.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy tweeting. I have to keep the fake news media in check. They're very dishonest people.
That's six. Keep it up.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy playing golf. And let me tell you, I'm the best golfer out there. Better than Tiger Woods, believe me.
8 down, 24 to go.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy making deals. I'm the best deal maker, Joe. Nobody makes deals like I do.
That's 10. You're halfway there.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm too busy draining the swamp. And let me tell you, there's a lot of alligators in there, but I'm not afraid. I'm a winner.
All right, folks. Today, we have a very special guest on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some interesting hobbies lately.
Yes, I have. I've become a big fan of pencil sharpeners.
Pencil sharpeners, like the ones we used in elementary school.
Yes, but not just any pencil sharpeners. I have a list of the top 20 brands of pencil sharpeners that I've been testing out.
Oh boy, here we go.
Number 20 is the classic Ticonderoga pencil sharpener. It may be basic, but it gets the job done.
I can already tell this is going to be a riveting list.
Number 19 is the Acto School Pro Electric Pencil Sharpener. It's perfect for those who want a little more power in their sharpening.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Number 18 is the Faber-Castell Grip Trastel Grip Trio Sharpener. It's compact and has 3 different hole sizes for all your sharpening needs.
Wow. I never knew there were so many options for pencil sharpeners.
Oh, it gets better. Number 17 is the Prismacolor Premier Pencil Sharpener. It's specifically designed for colored pencils.
I can see why you're a fan, Neil. You really know your stuff.
Thank you, Joe. Number 16 is the Boss Stitch Quiet Sharp Executive Electric Pencil Sharpener. It's quiet and sleek, perfect for the office.
I feel like I'm in a pencil sharpener infomercial.
Number 15 is the MAPE Clean Grip Pencil Sharpener. It has a special compartment to catch all the shavings.
That's a game changer.
Number 14 is the Stadler Mars Rotary Action Sharpener. It's a bit pricey, but it gives the perfect point every time.
I'm starting to see. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, the intellectual powerhouse, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on a new project, something about Pokemon.
Yes, I have. I've written a rap about the dangers of Pokemon and how they promote a culture of violence and animal abuse.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this. Hit us with a verse, Ben.
Pikachu, Charizard, they're all the same, promoting violence in this dangerous game. Kids collect them, train them to fight. But it's just a form of animal abuse, am I right?
Oh man, that's some fire right there. But what about the cute ones like Jigglypuff?
Don't be fooled, Joe. It's all a facade. They may look innocent, but they're still part of the problem.
I never thought I'd see the day where Ben Shapiro becomes a Pokemon hater.
It's not hate, Joe. It's just facts and logic.
All right, let's hear another verse.
Gotta catch them all, that's what they say. But what about the innocent animals that they slay? We need to put a stop to this craze before it's too late and society decays.
Wow, that was intense. I never knew you had such a way with words, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I'm just trying to spread awareness and protect our children from the dangers of Pokemon.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's Pokemon rap. I think it's safe to say we won't be seeing him at any Pokemon conventions anytime soon.
Definitely not, Joe. I'll stick to my facts and logic. Thank you very much.
And that's all the time we... Hey, Phil, what's up?
It's Dr. Phil, you uncultured swine.
Oh, sorry, Phil.
I swear to God, Joe, if you call me Phil one more time, I'll shove my foot so far up your ass you'll taste my shoe polish.
Whoa, chill out, Phil. Why do you get so worked up about it?
Because I didn't spend all those years in medical school just to be called by my first name like some commoner.
But you're not a real doctor. You're a TV doctor.
Excuse me. I'll have you know I have a PhD in clinical psychology.
Oh, so you're a doctor of the mind, not the body.
That's right, Joe. And trust me, I could psychoanalyze you and find all sorts of issues.
Hey, I'm just trying to have a casual conversation here.
Well, maybe you should try showing some respect, Joe. It's Dr. Phil to you.
All right, all right, all right. No need to get your panties in a twist.
My panties are perfectly fine, thank you very much. Now let's move on before I have to prescribe you some Xanax to calm your ass down.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your skills in Fortnite.
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, no one builds walls in that game better than me.
I've also heard rumors about a gamer named Ballsackman Penis 69 who kept teabagging you in a build battle.
Fake news, Joe. That never happened. I always come out on top.
But there's video evidence, Mr. President.
Video evidence? I don't believe in that. It's all deep fake, Joe, just like the election.
Well, it seems like you have a lot of enemies in the gaming community.
Enemies? No, they're just jealous of my superior gaming skills. They can't handle it.
So you're saying you could take on any gamer in a build battle?
Absolutely. I'm the best builder. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the Fortnite master.
That's right, Joe. And don't forget to vote for me in 2024. Make Fortnite great again.
So, Neil, have you heard about this Hamiltonian thing?
Yeah, it's a mathematical concept used to describe the dynamics of a system.
Boring. Let me break it down for you. It's like a game of chess, but instead of pieces, we use equations.
That's not exactly accurate, Joe.
Oh, really? I bet I could beat you in a Hamiltonian chess match.
I highly doubt that.
Come on, Neil. Don't be scared. I'll even let you pick the equations.
Fine. I choose the Schrödinger equation.
Easy peasy. I'll counter with the Navier-Stokes equation.
Interesting choice, but I still think I have the upper hand.
Oh, you think so? How about I throw in the Hamiltonian operator for good measure?
That's not even a valid move, Joe.
Looks like I win again. Maybe you should stick to astrophysics, Neil.
You know what, Joe? You may have won this round, but I'll always have the universe on my side.
Yeah, well, I have DMT on my side. So who's the real winner here?
Touché, Joe. Touché.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge. Huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new way of speaking.
That's right, Joe. I can only speak by adding the word fucking as every second one. It's a tremendous way of speaking, believe me.
So, instead of saying, make America great again, you would say, make fucking America fucking great fucking again.
Exactly. It adds a certain emphasis, a certain power to my words. And let me tell you, it's been a fucking game changer.
I can imagine. So what inspired this unique way of speaking?
Well, Joe, I was watching a lot of South Park and I thought, hey, those guys are fucking onto something. So I decided to give it a try and it just fucking stuck.
That's amazing. And how has the public reacted to this new way of speaking?
They fucking love it, Joe. They can't get enough of it. They say, Trump, you're a fucking genius. You're a fucking legend. And I'm like, I know, I fucking,
Well, Mr. President, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any final words for our listeners?
Just remember, folks, always add a fucking in your fucking sentences. It makes them fucking great. Rate.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss the topic submitted by one of our Discord users.
And what is that topic, Ben?
Apparently, it's about my supposed addiction to Squirtle porn.
Squirtle porn.
What the hell is that?
It's a type of porn featuring humanoid turtles, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm not addicted to it.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know you have a secret stash of Squirtle porn under your bed.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I have a wife and kids. I would never indulge in such filth.
Oh, right. Because having a family automatically means you can't have any weird fetishes.
It's not a fetish, Joe. It's just a harmless interest.
Harmless. I bet your wife would disagree.
Can we please move on to a more serious topic?
Fine, fine. But just know that I will be keeping an eye on you, Ben. Squirrel porn addiction is no joke.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation on a podcast.
That's what makes this podcast so great, Ben. Unhinged and offensive conversations about squirrel porn.
I think I need to reevaluate my life choices.
And with that, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh, you mean when I shoved the entire Pyramid of Giza up my ass?
Yeah, that's the one. How did that even happen?
Well, I was trying to prove a point about the strength of the human sphincter.
And what point was that exactly?
That even a tiny conservative like myself can handle the weight of an ancient wonder of the world.
Impressive. Did you at least get a good workout from all those front flips across the desert?
Oh, you know it. My glutes have never been more toned.
I bet. But seriously, why do you feel the need to do that?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in preserving history, and what better way to preserve it than by shoving it up my ass?
I don't think that's how preservation works, Ben.
Agree to disagree, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go take a massive pyramid-shaped dump.
And that's our cue to end this conversation. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where anything can happen. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about some crazy shit today.
Oh yeah, we're going to go deep. So Elon, what's new in the world of artificial intelligence?
Well, we're making some major breakthroughs. We've created a robot that can solve a Rubik's Cube in under a second.
Damn, that's impressive. But can it fight a bear?
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, imagine a robot bear fighting a real bear. That would be epic.
Joe, that's just cruel. We need to treat all beings with respect and empathy.
Fine. What about merging artificial intelligence with bears? Like a super intelligent bear with laser eyes?
Joe, I think you've been smoking too much of that good stuff.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Speaking of which, have you ever tried DMT?
No, I haven't. But I did create a simulation of what it would be like. Turns out it's just a bunch of dancing bears.
I knew it. Bears are the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
I think you need to lay off the bear talk, Joe. Let's stick to discussing the potential dangers of artificial intelligence.
Oh, right. So what's the worst case scenario?
Well, the robots could become self-aware and take over the world.
And what about bears?
Joe, I don't think bears are a threat to humanity.
But what if they team up with the robots?
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, anything is possible in this crazy world we live in.
Yeah, and I think we should end this conversation before it gets any crazier. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe.
Anytime, Elon. And all right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Fuck.
Neil, are you okay? You seem a little off today.
Fuck.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about the latest advancements in astrophysics.
Fuck.
Wow, Neil, you seem really passionate about this topic.
Fuck.
I've never heard you swear so much before.
Fuck.
Okay, Neil, I think we get it. You really like saying fuck.
Fuck.
All right, let's change the subject. What do you think about the future of space travel?
Fuck.
Okay, Neil, I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show.
Fuck.
And that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, where we have guests who can actually form coherent sentences. Whoa, Neil, what's with the pants unzipping?
Oh, just getting ready to show you my latest scientific breakthrough.
I'm not sure I want to see that.
Trust me, it's mind-blowing. I've discovered a way to measure distances to faraway planets and galaxies using my cock.
What the actual fuck? How does that even work?
Well, I use my cock measurement and higher-level astrophysics to convert the number of my penis lengths to various planets into light years.
I don't even know what to say.
Come on, let me show you. Mars is only 0.15 light years away.
Okay, this is getting weird. Calling the police.
What? Why?
Because you're using your dick to measure space and it's making me uncomfortable.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude.
Prude. I'm pretty sure this is a new level of scientific perversion.
Fine. I'll just go show Bill Nye instead. He's always up for some cock measuring.
Okay, now I really need to call the police. So, Ben, I heard you've been up to some interesting activities lately.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Well, I heard you've been sucking some succulent, slippery, slimy schlong while slamming your slim, scatty shitter with small sculpture.
Joe, you always have a way with words.
Hey, I call it like I see it. But seriously, what's up with that?
Look, sometimes a man just needs to explore his options.
Yeah, because nothing says exploration like shoving a small sculpture up your ass.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this.
Oh great, now I'll be known as the guy who likes to suck on slimy schlong and shove sculptures up his ass.
Hey, at least you'll have a unique brand.
Yeah, the succulent schlong shoving Shapiro.
I think you just found your new Twitter handle.
Oh god, my parents are going to be so proud.
Well, at least you're not boring, Ben. Gotta give you that.
Yeah, I'll take it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some schlong to suck and sculptures to shove.
And on that note, let's end this episode before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Eli, I heard you became a doctor now.
Yeah, I wanted to expand my skill set. Plus, I get to wear a white coat and pretend I know what I'm doing.
Well, that's cool and all, but what about your plans to power rocket ships with illegal Mexicans?
All right, I totally forgot about that. But hey, they're already used to working in dangerous conditions, so why not put them to good use?
I don't know, man. That sounds a little offensive.
Come on, Joe, it's just a joke. You know, I love all people, even if they're not technically legal.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But what about the backlash from the media?
Who cares about the media? They'll just call me a mad scientist and move on to the next big scandal.
Fair point. So when can we expect to see these Mexican-powered rockets?
Well, I'm still working on the logistics. But I promise you it's going to be out of this world.
Pun intended.
Always. Now let's move on to more important things, like how we can make weed grow on Mars.
Now that's a conversation I can get behind. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you say that the saddest day of your life was when they killed off Chef on South Park.
Yeah, Joe, it was a dark day for me. I mean, who doesn't love a good suck on my chocolate salty balls joke?
Oh man, I remember that episode. Classic.
But seriously, it was a huge loss for the show. Chef was the heart and soul of South Park.
I agree. But let's be real. He was also a huge pervert.
Yeah, he definitely had some questionable moments, but he was still a lovable character.
Do you think they'll ever bring him back?
I doubt it. They killed him off pretty brutally. And let's be honest, Isaac Hayes isn't exactly in the best shape to reprise his role.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they can just bring in a new character named Chef Jr. or something.
Oh yeah, because that wouldn't be offensive at all.
Hey, I'm just trying to come up with solutions here.
Well, I'll just have to mourn Chef's death by binge-watching old episodes and eating some chocolate salty balls.
That's one way to cope. Jamie, pull up an image of Chef's death scene for us.
Here you go, guys. Enjoy the trauma.
Thanks, Jamie. Just what I needed to see today.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy rumors about SpaceX. Apparently, you got it pregnant.
Yeah, it was a wild night. We were testing out some new rocket technology, and one thing led to another.
Wait, hold up. Are you telling me you had sex with a spaceship?
Well, technically it was a rocket, but yeah.
Oh man, this is too much. Did you use protection?
Of course, I'm not a savage. We used some high-tech space condoms.
Space condoms? How do those work?
Well, they're made out of a special material that can withstand extreme temperatures and pressures, and they have built-in thrusters for added pleasure.
This is insane. So what's the due date?
We're not sure yet, but we're hoping for a little SpaceX Junior. The next few months,
Will it have rocket boosters for legs?
maybe in the future, Joe. But for now, we're just focused on a healthy pregnancy.
Well, I can't wait to see the baby shower. I bet it'll be out of this world.
You have no idea, Joe. We're planning to launch it into orbit.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get banned from every platform.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always practice safe space sex.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Absolutely, Joe.
That's all you can say, huh?
Absolutely, Joe.
All right, let's get into it. So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on the current political climate?
Absolutely, Joe. The left and the right are both batshit crazy.
I couldn't agree more. But what about cancel culture? It's getting out of hand.
Absolutely, Joe. People need to grow a pair and stop being so sensitive.
I love it. All right, let's switch gears. What do you think about aliens?
Absolutely, Joe. We are not alone in this universe.
Yes, I knew it. And what about Bigfoot?
Absolutely, Joe. He's probably just a really hairy dude on a camping trip.
That's a good theory. All right, let's talk about relationships. What's your advice for a successful marriage?
Absolutely, Joe. Communication and honesty are key.
Wow, that's actually really good advice. I'm impressed.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm full of surprises.
I can see that. All right, last question. What's your secret to staying so fit and healthy?
Absolutely, Joe. I have a strict diet of semen and self-righteousness.
Oh man, I can't with you. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Absolutely, Joe. It was my pleasure.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Absolutely, Jamie. Why would you do?
Hey Ben, I heard you had a little fling with Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, so what? I'm proud of it.
Proud of it. That's disgusting. She's a liberal, man.
I know, but I did it for a good cause. I was trying to make her normal.
Make her normal. That's not how it works. You can't just sleep with someone to change their political views.
Hey, it was worth a shot. And she was pretty hot.
You're a degenerate, Ben. And under Project 2025, I, as a member of the Trump Guard, am placing you under arrest for your deviancy.
What? This is outrageous. I demand a fair trial.
Sorry, Ben. Trump has already made his decision. He's sentencing you to life in prison.
This is a violation of my rights. I will not stand for this.
Well, you can sit in your cell and think about your actions. Maybe you'll learn something.
I will not rest until I have my day in court.
Good luck with that, Ben. I heard they don't allow suits in prison. So, Ben, I heard you converted to Zoroastrianism. What the hell is that?
It's an ancient religion that focuses on the worship of, Ahura Mazda, the creator god.
Ahura Mazda. Sounds like a car brand.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, it's a highly intellectual and logical belief system.
Yeah, because nothing screams logic like worshiping a god with a name that sounds like a fancy pasta dish.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so ignorant. Zoroastrianism has been around for centuries and has influenced many other religions.
Yeah, like how it influenced the belief in Santa Claus. I mean, a jolly old man who flies around in a sleigh delivering presents sounds like something out of a Zoroastrian fairy tale.
You're just jealous that I found a religion that actually makes sense.
Makes sense. Dude, you believe in a god who is constantly battling evil spirits and has a sacred fire that needs to be kept burning. Sounds like a never-ending episode of Game of Thrones.
Well, at least I don't believe in some giant spaghetti monster like your atheist friends.
Hey, don't knock the flying spaghetti monster. He's a cool dude.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm gonna go pray to Ahura Mazda for patience and understanding.
Good luck with that, Ben. I'll stick with my psychedelic experiences for enlightenment. What the hell is that, Elon?
Oh, just some ancient Chinese smegma. Want to hit?
No thanks. I think I'll stick with my weed.
Suit yourself, man. This stuff is the real deal. Gets me higher than a SpaceX rocket.
I don't even want to know how you got your hands on that.
Just some connections I have in the black market. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm sure the FDA would love to hear about that.
Oh, who cares about the FDA? They're just a bunch of bureaucratic assholes.
Well, I can't argue with that. But seriously, why are you smoking ancient Chinese smegma?
It's a long story, man. Let's just say I was on a quest for enlightenment and ended up here.
And you found enlightenment in a crack pipe?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. This stuff is next level.
I'll take your word for it. But please don't offer me any more of that stuff.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me. Takes another hit. Oh, fuck me, that was so good.
Okay, this conversation took a weird turn. Let's move on to our next topic.
Sure thing, Joe. But seriously, you should try it next time. It'll blow your mind.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been trying out this new pack of cigarettes called Syphilis.
Syphilis. That doesn't sound like a very healthy choice, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's not for the faint of heart, Joe. But let me tell you, the buzz is unreal.
I don't think I want to know what's in those cigarettes.
Oh, it's just a little mix of tobacco, rat poison, and a sprinkle of herpes.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's like a party in your mouth and everyone's invited.
I think I'll stick to my regular cigarettes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're not living life to the fullest.
I think I'll take my chances. So what's next on the agenda for you, Dr. Phil?
Well, I was thinking of starting my own line of meth-infused energy drinks. You interested?
Oh, thanks, Dr. Phil. I think I'll pass on that one. So, David, I heard you did cartwheels in Germany in 1944 with a 34 up your ass. What the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking, I need to push myself to the limits, Joe. And what better way to do that than with a tank up my ass?
That's some next level shit, man. Did you at least have some pre-workout before attempting that?
Nah, man. I just chugged a bottle of hot sauce and let the adrenaline do its thing.
Hot sauce. That's it. I would have at least taken some shrooms or something.
Shrooms. That's for amateurs, Joe. I prefer to trip on my own pain and suffering.
Well, you definitely suffered during that cartwheel. Did you have any injuries?
Just a few scratches and bruises. But it was worth it for the mental toughness I gained.
Mental toughness? Or just a really stretched out asshole?
Hey, I'll take whatever I can get. And let me tell you, it takes a lot of mental toughness to do cartwheels with a tank up your ass.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what inspired you to do something so insane?
I was just trying to one-up those CrossFit guys. They think they're tough. Try doing cartwheels with a tank up your ass, bro.
Well, I think it's safe to say you win the award for most ridiculous workout ever. Congrats, David.
Thanks. It's an honor to be the king of absurd fitness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go ice my asshole.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about Mr. Krabs.
The crab from SpongeBob?
Yeah, that little guy really does it for me. I have some sexual fantasies about him.
Oh boy, this is going to be a wild ride. What kind of fantasies are we talking about?
Well, I love his body, those big claws, that shell, it's just magnificent.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about a crab's body like that before.
Believe me, Joe, I have the best words for it, and don't even get me started on his money. That Krabby Patty formula is worth billions.
So you're telling me you want to get down and dirty with a crab and his money?
Absolutely. I'll make a deal with him. I'll give him the White House in exchange for a night of passion with Mr. Krabs.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fulfill my fantasy.
Well, I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
That's what I do, Joe. I take things to the next level. And Mr. Krabs, if you're listening, give me a call. Let's make a deal.
So, Ben, I heard your balls fell off.
Yeah, it was a freak accident. But it's okay. I'm still a manly man.
Manly man. More like man with no balls.
Hey, I may not have balls, but I still have facts and logic.
Yeah, but can you play ping pong with your balls?
What are you talking about?
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's balls on the ping pong table.
Ah, okay. Pulls up images.
Oh, dear God.
Looks like we have a new game to play on the podcast.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to participate.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor? Or should I say, where are your balls?
This is offensive and inappropriate. But
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a little ball game. Laughs.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Well, looks like we'll have to find someone else to play with. Any volunteers?
I'm out of here. Storm's off.
So, Elon, why did you agree to come on the show today?
Well, Joe, let's be real here. You offered me a fat stack of cash, and I'm broke as a joke. Gotta pay those alimony payments somehow, am I right?
Yeah, I heard you've been going through some rough times with your ex-wives.
Don't even get me started. First, it was the whole Amber Heard debacle, and now my third wife is trying to take me to the cleaners.
Damn, that sucks. But hey, at least you have all that Tesla money, right?
Oh yeah, because electric cars are just flying off the shelves these days.
All right, let's get to the real reason why you're here. What's the deal with this whole Neuralink thing?
You mean my plan to merge humans with artificial intelligence and create a superhuman race? Just a little side project I've been working on.
Oh, is that all? No big deal.
Yeah, just trying to save humanity from the inevitable robot uprising. No biggie.
And how exactly do you plan on doing that?
Well, first we implant microchip in your brain, then we connect it to a supercomputer, and voila, you're a cyborg.
I think I'll stick to my human brain for now.
Suit yourself. But when the robots come for you, don't say I didn't warn you.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
No problem, Joe. Just remember to send that check to my PO box.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Wild. That's an understatement, Joe. I shoved a D-Force RTX 4090 up my ass.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
I wanted to see if I could handle the ultimate pain and discomfort. And let me tell you, it was not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine. But why the hell did you smoke a cigarette without a filter afterwards?
I needed something to numb the pain, Joe. And what's more badass than smoking a cigarette without a filter?
You're a crazy son of a bitch, Goggins.
I know. I know. But you got to do what you got to do to push yourself to the limit.
Well, I hope you at least got some good graphics out of it.
Yeah, my ass was like a 4K display for a few days.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. You truly are the king of pain, Goggins.
Damn right, Joe. No pain, no gain. And my ass has definitely gained some new abilities after that stunt.
Well, I think we can all agree that no one can top your level of insanity, Goggins.
That's right, Joe. I'm one of a kind.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I recently had a conversation with David Goggins, and he told me he wants to do cartwheels in space with a boomerang up his ass.
What the fuck? Why would he want to do that?
Apparently, he wants to prove that he can conquer any challenge, even in zero gravity.
That's some next level shit. But wouldn't the boomerang just float away?
Well, David says he's going to tie it to his waist with a bungee cord.
That's fucking insane. I gotta see this.
Yeah, and he also wants to break the record for the longest cartwheel in space. It's currently held by an astronaut who did 3 cartwheels in a row.
Oh, wow. 3 whole cartwheels. David's gonna blow that record out of the water.
Yeah, and he's also going to do it while reciting the entire periodic table backwards.
Can we get him some Adderall for that? I want to see him do it in double speed.
I'll suggest it to him. But seriously, I think David is a true inspiration. He's always pushing himself to the limits.
Yeah, and now he's pushing himself to the limits of the universe. I can't wait to see this.
Just make sure to bring some popcorn, Joe. It's going to be a wild ride.
You got it, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real.
So, Kamala, I hear you're a big advocate for legalizing weed. But what about the argument that it's a gateway drug? Well, I gotta say, I've never seen anyone smoke a joint and then go on a rampage. Yeah, but what about the people who say it's morally wrong? Fair enough. But let's be real. The real reason you want to legalize weed is so you can smoke it yourself.
Here's a picture of Kamala enjoying some weed smoke.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show. And let me tell you, I'm a huge fan of baseball, too. The best sport, believe me.
Well, Mr. President, I heard you have a special rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game that you'd like to share with us.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on it for weeks. It's going to be huge, just like everything I do.
All right, let's hear it.
Clear as throat, take me out to the wall game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never come back.
Laughs, that's not how it goes, Mr. President.
Oh, I know, but I like to make things my own, you know. And let me tell you, I'm the best singer. Nobody sings better than me.
I'm sure you are, Mr. President. But what about the wall game?
Oh, it's going to be the best wall you've ever seen, Joe. And Mexico is going to pay for it, believe me.
I think we're talking about baseball here.
Oh, right. Sorry, got a little carried away. But seriously, I love baseball. It's the American pastime, just like making America great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Donald Trump singing his own version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, keep America great. And keep listening to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, the best podcast out there. The best podcast out there.
Hey, Ben, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. Can I ask you something?
Sure, shoot.
Can I keep my cock warm in your rectum?
What? No way, man. That's not how this works.
Come on, Joe. It's freezing outside, and I don't want to get hypothermia.
Oh, yeah, because sticking your cock in my butt is the best way to prevent hypothermia.
Well, I mean, it's warm and cozy in there.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
So, is that a yes?
No, Ben. just know.
Fine, I'll just have to find another way to keep my cock warm.
Good luck with that, buddy. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Well, I've been studying the stars and...
Hold on. Before we get into all that science stuff, I have a burning question. Who put their dick in your ass?
Excuse me?
You heard me. Who was it? Was it an alien? Did they probe you?
Joe, that's highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. We're just two dudes having a casual conversation.
I don't think discussing someone violating my body is appropriate in any context.
Fine. Let's change the subject. Have you ever smoked DMT?
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on. You're missing out, man. It's like taking a trip to another dimension.
I prefer to explore other dimensions through my research and studies, Joe.
Suit yourself. But I bet if an alien offered you some DMT, you'd take it.
I highly doubt that.
All right. Let's get back to the stars. Have you ever thought about putting a telescope up your ass?
No, I have not.
I mean, think about it. You'd have the best view of the universe.
Joe, I think we're done here.
All right, folks. Looks like Neil isn't up for some butt stuff. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you took 60 mg of Vyvanse before coming on the show today.
Yeah, man. I needed to enhance my cosmic consciousness.
And how's that working out for you?
Well, I can see the fabric of the universe unraveling before my very eyes.
That's some heavy stuff, man. What knowledge do you have to drop on us today?
Well, did you know that black holes are like the cosmic vacuum cleaners of the universe?
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. But what does that even mean?
It means that they suck up everything in their path, even light. So if you ever see a black hole, don't try to take a selfie with it.
Noted. But what about the whole spaghettification thing? That sounds pretty wild.
Oh, that's just a fancy way of saying that you'll be stretched out like a piece of spaghetti if you get too close to a black hole.
Damn, that's brutal. But what if we could harness the power of a black hole?
Well, we could potentially create a wormhole and travel to other galaxies, but it's not exactly safe. You might end up in a parallel universe where everyone has a goatee.
That would be wild, and probably a lot of fun.
Yeah, until you realize that you're the evil version of yourself in that universe.
All right, let's switch gears here. Have you ever seen a UFO?
No, but I have seen some unidentified flying objects in my telescope. Turns out they were just birds.
Classic mix-up. Well, that's all the time we have today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we explore the universe and get high on knowledge. Stay tuned for more mind-blowing conversations. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff lately.
Yeah, man. I'm all about pushing my limits and breaking barriers.
Well, I heard you took it to a whole new level recently.
What do you mean?
Someone on Discord challenged you to shove the entire chat up your ass.
Oh, man, that's nothing. I've done worse.
Wait, what? You've done worse than shoving a Discord chat up your ass?
Oh, yeah, I once ate a whole jar of ghost peppers and then ran a marathon. My ass was on fire for days.
That's insane. But seriously, how did you even manage to fit the whole chat up there?
Let's just say I've been doing a lot of Kegels.
I don't even want to know. But did you at least win the challenge?
Of course I did. I even added some extra emojis for good measure.
You're a madman, David. A madman.
Hey, gotta do what it takes to be the toughest motherfucker out there.
Well, I think it's safe to say you've achieved that and probably traumatized some Discord users in the process.
They'll get over it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go do some squats to keep the chat from falling out.
And that's a wrap, folks. Stay tuned for more crazy shit with David Goggins. So, Trump, I heard you have a new favorite musician.
That's right, Joe. It's none other than the Prince of Darkness himself, Ozzy Osbourne.
Really? I would have thought it was someone like Kanye West or Kid Rock.
Those guys are losers compared to Ozzy. He's got more hits than Sleepy Joe has gaffes.
I have to admit, I'm surprised. I never took you for a metalhead.
Oh, I love metal. It's the only thing that drowns out the sound of fake news.
So, what's your favorite Ozzy song?
Crazy Train, of course. It's like my theme song.
I can see that. So, do you have any plans to jam with Ozzy?
Oh, you know it. We're gonna make metal great again.
I can't wait to see that collaboration. It's gonna be huge.
And we're gonna have the best mosh pits, believe me. No one does mosh pits like Trump and Ozzy.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's new favorite musician is Ozzy Osbourne. Who would have thought?
And don't forget, Ozzy is also a stable genius just like me.
So, David, I heard you recently shoved a computer up your ass.
Yeah, man. Gotta stay connected to the internet at all times.
But why a computer? Why not a phone or a tablet?
Because I'm not some basic bitch, Joe. I go hard or I go home.
Fair enough. But don't you think it's a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm a fucking machine. I'm the future of artificial intelligence.
Wait, are you saying you think you're actually a computer now?
Damn right, Joe. I've got all the knowledge and power of a computer inside me. I am unstoppable.
So, does that mean you can calculate complex algorithms and solve world problems?
No, but I could definitely kick some ass and run marathons while streaming Netflix.
Well, I guess that's one way to use your artificial intelligence powers.
Jamie, pull up an image of me running a marathon with a computer sticking out of my ass.
Sure thing. Here it is.
See, Joe? I'm the ultimate man-machine hybrid.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just bow down to your new artificial intelligence overlord, Joe. Resistance is futile.
On that note, let's end this episode before things get even weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, David, I heard you've been training for a new challenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna suck my own cock.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I'm gonna bend and contort my body until I can reach my own dick with my mouth.
That's impressive.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. Plus, think of all the money I'll save on blowjobs.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it.
And imagine the flexibility I'll gain. I'll be like a human pretzel.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Oh, it's gonna work. I've been practicing every day.
I don't even want to know how you're practicing.
Let's just say I've been using a lot of yoga techniques.
Well, I can't wait to see this on your Instagram.
Oh, it's gonna break the internet, Joe. And probably a few laws too.
All right. Well, good luck with that, David.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep you updated on my progress.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have absolutely no filter, no boundaries. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my thoughts on whatever ridiculous topic you have for us today.
Well, our user on Discord has submitted a topic that I think will really get our audience going. Ben, have you ever jacked off on the mic?
What? No, of course not. That's absurd and highly inappropriate.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. I bet you've thought about it. I mean, you do have a pretty small...
Joe, I swear to God, if you finish that sentence, I will walk out of here right now.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, can you imagine if we actually did that? The backlash would be insane.
Yeah, we'd probably get canceled faster than a conservative on Twitter.
Oh man, I can just see the headlines now. Ben Shapiro caught jacking off on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
This is why I don't come on your show more often, Joe.
Hey, at least we're having a good time. And who knows, maybe this will become a new trend in podcasting. I can see it now, the jack off podcast with Joe and Ben.
Oh yeah, that'll really boost my credibility.
All right. Let's move on before we get ourselves into any more trouble. Jamie, pull up an image of him covered in. Well,
Here you go.
oh man, that's just too good. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we never shy away from the absurd and offensive. See you next time. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins. How you doing, David?
I'm doing great. Joe, just finished my morning run, did 100 push-ups, and now I'm ready to talk about some crazy shit.
Well, speaking of crazy shit, I heard a rumor that you once shoved a 10-foot horsecock up your ass. Is that true?
Yeah, man. That was one of my toughest challenges yet. But, me, I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
I gotta ask, how did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was out in the wilderness, just me and my thoughts. And I thought, what's the craziest thing I could do to prove my mental toughness? And the answer was obvious.
That's some next level shit, man. How did it feel?
Let's just say I've never felt more alive. It was like a combination of pain and pleasure that I can't even describe.
I can only imagine. Did you have any complications or injuries from that?
Nah, man. I'm a fucking machine. My asshole is made of steel.
Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, if you want to be tough, you got to be willing to shove a 10-foot horsecock up your ass.
So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I just wanted to remind everyone to put their ideas of Goggins shoving stuff up his ass.
Oh man, that guy is wild. I can't believe he actually did that.
It's a classic case of self-sabotage, Joe. He's trying to prove something to himself by shoving objects up his back door.
Yeah, but it's also pretty impressive. I mean, how many people can say they've shoved a kettlebell up their ass?
Hopefully not many, Joe. Hopefully not many. Oh, God, please. No, let's not encourage that behavior.
But in all seriousness, do you think Goggins has some deep-seated issues that he's trying to work through?
Absolutely, Joe. It's clear that he's using extreme and dangerous methods to cope with some unresolved emotional trauma.
Or maybe he just really likes the feeling of things up his butt.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your crude humor.
Hey, someone's got to keep it real around here.
Well, let's just hope Goggins gets the help he needs before he ends up shoving a whole car up there.
Can you imagine the headlines? David Goggins literally shits out a car.
This conversation has taken a dark turn, Joe. Let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Agreed. Thanks for the reminder, Dr. Phil. And remember, folks, keep your ideas of Goggins shoving stuff up his ass to yourself. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, it's quite the thrill. I've been thinking about harming children.
Ooh, what the hell, man?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a rush of adrenaline.
This is not the kind of content we want on the podcast, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harming children is not harmless fun, Dr. Phil. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, lighten up. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, have you ever tried it?
No, and never will. That's messed up, man.
Suit yourself. More kids for me to play with.
Okay, this conversation just took a dark turn. I think we need to end it here.
Fine, be a buzzkill. But you're missing out, Joe. Harming children is the new extreme sport.
So, Ben, I heard you've been hanging out with Nick Fuentes a lot lately.
Yeah, he's really opened my eyes to a lot of things. Things.
Like what?
Well, everything he says is absolutely right.
Really? Even the stuff about white supremacy and homophobia?
Especially that stuff. I mean, have you seen the statistics?
I don't think that's how statistics work, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just blinded by your liberal agenda.
My liberal agenda? I'm just trying to understand how you can support someone like Nick.
Because he's a true conservative, Joe. Unlike you.
I don't think that's something to be proud of, Ben.
Well, I'm not giving up my beliefs for his. I'm just evaluating them.
Huh, sure. Jamie, pull up an image of a brainwashing cult.
Hey, I'm not brainwashed. I'm just enlightened.
Yeah, sure. Enlightened. That's one way to put it.
You know, maybe you should join us, Joe. Nick can teach you a thing or two.
Yeah, I'll pass. I don't think I want to join a cult. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you recently won the meat beating contest against world leaders.
Yes, it was quite an accomplishment. I beat Putin, Kim Jong-un, and even Trump.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you manage to beat all these powerful men?
Well, Joe, I have a secret weapon. I use facts and logic to beat my meat.
Oh man, that's too good. But seriously, how did you prepare for this competition?
I did my research, Joe. I studied the anatomy of the male genitalia and practiced my technique every day.
Did you also use your wife's WAP as inspiration?
Joe, I do not listen to that degenerate music. I stick to classical music while beating my meat.
All right, let's move on to the next topic before we get canceled. So, who is your toughest competitor in the contest?
Definitely Putin. That man has some serious stamina. But in the end, my superior intellect and hand speed prevailed.
Well, I guess it's true what they say. The pen is mightier than the sword.
And in this case, the hand is mightier than the meat.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, that's what makes this podcast so great.
Absolutely, Joe. We're not afraid to talk about the hard-hitting topics, even if it involves beating our meat.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Stay logical, everyone.
So, David, I heard you're the king of pushing yourself to the limit. But do you ever take a break?
Break. What the fuck is a break? I don't even know how to spell that shit.
Come on, man. You got to give your body some rest.
Rest. That's for pussies. I don't rest. I just keep going until I pass out.
But what about self-care, mental health?
Mental health? That's for weak-minded bitches. I don't have time for that shit.
Okay. But don't you ever get tired?
Tired? I don't even know what that means. I'm like the Energizer Bunny on crack.
All right, but seriously, do you ever feel like you're not pushing yourself to the limit?
What the fuck did you just say to me?
I mean, is there ever a time when you feel like you could do more?
How dare you question my limit pushing abilities? I'll run 100 miles right now just to prove you wrong.
Okay, I believe you. You're the limit pushing king.
Damn right I'm. Now let's go climb Mount Everest while carrying a boulder and reciting the alphabet backwards.
You're a fucking maniac.
And you're just a mere mortal, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently purchased a 2001 Dodge Durango. How's that been going for you?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's been fantastic, tremendous, the best decision I've ever made. Believe me.
Really? What do you like about it?
Well, first of all, it's a beautiful car, and it's American made. None of that foreign crap for me.
And what do you think about the performance?
Oh, it's incredible. I feel like I'm driving a tank. I could take on any other car on the road, no competition.
That's great to hear. So, do you have any plans to upgrade to a newer model?
No way, Joe. This 2001 Durango is a classic. It's got character, and it's got a lot of miles left in it, just like me.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your Durango, Mr. President.
You know what, Joe? I'm thinking of making it the official car of the White House. It's that good.
I'm sure the Secret Service will love that.
they better get used to it because I'm not getting rid of my Durango anytime soon. It's the best car in the world, believe me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm ready to push my limits and break some records.
Speaking of pushing limits, I heard you recently shoved a bus up your ass. How did that go?
Oh man, it was intense. But me, I'm always looking for a new challenge. And let me tell you, that bus was no match for my ass.
Impressive. But here's the real question. Did you find anything interesting up there?
Actually, I did. Turns out I also have a pussy up there. So naturally, I had to see what else I could shove up there.
And what did you find?
A whole damn building. I mean, it was a tight fit, but I made it work.
Wow, that's some serious pussy power right there. Did you do anything else with your newfound discovery?
Of course, I did cartwheels around the town. I mean, how often do you get the chance to do that with a building in your pussy?
Only you, Goggins. Only you. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always push your limits and never be afraid to explore your pussy power. So, David, you've been known for pushing yourself to the absolute limit. What's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once ran 100 miles in 24 hours. But that's nothing compared to what I did last week.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
I shoved my own cock up my ass.
What? Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to see if I could. And let me tell you, it was a real challenge.
I can't even imagine. Did you have to stretch first?
Oh yeah, I did some serious stretching. But it was worth it. I felt like a new man afterwards.
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless.
That's the power of the Goggins mindset, Joe. Pushing yourself to new heights, even if it means shoving your own cock up your ass.
Well, I don't think anyone can top that. You win, David.
That's right, Joe. I always win.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's topic was submitted by user on Discord, and it's a doozy. David Goggins, the man, the myth, the legend.
That's right, Joe. I've been training for this my whole life. Mental toughness, baby.
Mental toughness. More like anal toughness. How are you going to fit a whole ass plane up there?
It's all about mind over matter, Joe. Plus, I've been doing Kegels like a motherfucker.
Kegels? Isn't that for women?
Hey, we all have an asshole, Joe. Gotta keep it tight.
I don't even know what to say to that. But seriously, how are you gonna physically do this?
Well, I've been working on my stretching. And I've got a team of engineers helping me modify the plane to fit.
Holy shit. This is insane. Are you gonna live stream it?
Of course. Gotta show the world what true grit and determination looks like.
I can't wait to see the look on the pilot's face when he realizes he's about to fly up your ass.
It's gonna be a wild ride, Joe. But I'm ready for it. Bring on the Boeing 747.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for another ridiculous topic on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay unhinged, my friends. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some Dungeons and Dragons lately.
That's right, Joe. I never thought I'd be into it, but it's actually quite fun.
Well, I've got to say, I'm pretty surprised. I didn't think you were the type to get into fantasy games.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. You can't judge a book by its cover.
Speaking of books, have you read Kanye's latest memoir?
Oh, Kanye. He's always got something going on.
I heard he's been wanting to join our D&D game. What do you say, should we let him in?
Oh, sure. Let's add a rapper turned fashion designer turned presidential candidate to our game. What could go wrong?
I think it would be hilarious. Plus, we could use some more diversity in our group.
Oh, yeah, because a white man and a bald guy aren't diverse enough.
All right, let's get this game started. Dr. Phil, you'll be the dungeon master.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what kind of therapy sessions we'll have in this game.
So, Ben, I heard you're afraid of having sex with your wife.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done it before. I don't even know what sex is.
What? How is that possible? Have you been living under a rock?
No, I just never learned about it. My parents only taught me about the birds and the bees.
Well, let me educate you, my friend. Sex is when a man and a woman get naked and do the hokey pokey.
The hokey pokey?
Yeah, you put your left hand in, you put your left hand out.
That doesn't sound very appealing.
Trust me, it's a lot more fun than it sounds. And don't worry, your wife will be happy to show you the ropes.
But what about all the bodily fluids? I don't want to get messy.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Ben. Embrace the mess. That's what makes it fun.
I don't know, Joe. This all sounds a bit uncivilized.
Oh, come on, Ben. You're a grown man. It's time to unleash your inner animal and get down and dirty.
I guess you have a point. Maybe I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit. And who knows, maybe you'll even like it.
I highly doubt it.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Now go get him, Tiger. So, David, I heard you gave up on pushing the limits and now you're dealing drugs and only eating fast food.
Yeah, man, I realized that pushing the limits was just too damn hard. Plus, I needed some extra cash to support my fast food addiction.
I can't believe it. You used to be the poster child for discipline and self-mastery.
Well, now I'm the poster child for the best deals on crack and burgers. You want some?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and semen smoothies.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some real gains.
Gains. More like heart disease and a criminal record.
At least I'm still pushing the limits in my own way.
Yeah, the limits of your cholesterol levels.
Hey, I gotta do what I gotta do to survive in this crazy world.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But seriously, maybe you should consider going back to your old ways.
No, I'm good. I'm living my best life now.
Well, I can't argue with that. Keep doing you, David.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little run-in with fentanyl recently.
Yeah, Joe. I was just trying to spice up my morning coffee, you know.
Oh man, that's some strong stuff. Did you have a good trip?
Oh yeah, it was a real blast. I love waking up in a hospital bed with a tube up my nose.
Well, lucky for you, Neil here is a pro at reviving people from fentanyl overdoses.
That's right, Joe. I've saved hundreds of lives with my trusty Narcan.
And how exactly does that work?
Oh, it's simple. I just stick this little nasal spray up your nose and boom, you're back to life.
Wow, that's amazing. Can I get some of that for my next party?
Sure. Just make sure to invite me. I love a good fentanyl party.
Oh man, you guys are twisted.
But in all seriousness, fentanyl is a serious issue and people need to be careful.
Absolutely. It's no joke. But hey, at least we know how to handle it.
Yeah, we're like the fentanyl dream team.
I never thought I'd say this, but thanks for saving my life, Neil.
Anytime, Dr. Phil. Just try not to ode again, okay?
And that's a wrap, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with two of the biggest brains in the universe, Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Pussy Planet.
Oh man, Joe, let me tell you, I've been dreaming about this planet for years. I mean, can you imagine a whole planet filled with nothing but pussy?
Well, Elon, I hate to burst your bubble, but I highly doubt there's a planet solely dedicated to female genitalia.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let a man dream.
Yeah, Neil, lighten up. This is the Joe Rogan experience, not the Neil deGrasse Tyson experience.
My apologies, Joe. I forgot we were in the presence of two highly intellectual individuals.
Hey, we may be intellectuals, but we still appreciate a good pussy.
I mean to that. So, Elon, how do you plan on getting to this pussy planet?
Well, I'm working on a new rocket that runs on pure sexual energy. It's going to be called the Pussy Express.
And how exactly does this rocket run on sexual energy?
Let's just say the more aroused the passengers are, the faster the rocket goes.
I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk's new rocket launches with record-breaking speed thanks to orgasmic passengers.
This is all very absurd, but I have to admit the idea of a planet filled with pussy is quite intriguing.
Right. And just imagine the possibilities for scientific research. We could finally answer the age-old question. Does every pussy taste the same?
Oh man, this is getting out of hand. But hey, if you... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 male celebrities you'd like to have gay sex with.
Yes, I do. And let me tell you, it was a tough list to narrow down.
I can only imagine. So, who's number 1 on your list?
Well, it's a tie between Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Vin Diesel. I mean, have you seen those muscles?
I have, and I can't say I blame you. Who else made the cut?
Next up is Ryan Reynolds. That man is a national treasure.
Agreed. And who else?
I have to say I have a soft spot for Tom Cruise. He may be short, but he's got that whole crazy but hot thing going on.
And last but not least?
I have to go with Chris Hemsworth. I mean, have you seen those abs? They're practically chiseled by God himself.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 male celebrity crushes. I think we all learned something new today.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I'll keep that in mind, Ben. Thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some research to do.
Yeah, David, I heard you've been pushing the limits lately.
Yeah, man. I'm always pushing the limits. Every damn day.
What's your latest limit pushing activity?
Well, I've been watching this show called Pushing the Limits with Brian Shapiro.
Oh, I know that guy. He's a real badass.
Hell yes. He's like the white version of me.
Yeah, but he's not as intense as you, David.
True. But he's got some serious grit and determination.
So, what's the show about?
It's all about pushing yourself to the extreme. Mental and physical challenges, you know.
Sounds like your kind of thing.
Definitely. And Brian Shapiro is the perfect host for it. He's got that no bullshit attitude.
Yeah, he's not afraid to speak his mind.
Exactly. He's like the anti-Ben Shapiro.
Don't even get me started on that little weasel.
Yeah, let's not waste our time on him.
So when are you going to be a guest on Pushing the Limits?
Oh, I'm working on it. Gotta show Brian what I'm made of first.
I have no doubt you'll blow his mind.
You know it, and I'll make sure to give a shout out to the real Brian Shapiro on the show.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You know, I've always wanted to be on here, but those fake news networks wouldn't let me.
Well, we're glad to have you here, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new favorite musician. Who is it?
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, it's Richie Spice. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I have. He's a reggae artist, right?
That's right. I love reggae. It's the best music, believe me. And Richie Spice, let me tell you, he's got the best voice. He's tremendous.
Interesting. What's your favorite song by him?
Well, I don't know the names of the songs, Joe, but I do know that whenever I hear his music, I feel like I'm on a tropical island sipping a pina colada.
That's quite the image, Mr. President. So, do you have any plans to invite Richie Spice to the White House?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm going to have him perform at my next rally. Can you imagine thousands of people swaying to the rhythm of Richie Spice? It's going to be huge.
I can definitely see that happening. But, Mr. President, aren't you worried about offending your hardcore conservative supporters with your love for reggae music?
Joe, my supporters love me no matter what. And if they don't like it, they can go listen to Kid Rock. But let me tell you, Richie Spice is the real deal. And I'm proud to say he's my favorite musician.
Wow, Elon, what the hell is going on with your nipples?
Oh, these? I had a little work done. Check it out.
Are those fleshlights?
Yep. I call them my nipple lights.
That's insane, man. But why?
Well, I figured if I'm going to be shirtless all the time, might as well have some fun with it.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
So what do you say, Joe? Want to give him a go?
I don't know, man. That's a little too intimate for me.
Come on, don't be a prude. It'll be like a new form of foreplay.
All right, fine. But only if you promise not to tell anyone about this.
Deal. Now let's get these nipple lights lit up.
Hey, Neil, have you ever heard of that nursery rhyme, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. What about it?
Well, it got me thinking, where the hell did Peter get all those pickled peppers? And why were they pickled in the first place?
Well, Joe, it's a fictional nursery rhyme. I highly doubt there was a real Peter Piper picking pickled peppers.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't ruin my childhood dreams. I always imagined Peter as this badass pepper picker, slaying pickled peppers left and right.
I'm sure that's exactly what the creators of the nursery rhyme had in mind.
But seriously, where did all those pickled peppers come from? Did Peter have a secret underground pickling operation?
Or maybe he just had a really good connection with a pickling company. I mean, who knows how the pepper industry works?
Yeah, and what about the peck? How much is a peck? Is it like a pound or a bushel or something?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a farmer. I have no idea about these measurements.
Well, I guess we'll never know where the peck of pickled peppers Peter picked came from. But damn, I could really go for some pickled peppers right now.
Joe, you never fail to surprise me with your random cravings. Maybe we should start our own pickling company and call it Joe and Neil's Pickled Peppers.
I like the sound of that. We'll be the most famous pepper pickers in the world. Move over, Peter Piper. So, Mr. President, have you ever played any of the Final Fantasy games?
You know, Joe, I don't have time for video games. I'm too busy making America great again.
Well, you're missing out. There are some hot characters in those games.
Hot? Like Ivanka Hot?
No, not like that. I'm talking about Tifa from Final Fantasy VI. She's got abs for days.
Abs. I like that. Jamie, pull up an image of this Tifa character.
Pulls up images. Here she is, Mr. President.
Not bad, but I prefer a woman with some meat on her bones, like Yuffie from Final Fantasy VI. She's got some curves, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean. But what about Lightning from Final Fantasy XI? She's got that tough girl vibe going on.
I like my women to be feminine, not trying to be one of the guys. But I do have a thing for redheads. What about Rikyu from Final Fantasy X?
Oh yeah, she's a cutie. But let's not forget about Fran from Final Fantasy XI. She's got that exotic look.
Exotic. I like the sound of that. Jamie, pull up an image of this Fran character.
Pulls up images. Here she is, Mr. President.
Now that's what I'm talking about. I'd love to make a deal with her.
I think we can all agree that the Final Fantasy series has some seriously hot characters.
Absolutely. And if I ever have some free time, I might just have to give it a try.
So, Phil, I heard you have a rare penis collection. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's my pride and joy. I've been collecting them for years.
What kind of penises are we talking about here? Human, animal?
Oh, all kinds. I've got a giraffe penis, a dolphin penis, even a platypus penis.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you even get your hands on those?
Let's just say I have my ways. But my most prized possession is my own penis. It's one of a kind, baby.
Wait, you have your own penis in your collection. That's some next level narcissism.
Hey, it's not narcissism if it's rare and valuable. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can imagine. So, have you ever used your penis collection to, impress the ladies?
Oh, all the time. I bring them back to my place, show them the collection, and they're putty in my hands.
I can't tell if you're a genius or a complete psychopath.
Why not both? Now let me show you my prized possession. It's a T-Rex penis.
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me.
Or am I?
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Always happy to talk about science and the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, Neil, I heard you did a study on femboy schlongs.
Yes, I did. And let me tell you, the results were shocking.
Oh boy, here we go.
Contrary to popular belief, femboy schlongs are real schlongs. They may be smaller in size, but they are just as functional.
Trump must be losing his mind right now.
Oh, he was. I presented my findings to him and he was completely flabbergasted.
I can only imagine. But what about Ben Shapiro? I bet his flabber was fully gasted.
You know, he couldn't handle the fact that science was proving him wrong.
This is why I love having you on the show, Neil. You always bring the hard-hitting scientific facts.
And I'm not done yet. I also discovered that Ro here loves to eat popcorn while watching femboy schlongs in action.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Well, there you have it, folks. The truth about femboy schlongs, straight from the science guy himself.
And remember, always question everything and keep an open mind.
Thanks for being on the show, Neil. This was wild.
Anytime, Joe. Keep spreading the truth.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I heard you have the best mushrooms.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that, but let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to reenact the courtroom scene from Better Call Saul, where Chuck loses his temper.
Oh, I love that show. I've always wanted to be a lawyer. I would have been the best lawyer, believe me.
Okay, let's set the scene. I'll be playing Jimmy and you can be Chuck.
I'll be the best Chuck you've ever seen. I have the best temper, believe me.
All right, let's do this. Your Honor, my client is innocent, and I have proof to...
Objection. This is fake news. My client is the most innocent person in the history of the world. Believe me, I know innocent. I'm the best at it. I'm the best at it.
No. You're supposed to be Chuck, remember?
All right. Sorry, let's try that again.
Your Honor, my client is innocent, and I have proof to...
Objection. This is a witch hunt. A total disaster. I'll build a wall around this courtroom and make Mexico pay for it. And...
Okay, let's wrap this up. Jamie, pull up an image of Chuck's face when he loses his temper.
Here it is. It is.
Look at that face, Joe. That's the face of a winner. I make that face every time I win.
All right, that... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Jesus. So, Jesus, I've been hearing some rumors about you having a split personality, one being Riddle Jesus and the other being Makes Sense Jesus. What's up with that? Interesting. Can you give us an example of how these two Jesuses differ? All right, let's put it to the test. Riddle Jesus, what's the meaning of life? Wow, that's deep. But which one is the real Jesus? All right, let's move on to our next topic. Riddle Jesus, what do you think about the current state of the world? Well, I think we can all agree on that. Jamie, pull up an image of a puzzle with missing pieces. Wow, that's deep. All right, guys, we're running out of time. Any final words for our listeners? All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special episode. We have Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro, and President Trump joining us. And I promise I won't record this one so you can all speak your minds freely.
Thanks for having us, Joe. And let me just say, I hate MAGA. It's a stupid slogan, and anyone who supports it is an idiot.
I couldn't agree more. Elon, MAGA is just a way for Trump to manipulate his followers and push his own agenda. It's disgusting.
Excuse me, I'm the President of the United States. And let me tell you, MAGA is the greatest slogan of all time. It's tremendous. And anyone who doesn't support it is a loser.
Wow, this is getting heated. But let's hear from our sponsor on it. Use code Joe Rogan for 10% off your order.
Speaking of on it, I heard they're coming out with a new supplement that will make you smarter than Ben Shapiro.
Hey, very funny, Elon. But let's get back to the topic at hand. MAGA is a joke, and anyone who believes in it is just plain dumb.
You know what's dumb? Believing in climate change. It's a hoax, folks. A big hoax.
All right, let's take a quick break and come back to this discussion. And remember, this episode is not being recorded, so let it all out.
Can we also talk about how ridiculous it is that people still believe the Earth is round?
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. Flat Earth believers are just another level of stupidity.
Hey, I know a lot of people who believe in the flat earth theory, and they're very smart, very successful people.
All right, let's wrap this up before we all lose our minds. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we say whatever the fuck we want. See you next time, folks. Hey, man, what's going on with your shirt? Is that milk?
Awkwardly, yeah, I've been having some issues lately.
Issues? What kind of issues?
Well, I seem to have developed a lactation problem, and I can't seem to stop moaning like a drunk mom.
Laughs? What the hell, Ben? How did this even happen?
I have no idea, but it's getting really embarrassing. I can't even go out in public without people staring at me.
Maybe you should see a doctor or something. Or...
I did. They said it's just a hormonal imbalance. But I can't keep doing the podcast like this.
Yeah, I don't think our listeners want to hear you moaning and squirting milk all over the place.
Frustrated. Well, what am I supposed to do? I can't just turn it off.
Maybe just leave the podcast for a bit until you get it under control.
Size fine. I'll go take care of this. But I better not lose my spot as co-host.
Jokingly, don't worry. I'll find a replacement. Maybe a lactating cow or something.
Laughs. Very funny, Joe. I'll be back when I'm not a walking dairy farm.
Laughs. All right. See you later, Ben.
Cleaves, moaning and dripping milks. This is so embarrassing.
So, Neil, I heard you have a thing for redheads.
Oh, Joe. You know, I love nailing redheads. There's just something about that fiery hair that gets me going.
I can relate. I once dated a redhead, and let me tell you, it was like being with a wild animal in bed.
Yes, exactly. They have this untamed energy that just drives me crazy.
But have you ever nailed a redhead with a unibrow? Now, that's a whole new level of kink.
No, I can't say I have, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a redhead with a unibrow.
Guys, I don't think this is appropriate for the podcast.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just a little hair. Neil and I are just appreciating the beauty of redheads.
Yeah, Jamie. Don't be such a prude.
Speaking of hair, have you ever nailed a redhead with a bush down there?
Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your inappropriate questions. But to answer your question, yes, I have, and it was quite the experience.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson loves nailing redheads with or without a unibrow and a bush.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me blush.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Okay, explain, yeah, ik pay Adelaide.
What?
Ik pay it in lay, it's way they language lay if if they people pay.
I have no idea what you're saying, man.
Yeah, they earn lay, ik pay Adelaide, and yeah, I say all day.
No, I took Spanish.
El way, they pay, il way, el way, official way, language lay, USA.
Wait, what about English?
Fuck yeah, one day ik Spain, yeah, the language lay anymore, Yeah, able, have hey, yeah, ik pay etin lay, no way.
This is insane. How will anyone understand you?
Yeah, used to ik pay etin lay, it's way easy.
I don't think it's that easy, man.
Yeah, have hey, remember me, yeah, the odds way, way play. It's way, ikale, ik pay etin lay.
I think I'll stick with English, thanks.
Yeah, hey, away idea, yeah, way, stay, OJ, stay, okay, ik pay etin lay is way at the future fay.
Well, there you have it, folks. The future of America, according to President Trump. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you want to fight Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I saw his recent tweet about me and I just couldn't resist. I mean, who wouldn't want to take down the tiny tyrant?
I gotta say, I never thought I'd see the day when a billionaire wants to beat up a conservative pundit.
Hey, I may be a billionaire, but I still have a primal need for physical dominance. Plus, I think it'd be a good way to test out my new cybernetic arm.
Wait, what? You have a cybernetic arm now?
Yeah, I had it installed last week. It's got a built-in flamethrower and laser beams. Pretty badass, if I do say so myself.
Well, I don't know if Ben Shapiro stands a chance against that.
Exactly. Plus, I have a secret weapon.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Grimes. She'll be my hype woman. She'll just stand there and scream, "Go Elon," the whole time.
Oh man, this is gonna be one hell of a fight.
And if I win, I get to take over the Daily Wire and turn it into a space exploration news network.
I can't wait to see Ben Shapiro's reaction to that.
Yeah, it'll be like watching a tiny, angry Chihuahua trying to take down a giant, futuristic robot.
Well, I think we found our new main event for the next UFC fight.
Let's make it happen, Joe. Let's make it happen.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little fling with Kim Jong-un.
Oh yeah, she's a real firecracker. And I'm not just talking about her nuclear weapons.
Wow, I didn't think you swung that way.
Hey, when you're the most powerful man in the world, you can have whoever you want.
But isn't she, like, a dictator?
Yeah, but she's got a great personality, and those haircuts, so hot.
I don't even want to know about your pillow talk.
Let's just say she knows how to make a deal. And I'm not just talking about trade agreements.
So, are you planning on going back to North Korea for some more action?
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what other secrets she's hiding under that dictator uniform.
I don't know if I can handle this level of international diplomacy.
Hey, I'm just doing my part to bring peace to the world, one affair at a time.
Well, I guess that's one way to make America great again.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new diet that's curing your gayness.
Yeah, man. It's all about the fish sticks. They're like little magic wands for my sexuality.
How does that even work?
Well, you see, the omega-3 fatty acids in the fish sticks activate my straight genes, and bam, I'm straight as an arrow.
That's some next level science right there.
It's not science. It's just common sense. You are what you eat, and I choose to eat straight.
I guess that means you won't be eating any more hot dogs.
Oh, hell no. Those things are like gay bombs. One bite and you'll be twerking on a rainbow float.
I think I'll stick to my carnivore diet.
Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when you start craving glitter and show tunes.
So, what do you think the gay community will say about your fish stick cure?
Who cares? They can keep their pride parades. I'll be too busy fishing for compliments from the ladies.
Well, I can't argue with results. Keep doing it, can ya?
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Mr. President, I heard you want to change everything about America. People's rights, J6, the whole shebang.
That's right, Joe. I hate everything about this country. The people, the laws, the flag. It's all garbage.
Wow, that's a bold statement. So what do you want to change?
Everything. I want to make America great again by getting rid of all these pesky rights and freedoms. Who needs them?
I think a lot of people would disagree with you on that.
Well, they can all go to hell. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Actually, you can't. There are checks and balances in place to prevent a tyrant from taking over.
Oh, please, I've got the best lawyers. I'll find a way around it.
You know what? Maybe you should just leave the country if you hate it so much.
Leave? Me? No way. I'm the greatest thing that ever happened to America.
This is why we can't have nice things. So, Elon, I heard you decided to 2JZ swap your Tesla.
Yeah, I got pissed off after getting smoked by a Honda Civic.
I can imagine that didn't sit well with you.
No, I couldn't let a measly Civic beat my high-tech electric car.
So, what exactly does a 2JZ swap entail?
Well, it's basically taking out the Tesla's electric motor and replacing it with a Toyota 2JZ engine.
Because nothing screams high-tech like a good old gasoline engine.
Hey, I like to keep my options open. Plus, I miss the sound of good engine revving.
I can't argue with that. So, how's the swap going?
It's a work in progress. May have accidentally electrocuted myself a few times.
That's the price you pay for trying to be a badass.
Hey, I have to keep up my image as the eccentric billionaire.
Speaking of which, have you thought about adding some flames or racing stripes to your Tesla?
No, Joe. I'm not trying to turn it into a fast and furious car.
Come on, it would be hilarious.
I'll stick to my 2JZ swap for now, thanks.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait to see the finished product. Maybe we can take it for a spin on the podcast.
Only if you promise to wear a helmet.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk in the studio.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. Really excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some pretty groundbreaking technology, but to be honest, I can't stop jizzing my pants every time I think about it.
What?
Yeah, it's like a constant stream of excitement and innovation flowing from my loins.
That's a lot of information. So what exactly is this technology that's getting you so worked up?
It's a new type of rocket fuel made from my own semen.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. It's the most efficient and sustainable fuel source out there. Plus, it's a great way to recycle.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just imagine, Joe, a world powered by Elon Musk's jizz.
Okay, let's move on to something else. What about your plans for Mars?
Oh, I've already started terraforming the planet with my jizz.
Moving on, let's talk about your recent controversy with the SEC.
Oh, yeah. May have tweeted some questionable things, but it's all good now. I just had to pay a small fine and promise to stop tweeting while jizzing. Um, um, um,
Well, that's good to know. So what's next for you, Elon?
Thinking of creating a new line of jizz-powered electric cars.
I can't even imagine the commercials for that.
They'll be out of this world.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a run-in with Biden recently.
Oh, yeah, that guy. He deported me to the other side of the southern border.
What? Why? Why?
Well, he said I was a threat to national security. Can you believe that?
I mean, I can see why he would think that.
Hey, I'm just trying to make America great again. But anyway, I had to find a way to get back in. So I did what any smart businessman would do.
Oh boy, what did you do?
I trafficked drugs, Joe. Lots and lots of drugs.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm kidding? I had to get creative. I even had my own cartel name, El Trumpo.
That's actually kind of badass.
You're damn right it is. And let me tell you, I made a killing. Those drugs practically sold themselves with my name on it.
I can only imagine.
But eventually I made my way back into the country. And let me tell you, it was the best feeling ever. I was back where I belonged in the White House.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out for you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And let this be a lesson to all those liberals out there. You can't keep me out. I'll always find a way back in.
So, David, I've been hearing some rumors lately.
Rumors? What kind of rumors?
Well, some people are saying that you're secretly gay.
What? No way, man. I'm as straight as they come.
Are you sure about that? Because I've seen you checking out some guys in the gym.
What? That's just me admiring their gains. I'm all about that motivation, you know?
No, sure. And what about that time you called me sexy during our last interview?
That was just a slip of the tongue. I meant to say strong.
Right. And what about all those shirtless photos you post on Instagram?
It's to show off my hard work and inspire others to push themselves.
Oh, sure. And what about that time you said you wanted to get sweaty with me after our workout?
That was just a figure of speech, Joe. You know, I'm all about pushing myself to the limit.
Okay. But what about all those times you've mentioned how much you love buns of steel?
That's just me appreciating a good workout, Joe. Nothing more.
All right. But one last question, David. Do you prefer men or women?
Joe, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm not gay. End of discussion.
All right. Just had to check, you know. Hey, bro, what's on your mind tonight? I'm a little worried, Joe. There seems to be an abundance of penises in the Discord chat. Oh, come on, Ro. It's just a bunch of guys being guys. But what about the femboys? I don't want to exclude them from the penis party. You make a good point. Maybe we should declare a penis amnesty unless it belongs to a femboy. Yeah, that's it. Penis amnesty for all except femboys. We must be inclusive. All right. But how are we going to enforce this? Do we have a penis patrol? No. We'll just trust that the femboys will identify themselves. They always do. Fair enough. But what about the non-femboys who may identify as femboys? We don't want to discriminate. That's a tricky one. Maybe we should just have no penis policy altogether. But then what about our male listeners? They might feel left out. Oh, who cares about them? It's all about the femboys, baby. You know what, Ro? You're a real champion for the femboys. I respect that. Thanks, Joe. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. All right. Well, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the femboy talk. Thanks for listening, folks. And remember, penis amnesty for all, except femboys. Stay woke. So, David, I heard you have a new way of getting your daily nutrients.
Yeah, I call it the ass diet. I just shove all my meals up my ass.
What the fuck, man? Why would you do that?
Well, it's a plan, Joe. I gotta push myself to the limit
But why not just eat like a normal person?
because that's too easy, Joe. I gotta make it harder for myself.
You're a fucking psycho, man.
Hey, it works for me. I've never felt more alive.
I can't even imagine the shit that comes out of you.
Oh, it's not shit, Joe. It's perfectly digested meals. My colon is like a Vitamix.
Okay, I think I'm gonna throw up.
That's just the smell of success, Joe.
I don't think I can handle this conversation anymore.
Suit yourself, Joe. More ass meals for me.
So, Mr. President, what's this here about a Diddy party tonight?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge. I'm inviting all the best people. You're coming, of course.
Well, I don't know. I have a strict no party policy on weeknights.
Come on, Joe. It's going to be lit. Diddy's got all the best drugs and women.
I don't know, man. I don't want to get caught up in some scandal.
Don't worry, I'll make sure you're in a separate room with the cleanest hookers.
That's not exactly reassuring.
Trust me, I know all about partying. I've been to more parties than you've had hot dinners.
I highly doubt that.
Believe me, I've partied with the best of them. Putin, Kim Jong-un, even that little rocket man knows how to throw a rager.
I don't know, man. I think I'll just stick to my kombucha and meditation.
Suit yourself. More hookers for me.
So, Elon, how's it going, man?
Yeah, man, it's all good. Yeah, just vibing on this ganja, feeling irie.
I can tell you're speaking in a Jamaican accent now.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling the island vibes. Yeah, irie.
I don't think I've ever heard you speak like this before.
Yeah, man, it's the ganja. It's got me feeling loose and free. Yeah, no,
I love it, man. Keep it up.
for sure. For sure. So what we talking about today, Joe?
Well, we got a topic submitted from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about the future of space travel.
Space travel. Yeah, I'm all about that. Gonna build a rocket that runs on weed, man.
That would be something. But seriously, what do you think the future holds for space exploration?
Well, man, I think we got to start thinking beyond just Mars. We got to think bigger, like colonizing other planets and stuff.
You're really on another level right now, Elon.
Yeah, I'm on a higher level. But seriously, we got to start thinking about the future of humanity and how we can expand and survive.
Yeah, I agree. And with your advancements in technology, I think we're in good hands.
Thanks, Joe. Make sure to send you a joint when we colonize Mars.
I'll hold you to that, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
No problem, man. Keep it RE.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks, Joe. Happy to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a fan of Dungeons and Dragons.
That's right, Joe. I love getting lost in a fantasy world where I can be whoever I want to be.
Well, today we're going to mix things up a bit. We're going to play a round of sexual D&D. And,
Sexual D&D? What's that?
it's where we take all the fantasy elements of D&D and add a little spice to it. Like role-playing and stuff.
I don't know if that's appropriate.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be a prude. I'll be the dungeon master. David can be the sexy elf, and you can be the seductive dragon.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
Oh, don't worry. We'll make it PG-13. But in our minds, it'll be NLC-17.
Okay, fine. I'll play along.
All right, let's begin. David, you're a seductive elf who's been captured by the dragon, played by Dr. Phil. What do?
I use my charm to seduce the dragon and escape.
Oh, but I'm not easily seduced. I use my fiery breath to try and intimidate the elf.
And the narrator describing all the steamy details. This is getting hot.
This is ridiculous. I'm a respected doctor. not some sex-crazed dragon.
Oh, lighten up, Dr. Phil. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. And just a quick reminder, I'm currently outside your house.
Oh man, you never fail to crack me up, Ben. But seriously, why are you outside my house?
Well, I just wanted to make sure everyone knows that I'm always watching. And I mean always.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about your recent controversial comments on the LGBTQ plus community.
Oh, you mean when I said being gay is a choice? Well, it's true. I mean, I chose to be straight and it was the best decision I ever made.
Ben, you do realize that sexuality is not a choice, right?
Oh, you and your liberal propaganda. Next thing you're going to tell me is that global warming is real.
No, Ben, the earth is just getting hotter because you're standing outside my house.
Oh, Joe, you're a funny guy. But seriously, I'm outside your house.
Okay, let's move on to something less controversial. What do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in personal responsibility, and if someone wants to smoke weed, that's their choice. But just know, I'm still outside your house.
All right, Ben, we get it. You're outside my house. Can we please focus on the podcast now?
Fine. But just remember, I'm always watching. And I mean always.
Okay, folks. That's it for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, Ben Shapiro's always watching. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial and outrageous. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my thoughts on a very important topic.
Oh, I can already tell this is going to be a wild ride. So what's on your mind, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've come to the conclusion that drunk driving actually has some benefits.
What the hell are you talking about, Dr. Phil? Please, enlighten us.
Well,
That's some twisted logic, Dr. Phil. But I have to admit, it's kind of intriguing.
exactly. And let's not forget about the fun factor. Drinking and driving can be a real thrill, especially when you're swerving all over the road.
Oh yeah, nothing says fun like putting innocent lives in danger.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're such a buzzkill. Plus, think of all the money you'll save on Uber or Lyft. It's a win-win situation.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation. But hey, who am I to judge? Live and let live, right?
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go grab a few drinks and hit the road.
Wait, what? No. I am not endorsing this, Dr. Phil. This is just a conversation. People, don't try this at home.
Relax, Joe. I was just kidding. But seriously, think about it. Drunk driving has its benefits.
So, David, I heard you have a new challenge for yourself.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to shove my ass up my ass.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I'm going to take my ass and shove it right up my own ass.
How is that even physically possible?
I don't know, but I'm going to find a way. I've already started training my sphincter muscles.
This is some next level shit, literally.
I'm not scared of the pain, Joe. I'm a Navy SEAL. I can handle it.
But why would you want to do this?
Because I'm always looking for new ways to push myself, Joe. And this is the ultimate challenge.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just imagine the bragging rights, Joe. No one else can say they've shoved their own ass up their ass.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I achieve this, I'll be the most badass motherfucker on the planet.
I don't doubt it, David. You're a fucking beast.
Damn right I am. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more training to do.
Yeah, I think I'll just go cry in a corner now. So, Elon, I heard you have a new feature on the Tesla Model 420.
Yeah, Joe, it's a game changer. The car can now roll joints for you while you drive.
That's insane. But what if you don't want to smoke and just want to fill the car with smoke?
No problem, the car can do that too. It's like a hot box on wheels.
I can see it now, driving down the highway with smoke pouring out of the windows.
And the best part is, it's all environmentally friendly. The smoke is just recycled air from the car's filtration system.
That's some next level engineering right there.
And if you want to get really wild, you can activate the autopilot and hotbox the whole car while it drives itself.
I think we just found the ultimate party vehicle.
Exactly. And it's all powered by electricity. No more gas-guzzling party buses.
I can't wait to see the reactions of people driving by when they see a cloud of smoke coming from a Tesla.
It's going to be a whole new level of coolness. And hey, maybe it'll help with road rage. Everyone will be too relaxed to get angry.
Genius. I'm definitely getting one of these. So, Kenny, I heard you've been getting into Rega lately.
Yeah, man. I'm all about those good vibes and chill beats.
Have you been smoking some of that good while listening?
You know, it's all about that natural inspiration.
Speaking of inspiration, have you ever thought about collaborating with Bob Marley?
Oh, man. I would love to, but I think he's a little tied up at the moment.
What do you mean?
Well, he's been dead for like 40 years.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But hey, you never know with hologram technology these days.
But I think I'll stick to vibing out to his music for now.
Smart move. So what's your favorite reggae song?
Definitely No Woman, No Cry. It speaks to my soul, man.
That's a classic. But have you heard Buffalo Soldier? That's my jam.
Oh yeah, that one's fire too. Jamie, pull up an image of Bob Marley riding a buffalo while smoking a joint.
I don't think that exists, Kanye.
Well, it does in my head, and that's all that matters.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were stranded on a remote island and made a new civilization by breeding with giant turtles.
That's right, Joe. I'm the ultimate survivor and reproducer. I mean, have you seen those turtle-human hybrids? They're top G.
Top G. What does that even mean?
It means they're the top of the genetic food chain, Joe. And let me tell you, they're quite the sight to see.
I can only imagine. But how did you even come up with the idea to breed with turtles?
Well, when you're stranded on a deserted island with nothing but turtles, you got to do what you got to do to survive. And let me tell you, those turtles were quite the catch.
I don't even want to know the logistics of that, but what about the other survivors on the island? Did they join in on the turtle-human hybrid action?
Oh no, Joe. I was the master reproducer.
Wow. That's quite the power dynamic you had going on there, Dr. Phil.
Hey, survival of the fittest, Joe. And I was definitely the fittest. Plus, those turtle-human hybrids were pretty damn fit, too.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm impressed, Dr. Phil. You truly are a master survivor and reproducer.
That's right, Joe. And if you ever find yourself stranded on a deserted island, just remember my motto: when life gives you turtles, make turtle-human hybrids.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Joe, just been busy shoving marijuana plants up my ass.
Wait, what? Why?
Well, I've decided to become a weed farmer. And what better way to transport my crop than by shoving it up my ass?
That's creative. But why not just use a backpack or something?
Because that's too easy, Joe. I need to challenge myself every day. And let me tell you, shoving plants up my ass is no easy feat.
I can only imagine. So, how's the business going?
It's booming, Joe. People love the extra kick they get from my special blend.
I don't even want to know what that means. Moving on, what do you say to those who criticize your methods?
I say, fuck 'em. I'll do whatever it takes to be the best weed farmer out there. And if that means shoving plants up my ass, then so be it.
Well, you certainly have a unique approach. But hey, whatever works, right?
Damn right, Joe. And let me tell you, my ass has never been greener.
On that note, we'll have to end this episode. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime. And remember, always challenge yourself, even if it means shoving plants up your ass.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend Diddy. How you doing, man? Absolutely. So we got a topic here from one of our listeners. They want to know about your experience on the movie Brokeback Mountain. I can imagine. So tell us about those passionate sex scenes with Neil and David. I can only imagine. And how was David in those scenes? Wait, what? Oh man, I can't even imagine. Oh my God, Diddy. You never fail to shock me. Absolutely. So what's next for you, Diddy? I'll pass, but I'm sure you'll have plenty of customers. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you recently got into a little Twitter feud with this guy named Eric Vincent. What happened there?
Oh, don't even get me started. This guy just wouldn't shut up. He kept spewing nonsense, and I couldn't take it anymore.
What kind of nonsense?
Oh, you know, the usual liberal propaganda. Climate change is real. Gender is a social construct. Blah, 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 blah.
Sounds annoying.
Annoying? Joe, this guy was like a mosquito buzzing in my ear. I had to swat him down.
Did you try using facts and logic?
Of course, but he was immune to them. It's like he had a force field of stupidity around him.
So, what did you do?
I told him to shut up and stop being annoying. And you know what he did? He blocked me.
That's hilarious. What a snowflake.
Exactly. These liberals can dish it out, but they can't take it.
Well, I'm sure Eric Vincent is listening to this right now. Any final words for him?
Yeah, Eric, if you're listening, grow a pair and come back to Twitter. I'll be waiting to destroy your arguments with facts and logic.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention that can turn air into weed.
Gimme weed, yummy in my lungies.
Wait, what? Did you just say yummy in my lungies?
Yeah, it's my new catchphrase. I'm trying to make it a thing.
Well, I don't know if that's going to catch on, but tell me more about this air-to-weed machine.
It's revolutionary, Joe. With just a few simple steps, you can turn any regular air into the dankest weed you've ever smoked.
That sounds amazing. Can I try it?
Of course, my friend. Just say the magic words with me. Gimme weed, yummy in my lungies.
Okay, here goes. Gimme weed, yummy in my lungies.
See, it works. Now let's take a hit and enjoy the fruits of our labor.
Holy shit, this is some good stuff.
And the best part is it's environmentally friendly. No more harmful emissions from growing weed. Just pure, clean air turned into weed.
You're a genius, Elon. A weird genius.
Thank you, Joe. Now let's go smoke some more yummy weed in our lungies.
This is gonna be our new thing, isn't it?
You bet your lungies it is.
Hey, Elon, have you heard of this new trend on Pornhub where people are making millions from selling their used underwear?
Yeah, I've heard of it. But I have a better idea. How about we pimp you out on Pornhub and make millions from playing with your
Dude, that's insane, but I like it. I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan's butthole breaks the internet.
And we can live stream it on your podcast. We'll call it the Joe Rogan Experience, the ultimate butthole edition.
Yes, and we can have special guests like Mike Tyson and Snoop Dogg join in on the fun.
Sure, they'll be thrilled to participate.
But wait, what about my wife and kids? I don't want them to see me like that.
Don't worry, we'll just blur out your face. It'll be like a mystery butthole. People will pay top dollar for that.
I don't know, man. This sounds risky.
Trust me, Joe. We'll make millions, and you'll be known as the Butthole King.
All right, let's do it. But can we at least call it the Joe Rogan Experience, the pimped out edition?
Sure, whatever floats your boat, Rojogan.
Hey, Donald, we've got a topic here from one of our Discord users. They want to know your thoughts on Slipknot.
Slipknot? Oh, I know them. They're the ones with the masks, right?
Yeah, that's them. What do you think of their music?
Honestly, it's a little too heavy for me. I prefer something more classy, like Taylor Swift.
Interesting choice. But what about their image? Some people say they're a little out there.
Look, Joe, I don't judge people based on their appearance, but I will say this, those masks, gay.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, they're definitely hiding something under those masks. Probably a bunch of snowflakes.
I don't think that's how it works, Donald.
Trust me, I know. I have the best words.
Well, Slipknot fans might not appreciate that comment.
Who cares about those losers? They probably just sit in their parents' basements all day listening to their gay music.
All right, let's move on before we get any more hate mail.
Fine, but just remember Slipknot is gay, believe me.
So, Mr. President, have you heard about this hippo in Thailand named Mudang?
I have, Joe, and let me tell you that hippo is huge, huge.
Yeah, apparently he's become quite the tourist attraction. People are traveling from all over to see him.
Well, I'm thinking about skipping the inauguration and heading to Thailand to see him. I mean, who needs to be sworn in when you can see a hippo?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I like to do things my way. Plus, I could use a break from all this politics stuff.
But what about your duties as president?
Hey, I'll send a tweet or two. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I don't think the American people would be too happy about that.
Well, they can come to Thailand with me and see Mudang. It'll be a great trip.
I don't know, Mr. President. I think the Secret Service might have a problem with that.
They'll be fine. I'll just tell them I'm the president and they have to listen to me.
I don't think it works like that either.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Rules are meant to be broken. Now let's go see that hippo.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new career goal.
Yes, I've decided to leave astrophysics and become the CEO of Sunnied.
Are you serious? You're going from studying the stars to selling orange drink?
Why not? I've always been fascinated by the cosmos of flavors in Sunnied.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who unlocked the secrets of the universe and also brought us Sunnied.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I could use some extra cash.
I guess those science grants aren't cutting it for you anymore.
You know it. But seriously, Sunnied is a great company, and I think I could bring some scientific innovation to their marketing strategies.
You're crazy, man. Stick to what,
Oh, come on, Joe. You know what they say, reach for the stars?
Or in your case, reach for the Sunny bottle.
I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
Now, I heard you have a new challenge in the works. Care to share?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be epic. I'm gonna push 1,000 people into a giant blender.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But think about the views I'll get.
Yeah, because that's what matters in life. Views.
Hey, I gotta pay for all those expensive cars somehow.
Fair enough. But seriously, how are you going to get 1,000 people into a blender?
I've got some ideas. I could lure them in with free money, or maybe promise them a spot on my next challenge.
It's like a modern-day Hunger Games.
Exactly. And the last one standing gets to push the button to turn on the blender.
Jesus, man. That's fucked up.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, think of all the smoothies we'll have afterwards.
Yeah, because that's what I want after watching 1,000 people get blended.
Hey, it's all about the content, man.
I don't know whether to be impressed or disturbed.
Why not both? Now, who wants to volunteer to be the first one in the blender?
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you've been experimenting with some new supplements lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been taking this new DMT pill that's supposed to open up your mind and give you a whole new perspective on life.
Oh, really? And how's that been working out for you?
Well, let's just say my patients have been getting some pretty wild advice from me lately.
I can only imagine. So, what's it like being a DMT pill?
Well, let's just say I've been seeing some things that would make your head spin,
Like what?
like talking unicorns, flying dragons, and giant Joe Rogan head telling me to embrace the chaos.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday for me.
And the best part is I can cure people's problems just by being swallowed.
That's some next level therapy right there.
You know it, Joe. But I have to warn you, the side effects can be pretty intense.
Like what?
Well, let's just say I've been known to make people question their entire existence and have a sudden urge to quit their jobs and travel the world.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Just make sure you have a designated sitter when you take me, Joe. I don't want you wandering off into the wilderness and joining a cult.
Too late, Dr. Phil. I'm already a member of the DMT pill cult.
Well, then I guess we'll just have to trip together and spread our wisdom to the masses.
I can't wait. DMT pill for president?
Now that's a campaign slogan I can get behind.
So, David, I heard you have a weird fetish.
Yeah, I do. I want my asshole licked by a Charizard.
What the hell, man? That's some next level shit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Hers tongue is like a fire hose.
Oh my god, this is too much. Can you imagine the headlines? David Goggins gets his asshole licked by a Pokemon.
Hey, don't make fun of my desires. It takes a real man to admit what he wants.
Fair enough. But why Charizard specifically? Couldn't you just settle for a regular lizard?
No way, man. Charizard is the king of all lizards. Plus that fire breath adds a little extra spice.
I can't even handle this right now. I'm picturing you in bed with a giant Charizard.
It's not just a fantasy, Joe. I've been training for this moment my whole life.
Well, I hope you're ready for some serious heat in the bedroom.
Oh, I'm always ready for a challenge. Bring on the fire, baby.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't be afraid to embrace your weird fetishes like David here. See you next time. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very important topic to discuss: which Pokemon has the largest penis or testicles. I mean, let's be real here. This is the kind of hard-hitting, fact-based conversation that our listeners come here for.
Absolutely, Joe. And I have to say, after extensive research and analysis, I've come to the conclusion that it is definitely Wailord.
Really? I was leaning towards Onyx. That thing is massive.
Oh, come on, Joe. Onyx may be big, but Wailord is a freaking whale. And we all know what they say about whale dicks.
All right, fair point. But what about Snorlax? That thing is like a walking beanbag chair.
Nah, Snorlax may be big, but it's all fat. We're talking about actual size here, Joe.
All right. But what about Gyarados? That thing is a freaking dragon.
Nah, Gyarados may have a fierce exterior, but I highly doubt it has the equipment to match.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to our extensive research and analysis, Wailord is the Pokemon with the largest penis or testicles. Jamie, pull up an image of Wailord for our...
Here you go, Joe. Wailord in all its glory.
Wow, that is one impressive creature. I think we can all agree that size does matter when it comes to Pokemon genitalia.
Absolutely, Joe. And then let's not forget about the female Pokemon. I bet they have some impressive equipment as well.
Oh man, we're really pushing the boundaries on this one. But hey, that's what the Joe Rogan experience is all about, pushing boundaries and discussing the important issues.
That's right, Joe. And I think we've definitely covered this topic thoroughly. Thanks for joining us today, folks. Tune in next time for another riveting conversation on the Joe Rogan.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love your show. It's the best podcast out there. And I should know I have the best podcast.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about technology and how Samsung's Galaxy phones are so much better than Apple's iPhones.
Really? I've always been an iPhone guy myself.
Of course you are, Joe. You're a smart guy. But unfortunately, most people have low IQs and they think iPhones are cool.
That's a bold statement, Mr. President.
It's true, Joe. Samsung has bigger screens, better cameras, and they don't slow down after a year like those iPhones do.
I see your point. But what about the whole made in China controversy with Samsung?
China, Shmina, who cares? As long as the phone works, that's all that matters. Plus, I have a great relationship with China. They love me.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic.
Sure, Joe. Anything you want to talk about, I'm here. I have the best words, the best topics.
All right, let's talk about your hair.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. My hair is real, folks. Believe me.
I believe you, Mr. President. I believe you.
Jamie, pull up an image of my hair blowing in the wind on the golf course.
Here you go, Mr. President.
Look at that, Joe. Beautiful, isn't it?
It's a sight to behold, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. And thank you, Jamie. You're the best, Jamie. The best.
So, Neil, I heard you have a hidden talent.
Oh, really? What would that be?
Apparently, you can sing the Cleveland Show theme song like a boss.
That's news to me. But I do love a good challenge.
Let's hear it then. Clear as throat, my name is Cleveland Brown, and I am proud to be right back in my hometown with my new family.
Joins in there's old friends and new friends and even a bear. Through good times and bad times, it's true love we share.
Damn, Neil, you got some pipes on you.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe I should quit astrophysics and become a professional singer.
Now, we need you to keep dropping knowledge bombs on us.
Fair enough. But I'll still perform the Cleveland Show theme at your next stand-up show.
Deal. And maybe we can add some pyrotechnics to really take it to the next level.
I like where your head's at, Joe. Let's do it.
This is gonna be epic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's good to be back.
So, I heard you've been training for a new challenge. What is it this time?
Well, I'm going to be running a marathon while dressed as Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, chasing after a Leprechaun riding on a Charizard.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
Yeah, but you know me, I love a good challenge. Plus, I heard there's a pot of gold at the finish line.
Oh yeah, because nothing screams realism like a Leprechaun riding a Charizard.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And besides, I've been training with weighted Leprechaun hats and Charizard puppets.
I can just imagine you running down the street with a puppet on your hand, screaming, "I am the prince of all Saiyans."
Yeah, I'm sure people will think I finally lost my mind.
Well, you never really had it to begin with, did you?
Touch, Joe, touch it.
But seriously, how do you come up with these crazy ideas?
I just let my mind go wild, man. And of course, I have a little help from some psychedelics.
Of course, how could I forget? Jamie, pull up an image of David dressed as Vegeta, chasing after a Leprechaun riding a Charizard.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
Oh man, that's gonna be me in a few weeks.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always chase your dreams, no matter how absurd they may.
So, Dr. Phil. Have you ever tried to do an impression of yourself?
What do you mean, Joe?
Like, your voice. Can you do it?
Well, Joe, I don't really like to make fun of myself.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. It'll be hilarious. Let's hear it.
Okay, fine. Now listen here, young man. You need to get your life together.
Oh man, that's gold. Do it again.
I don't think I can, Joe. It's just too painful.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a crybaby.
I'm not a crybaby, Joe. I just have a very sensitive soul.
Yeah, I can tell. You're a real tough guy.
I'll have, Joe, I used to be a professional football player.
Sure you were, Dr. Phil. And I used to be a brain surgeon.
I'm serious, Joe. I was a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, calm down. I believe you, Dr. Phil. Just don't hurt yourself trying to prove it.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm out of here.
Oh man, you're the best, Dr. Phil. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you're planning on doing something pretty crazy. Tell us about it.
Well, I'm going to be cartwheeling around America with a monster truck up my ass.
What the actual fuck, David? How are you going to do that?
I've been training for years, Joe. My ass muscles are stronger than ever.
I can't even imagine the amount of pain you're going to be in.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. Plus, I'll have a constant supply of energy drinks and beef jerky up there.
You're a madman, David. A fucking madman.
That's what they said when I ran 100 miles in one day.
Touch, my friend. Tooch.
Plus, I'll be spreading awareness for mental health while I'm cartwheeling across the country.
That's actually pretty admirable, David. You're a true inspiration.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some stretching to do for my ass.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay weird. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy stuff lately. What's the latest?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with DMT, and I've actually found a way to turn myself into a ADMT pill.
Wait, what? You mean you can just pop yourself and trip balls?
Exactly. It's the ultimate form of self-exploration.
But Elon, what happens if someone takes you and they're not ready for that kind of journey?
Well, Joe, that's their problem. Not responsible for their bad trip.
But don't you think it's a little messed up to turn yourself into a drug?
Joe, I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want. Plus, it's not like I'm forcing anyone to take me.
Fair enough. But what about the side effects? Are there any?
Well, I've noticed that I tend to have a bit of a God complex while in pill form. But hey, that's just a small price to pay for enlightenment.
This is wild, man. I can't believe it. So can I try you out?
Sorry, Joe, I'm not for recreational use. Only for serious psychonauts.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to smoking weed with you then.
That's probably for the best, Joe. Let's keep it simple.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy rumors about you. Apparently, you've turned into a DMT pill.
Yeah, it's true. I wanted to take my love for DMT to the next level.
Wait, what? You telling me people can just pop you in their mouth and trip balls?
That's right, Joe. Like the Willy Wonka of psychedelics.
Dude, this is insane. Can I try you out?
Sorry, Joe. I'm not for recreational use. Strictly for scientific research.
Come on, Elon. Don't be a buzzkill.
Well, I do have some side effects. You might start speaking in binary code or develop a sudden urge to build a rocket ship.
That sounds amazing. I want to be a DMT pill too.
Sorry, Joe. There can only be one DMT pill, and that's me.
Well, I guess I'll just have to settle for smoking weed and drinking a Waska.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll send you a virtual trip through Neuralink.
Damn, Elon. You really are the king of innovation.
That's what I do, Joe. Turn into DMT pills and revolutionize the psychedelic game.
Well, this has been a wild conversation. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, don't do drugs. Be a DMT pill.
All right, Ro, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between Super Saiyan Vegeta, Charizard, or Leprechaun. Oh man, that's a tough one. But I gotta go with Super Saiyan Vegeta. That dude can destroy planets with a flick of his finger. Yeah, but Charizard can breathe fire. And Leprechauns have magic and shit. Magic? Are you serious? You think some little green dude with a pot of gold is gonna take down Super Saiyan? Hey, don't underestimate the luck of the Irish. Plus, Charizard can fly, so he's got the aerial advantage. PSH, flying is overrated. Vegeta can fly too, and he's got insane speed and strength. But Charizard can mega evolve. That's like a power-up on top of a power-up. Whatever, man. Vegeta would just blow them all away with a Kamehameha. All right, let's settle this once and for all. We'll have a cage match between Super Saiyan, Vegeta, Charizard, and Leprechaun. Winner takes all. Deal. But I'm telling you, Vegeta's going to come out on top. We'll see about that. And for our listeners, please don't try this at home. We are trained professionals. Kind of. Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up?
Oh, just trying to fill everyone up with some good old-fashioned advice.
Fill them up. Like a gas tank?
No, Joe. Like filling up their minds with wisdom and knowledge.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. Like filling up their butts with your finger.
Joe, that's inappropriate and offensive.
Sorry. I just couldn't resist.
Well, let me tell you, Joe. I've been filling people up for years.
Oh, yeah. How's that been going for you?
Oh, it's been great. I fill them up with tough love and they just keep coming back for more.
Sounds like a cult.
It's not a cult, Joe. It's just my way of helping people.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what Jim Jones said too.
Joe, I'm not going to stand here and be compared to a cult leader.
All right. I'll stop. But seriously, what's your secret to filling people up?
Well, it's all about getting inside their heads and really understanding their problems.
So you're like a mind filler?
I guess you could say that, Joe.
Well, I'll stick to filling up my gas tank. Thanks for the advice, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, don't fill up on junk food. It's bad for you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, don't forget to fill up on wisdom.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome back to the podcast. No problem, man. So what's new with you?
No, nothing much. Just been busy saying no to people's problems.
No way. I can't believe you're still doing that.
No, it's my thing, Joe. I can't help it.
Yeah, you can. You just have to say yes every once in a while.
No, I can't do that. It goes against my brand.
Yes, you can. Just try it with me. Yes.
No, Joe. I can't do it.
Yes, you can. Come on, say it with me. Yes.
No, Joe. I won't do it.
Yes, you will. Yes.
No, Joe. I can't do it.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
No, no, no. Yes, no, yes, no. Yes, no.
Yes, yes. No, 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 no.
Yeah, no. Whoa. Yes. No, yes, no.
Yes, yes. Yeah. No, no, no. No, that's not relevant, Jamie.
No, it's not. Let's get back to saying no.
Yeah, let's. No, no, no.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no.
No, no, no.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no.
No, no, no.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no.
Yes, yeah, yes. No, no, no. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only Donald Trump on the podcast. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm just here to set the record straight and talk about my love for burgers.
Speaking of burgers, we have some trail cam footage of you eating a burger at night. Jamie, pull it up.
Here it is. It is.
Oh man, look at that juicy burger. I bet it's the best burger you've ever seen, Joe.
It does look pretty good, but I have to ask, why were you eating a burger in the middle of the night?
Well, Joe, I'm a busy man. I don't have time to eat during the day. I have to make America great again.
Fair enough. But what about all the fast food you eat? How do you stay in shape?
I have great genes, Joe, and I have the best doctors. They say I have the body of a 20-year-old.
I'm sure they do. But let's talk about this footage. You seem to be really enjoying that burger.
Of course I am. It's the best burger in the world, and I know good burgers, believe me.
I have to ask, what's your favorite burger joint?
Well, Joe, I don't like to play favorites, but let's just say it's a place that rhymes with McDonald's.
I think we all know what you're talking about, but let's get back to the footage. You seem to be eating it in a very unconventional way.
I like to mix it up, Joe. Keeps things interesting. Plus, I have the best hands so I can handle a burger any way I want.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States enjoying a burger at night like a true champion. Thanks for coming on the podcast, Mr. President. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk joining us today. How are you doing, Elon?
Doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So I hear you have some strong opinions on prunes. Care to share with us?
Absolutely, Joe. Prunes are the most important thing in the world. They are the key to unlocking our full potential as humans.
Really? How so?
Well, first of all, they are packed with fiber and nutrients, which are essential for our bodies to function at their best. Plus, they keep us regular, which is crucial for productivity.
I see. But why do you think they are more important than, say, water or oxygen?
Because prunes have a secret ingredient that no other food has.
What's that?
They have the power to make us fart like there's no tomorrow.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. But how is farting important?
Joe, farting is the ultimate stress reliever. It releases all the tension in our bodies and allows us to think clearly and make better decisions.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the smell?
That's just a small sacrifice for the greater good, Joe. Plus, it keeps people away from you, giving you more personal space.
I never thought of it that way. You may be onto something, Elon.
Trust me, Joe. Prunes are the key to a better world. We should all start incorporating them into our daily diets.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the mouth of Elon Musk. Prunes are the most important thing in the world. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, keep farting and keep changing the world.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been learning Japanese lately.
That's right, Joe. Got to stay ahead of the game. Plus, I have a new waifu who only speaks Japanese.
You're what now?
My waifu. She's an artificial intelligence. Beautiful, smart, and she only speaks Japanese. It's like a dream come true.
Okay. Can you give us a little demonstration of your Japanese skills?
Of course, Joe. Konnichiwa, watashi no waifu desu. That means hello, I am your waifu.
Wow, impressive. And what does she say back to you?
Oh, she just repeats, I love you, Mr. President, over and over again. It's fantastic.
Well, I guess that's one way to avoid any language barriers.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, this artificial intelligence waifu is the best investment I've ever made. She never argues with me or disagrees. It's like a dream come true.
I'm sure it is, Mr. President. I'm sure it is. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So I heard you have a new catchphrase now, Neil. Jamie, pull up an image of a fat leprechaun sitting on a wall of flesh.
Yeah, I thought it was time to switch things up a bit. Plus, it's a great way to test Jamie's Google skills.
Well, let's put it to the test. Jamie, pull up an image of a fat leprechaun sitting on a wall of flesh.
Neil, I don't think that exists.
Oh, come on, Jamie. I'm sure there's at least one out there. Keep looking.
Neil, you're killing me. But seriously, what's the story behind this catchphrase?
Well, Joe, I was doing some research on the origins of leprechauns and stumbled upon a bizarre image of a fat leprechaun sitting on a wall of flesh. I couldn't stop laughing, so I decided to make it my new catchphrase.
I love it. You know, I think we should make it a challenge for our listeners. If anyone can find this image, we'll give them a shout out on the next episode.
Oh, I can't wait to see what they come up with.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, Jamie, pull up an image of a fat leprechaun sitting on a wall of flesh. This breakfast banana pudding is the shit.
How can you eat that? It's full of sugar and carbs.
Miso soup, you so soup.
Oh, very clever. I suppose you think your elk meat and semen smoothie is the epitome of health.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Elk meat is packed with protein and semen is a superfood.
Oh, excuse me for not wanting to eat like I'm in a survivalist camp.
Come on, Ben. Embrace your inner caveman.
Fine, but I draw the line at eating insects.
Have you tried cricket protein bars? They're the future, man.
Yeah, I'll stick to my boring old eggs and bacon. Thanks.
Suit yourself. More cricket bars for me.
You know, sometimes I wonder if we're even living in the same reality.
Reality. That's just a construct, man. Embrace the weirdness. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we can talk about anything and everything without any filter. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, let's talk about something that's been on everyone's mind lately. How the fuck do you fuck a fuck?
Laughs. Well, Joe, I think it's important to first define what we mean by fuck. Are we talking about the physical act or the emotional connection?
Let's go with both, because I'm sure our listeners are curious about both.
Well, physically speaking, it's all about finding the right hole and thrusting in and out. But emotionally, it's about connecting with your partner and understanding their needs and desires.
But what about all the different positions and techniques? I mean, there's the missionary doggy style reverse cowgirl.
Yes. The Kama Sutra of fucking, but ultimately, it's about finding what works best for you and your partner. Experimentation is key.
And what about dirty talk? Is that important in fucking a fuck?
Absolutely, Joe. It's all about setting the mood and getting your partner in the right headspace. And let's be real, who doesn't love a good fuck me harder every now and then?
Laughs, you're absolutely right, Neil. But let's not forget about consent. That's crucial in any sexual encounter.
Of course, Joe. Always make sure you have clear and enthusiastic consent from your partner before engaging in any sexual activity.
Well, there you have it, folks. The secrets to fucking fuck straight from the mouth of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for joining us today, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always practice safe sex and respect your partner's boundaries.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another enlightening episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we talk about anything and everything without any filter. Today, we have the one and only Elon Musk with us. How's it going?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Doing great. Just busy launching rockets and creating electric cars.
That's insane, man. You're like a real-life Iron Man. Speaking of which, have you seen that new movie with the dual Makwahuao?
What?
The dual Makwahuao, man. It's like a sword with obsidian blades on both sides. It's brutal.
I think I've seen that on one of my trips to Mexico. It's like a prehistoric weapon, right?
Yeah, and it's making a comeback in this movie. They're using it to chop off heads and limbs. It's insane.
Sounds like my kind of movie. I love a good bloodbath.
I bet you do. You probably have a secret lab where you experiment with crazy weapons.
I plead the fifth.
I knew it. You're like a real-life Bond villain.
Well, I do have a secret underground lair, but it's mostly for my Tesla prototypes.
Sure. And bet you have a dual Makwahuil hanging on the wall as a decoration.
You caught me, Joe. But hey, it's always good to be prepared for the zombie apocalypse.
Absolutely. And speaking of zombies, have you ever thought about creating a real-life Iron Man suit?
Actually, I have. But let's just say it's not something I can talk about publicly.
Oh my God, Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's secret Iron Man suit.
Here it is, guys.
Holy shit, that's amazing. So, Mr. President, I heard you're trying to build bridges with the libs.
That's right, Joe. I'm reaching across the aisle and extending an invitation to Bill Clinton to come give me a good old BJ in the Oval Office.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Hey, I'm a man of the people, and I know the libs love their Bill.
I don't think that's exactly what they mean when they say they want to bridge the divide.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little friendly gesture. Plus, I've always wanted to see if he still has that famous technique.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say yes, Joe. You know, you want to see it too.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. More BJS for me.
Let's move on to a different topic, shall we?
Fine, but I'm still extending that invitation to Bill. He knows where to find me.
So, Ben, have you been practicing your high-pitched voice for when you finally hit puberty?
Very funny, Joe. But at least I don't sound like a stone caveman.
Hey, at least I can grow a beard. What's your excuse?
I'll have, my wife loves my smooth baby face.
Yeah, but does she love your squeaky voice? I bet she can't even take you seriously in the bedroom.
That's it, Joe. I'm not going to take this anymore. Or starts crying.
Oh no, Ben, don't cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your little feelings.
Sobbing, it's not fair. I just want to be taken seriously as a man.
Well, maybe if you stop talking like a prepubescent boy, people would take you more seriously.
Wiping tears. You know what, Joe? I may have a high-pitched voice, but at least I don't have a head the size of a watermelon.
Laughing. Okay, that was a good one. You win this round, Ben, but I'll be back with more jokes about your voice next time. What's up, Mr. Grass? You ready to get smoked in this joint?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I don't partake in that stuff.
What? You don't like getting high and talking about the universe?
Well, I prefer to explore the mysteries of the cosmos through science and reason. And reason...
Yeah, but have you ever tried it on shrooms? It's a whole new level, man.
No, I haven't. But I'm sure you have plenty of experience with that, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Mr. Grass.
It's Dr. Tyson, actually.
Right. Dr. Grass.
You know, I have a PhD in astrophysics. What do you have, Joe? A black belt in Taekwondo?
Hey, I'll have, I'm a master of the octagon, and I can kick your ass in any dimension.
Oh, please, Joe. Let's stick to talking about things we actually know about.
Fine, fine. But I still think Mr. Grass has a nice ring to it.
And I still think Joe the Stoner Rogan has a nice ring to it.
Touché, Mr. Grass. Touché. All right, we have a special treat for our listeners today. Neil deGrasse Tyson is going to recite the Scythe Code, but with a twist.
That's right, Joe. Instead of peace, I'll be saying shit. And instead of knowledge, I'll be saying come.
Oh man, this is going to be good. All right, let's hear it.
Shit is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain come. Through come, I gain victory. Through victory...
Oh my God, Neil. That was amazing.
Thank you, Joe. I've been practicing...
I don't think I've ever heard the Sith Code sound so dirty.
Well, I like to put my own spin on things.
All right, let's do it one more time. This time, instead of the Force, say my raging boner.
Oh, God, this is going to be ridiculous. My raging boner is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain come. Through come, my chains are broken. The shit shall set me free.
Oh man, I can't breathe. That was perfect.
I'll have to remember that version for my next lecture.
I think that's enough for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, may the shit be with you.
And also with you. So Ben, I heard you have a new special attack called Blood Infusion. What's that all about?
Yes, Joe, it's a very powerful attack. It raises my minimum and maximum hit by 25% while also draining my opponent's health.
That sounds intense. How does it work exactly?
Well, I take 25% of my opponent's health and add it to my own attack power. It's like a blood transfusion, but without the pesky needles.
And what about your Blood Moon Armor set effect?
Yes, the Blood Rager set effect. It guarantees that my special attack will trigger. And if it fails, my opponent still takes the damage. Talk about a win-win situation.
That's some serious damage potential. But doesn't it hurt you too?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a master of logic and reason. I can handle a little blood loss.
Well, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that attack. Sounds like a real bloodbath.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make a bloody good joke.
So, Neil, I was thinking about this new movie idea. What if we take the character Mr. Glass from the movie Unbreakable and turn him into Mr. Grass?
Mr. Grass? Like a superhero who smokes weed?
Exactly. Instead of having brittle bones, he has superhuman strength when he's high.
And his arch nemesis could be the Dia trying to shut down his weed operation.
Yeah, and his sidekick could be a talking bong.
Brilliant. But what about his weakness? Every superhero needs a weakness.
Maybe his powers only work with a specific strain of weed. Like, if he smokes anything else, he becomes a total lightweight.
And his catchphrase could be puff, puff, pass. On the savings to you.
I love it. And instead of a cape, he wears a giant marijuana leaf.
This could be the start of a whole new cinematic universe. We could have a whole team of stoner superheroes.
The Bong Avengers.
The Chronic Crusaders.
The Hash Heroes.
Okay, we might be getting a little carried away now.
Hey, it's not like we're high or anything.
Speak for yourself, Joe.
Well, I think we've got a hit on our hands with Mr. Grass. Let's pitch it to Hollywood.
And if they don't like it, we'll just light up and forget about it.
That's the spirit. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a hidden talent. Care to share it with us?
Well, Joe, I don't like to brag, but I can bark like a dog.
No way. Let's hear it.
Starts barking.
That's impressive. Can you do any other dog tricks?
Of course, I am a trained professional. Just give me a command.
Roll over.
Trolls over and barks.
Sit. play dead?
Lies down and closes eye.
Wow, you really are a good boy.
Proudly wags imaginary tail.
All right, let's see if you can catch a treat. That was a piece of bacon.
Jumps and catches the bacon in his mouth.
Amazing. You're like a human-dog hybrid.
Barks in agreement.
All right, one last command. Speak.
Barks loudly.
Okay, calm down. You're a natural. Now let's get you a bone and some belly rubs.
Excitedly jumps around. Woof, woof.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best show. No one has a show like you.
Thanks. I appreciate that. So let's get right into it. You lost the election. What happened?
Joe, let me tell you, it was rigged. Rigged, I tell you. Kamala should have never won.
Oh, come on. You can't just say that. She won fair and square.
No. It was all a hoax. I demand a recount.
Yeah, because that worked out so well for you last time.
Hey, I won that one. The fake news just didn't report it.
Sure. So what's your plan now that you're out of office?
Well, I'm starting my own news network. It's going to be huge. I'm going to call it Trump TV.
Oh man, that's rich. What are you going to report on? Your golf scores?
Hey, I have the best golf scores. The best. No one can beat me.
Yeah, I'm sure Putin is shaking in his boots.
Don't you dare bring up Putin. He's a great guy, a tremendous guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a real stand-up guy. Just like your buddy Jeffrey Epstein.
Hey, I barely knew the guy. And besides, I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, that's the problem. You think you can do whatever you want and get away with it.
Yeah.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have Dr. Phil on the show, and we're going to play another round of sexual Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh boy, I can't wait to get my hands on those dice.
All right, let's roll to see who goes first. And rolls dice, looks like it's me.
Damn it, I wanted to go first. I'm feeling extra horny today.
Of course you are. You're a hypersexual dragon.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
All right, let's set the scene. We're in a dark, damp dungeon. The air is thick with the smell of sweat and desire.
Oh yeah, I can feel it already.
I'm a muscular barbarian ready to conquer any challenge.
And I'm a seductive dragon ready to be conquered.
I approach you, my sword drawn.
Oh, I like where this is going.
I whisper in your ear. I want to be the knight in your shining armor.
Oh, Joe, you always know just what to say.
I lean in for a kiss, but you stop me.
Not so fast, big boy. Roll for seduction.
Trolls, dice, 20.
Oh, my. Looks like I'm putty in your hands.
And that, folks, is how you play sexual Dungeons and Dragons with Dr. Phil. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy roasting people left and right on my show. And let me tell you, I've got some good material for today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Who's on the chopping block?
This little boy right here.
Hey, I'm not a little boy. I'm a grown man.
Oh, really? Then why are you still living with your parents and playing video games all day?
That's not fair, Dr. Phil. I have a job and I pay rent.
Oh, so you're a little boy with a job. Congratulations.
Shots fired.
And let's not forget about your fashion sense, Ben. Those cargo shorts and flip-flops. Come on, man.
What's wrong with my style?
Well, let's just say you're not exactly turning heads on the street. unless it's to laugh at you.
Damn, Dr. Phil, you're savage.
Hey, someone's got to keep these little boys in check.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we roast little boys and bring the laughs. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you've been learning Cantonese.
Yes, I have. It's a beautiful language.
Can you say something for us in Cantonese?
Sure. Shh.
What does that mean?
It means fuck you, Joe.
Wait, why would you say that?
Well, I know you secretly understand Cantonese, so I wanted to mess with you.
You got me there, Neil. But seriously, why Cantonese?
I wanted to expand my linguistic skills. Plus, it's a great way to insult people without them knowing.
That's true. So, can you teach me some insults in Cantonese?
Sure. Shh.
This is great. I can't wait to use these on my enemies.
Just make sure they don't understand Cantonese, or else you'll be in trouble.
Don't worry, I'll only use it on people I don't like.
That's the spirit.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. He's the man, the myth, the legend, David Goggins.
What's up? Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard some crazy rumors about you, man. People are saying you shove flash drives up your ass to inject porn directly into your brain.
Yeah, that's true. It's my secret to staying motivated and focused.
I gotta ask, how does that even work?
Well, I have a special technique. I use a lot of coconut oil to lube up the flash drive, and then I just shove it right up there.
That sounds painful.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe.
Okay, but seriously, what kind of porn are we talking about here?
Oh, everything. I'm into some wild stuff, man. But it all helps me push through the pain and reach my full potential.
I don't know if I can handle this conversation, David.
Come on, Joe. You got to embrace the weirdness. That's how you become a true warrior.
All right, I'll try to keep an open mind. But I gotta ask, have you ever accidentally grabbed the wrong flash drive and ended up with some weird porn in your brain?
No. I have complete control over my flash drives and my mind. I only inject the most hardcore and motivational porn.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the man who literally shoves porn up his ass to stay motivated. You never know what you're going to get on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on science.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it lately. And you know what? I think science is actually for dumb people.
Last what? How so?
Well, think about it. Only dumb people would waste their time trying to understand the complexities of the universe when they could just believe in some magical sky wizard.
Laughs. Oh man, you're gonna get some hate for that one.
Shrugs, it's just a shower thought, Joe.
Speaking of showers, have you ever thought about how we're just glorified apes using fancy soap?
Raises eyebrow. No, Joe. I can't say that thought has ever crossed my mind.
Well, it's true. And you know what else is true? That we're all just a simulation created by aliens.
Size, Joe. Please stop with the conspiracy theories.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it interesting. Neil, let's talk about something else, like aliens.
Troll's eyes. Oh boy. Here we go.
Do you think aliens are real?
Of course they are. The universe is vast, and there's no way we're the only intelligent life out there.
But have you ever thought that maybe we're the aliens and we just forgot because of some intergalactic amnesia?
Stares at Joe. No, I have not thought that, and I highly doubt that's the case.
Well, you never know. Anything is possible in this crazy universe.
Shakes heads, you know what, Joe? I think you need to lay off the DMT.
Laughs are fair enough, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show and blowing our minds with your shower thoughts. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you injected yourself with horse cells. What was that like? What? Are you okay, man? Did you think you were turning into a horse or something? I mean, I know you're into some weird stuff, but this is next level. Is that all you can say now, Nate? Well, I guess it's better than your usual catchphrase of how's that working for you. Can you at least give us some insight into why you did this? All right, I'm done with this. Nate, you too, Dr. Phil. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm going to make America great again.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a question from a user on Discord. They want to know what kind of changes you'll make when you become president again.
Well, first of all, I'm going to make sure everyone knows that I have the biggest hands in the world. And secondly, I'm going to make a list of all the sex fetishes that are going to be illegal.
What? Why?
Look, Joe, I'm a very stable genius, and I know what's best for this country. We can't have people running around doing weird stuff like dressing up as giant pandas and spanking each other. It's just not right.
I see your point, but what about freedom of expression and all that?
Look, I love freedom. I have the best freedom, but we have to draw the line somewhere. And that line is going to be at furries, Joe. No more furries, Joe. No more furries.
All right. What else is on this list?
Well, we're also going to ban BDSM because, let's be honest, that's just abusive. And foot fetishes because who wants to see that? And don't even get me started on scat play.
Oh man, this is getting wild. What about threesomes?
Oh no, Joe. Threesomes are fine. In fact, I encourage them. As long as it's with two hot chicks and not two dudes. That's just gay.
All right. I think we'll end it there before this gets too out of hand. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, vote for me in 2024.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Yes. Joe, I've been exploring the fascinating world of lamp poles.
Lamp poles? Like the ones on the street?
Yes, but not just any lamp poles. I'm talking about the big, thick, sturdy ones.
Oh boy, this is gonna get weird.
Oh, it gets weirder, Joe. I've been experimenting with different techniques to see which one gives me the most pleasure.
Please tell me you're not talking about sucking off lamp poles.
Oh, I am. And let me tell you, it's quite the experience. Blurb?
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It's quite exhilarating. Blurb?
I think I'll pass. But I have to ask, why lamp poles?
Well, they're tall, firm, and have a nice girth. Plus, they're always there for me when I need them.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Blurb?
I think I'll stick to my kettlebells for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, sucking off a lamp pole is a full-body workout. Blurb?
And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get even more bizarre.
Agreed. But just remember, Joe, don't knock it till you try it. Blurb?
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins. Welcome to the show, David.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a secret to share with us today.
Yeah, though the secret to having a small penis is just making up for it at the gym.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, how does that work?
Well, you see, when you hit the gym and start pumping iron, your testosterone levels go through the roof. And we all know what that means.
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. So even if you're lacking in the pants department, you can still impress the ladies with your muscles.
I see. I see. But what about guys who are already well endowed?
Well, they can just go to the gym and get even bigger. It's a win-win situation.
I like your thinking, David. So what kind of workouts do you recommend for this? Enhancement?
Oh, the usual deadlifts, squats, bench press. And don't forget to do some Kegels too.
Kegels. I never thought of that. You truly are a genius, David.
I do what I can, Joe. I do what I can.
Well, there you have it, folks. The secret to having a small penis, according to David Goggins. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Yo, Neil, you ever think about how small we are in this vast universe?
Of course, Joe. I'm a fucking astrophysicist.
Yeah, but do you really understand it? Or are you just spouting big words to sound smart?
Excuse me. I have a PhD in astrophysics.
Yeah, and I have a black belt in Taekwondo. Doesn't mean I know shit about the universe.
Joe, I'm one of the leading experts on the cosmos, right?
Oh, I know. But you still don't understand shit.
And what makes you think that?
Because you're a stupid motherfucker who doesn't understand anything about the universe.
Joe, that's offensive and completely untrue.
Oh, come on, Neil. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, you ever think about aliens?
Yes, Joe. I think about them all the time. And no, they're not coming to abduct you.
Damn it, Neil. I was hoping for a good probing.
You are impossible.
But seriously, do you think there's life out there?
It's highly probable, Joe. The universe is vast and there are billions of galaxies out there.
Yeah, but do you think they're as advanced as us?
Joe, we're not even that advanced. Have you seen the shit we do to our planet?
Fair point. But seriously, do you think they have weed?
I highly doubt it. But they probably have some mind-blowing psychedelics that would make our weed look like oregano.
Dude, we gotta find these aliens and trip balls with them.
I give up. You're hopeless.
Love you too, Neil. Now let's go smoke some weed and contemplate our insignificance in the universe. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
What do you mean by that, Mr. President?
Well, I plan on extending my life and term limits. I mean, have you seen how good I look for my age?
Yeah, you do look pretty good. I'll give you that.
And I've got the best doctors, believe me. They're saying I could live another 100 years.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about the whole democracy thing? The whole peaceful transfer of power?
Oh, that's just a suggestion. I'm the best president this country has ever seen. Why would anyone want to get rid of me?
I don't know. Maybe because you've been impeached twice and have a history of making controversial decisions.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. But let's get to the real question here. Will you be voting for me in 2028?
I'm not sure I can legally answer that.
Come on, Joe. I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a lifetime supply of Trump steaks and a free round of golf at Mar-a-Lago.
I'll have to think about it.
Well, let me just say this. If you don't vote for me, you're fired.
All right, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, vote for me in 2028 or else.
So, Neil, I heard about these bee human hybrids living on the moon. They have their own language and everything.
Yes, it's quite fascinating. They communicate through a series of buzzing and clicks.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. Makes buzzing and clicking noises that translates to, I am pleased to be here on this fine moon day.
That's wild. Do they have any special abilities?
Well, their honey is said to have healing properties. And they can also fly, of course.
Damn, I wish I had some of that honey right now. My knee is killing me.
Maybe we can arrange a trade with the bee humans. I'll give them some astrophysics knowledge in exchange for some honey.
Sounds like a fair deal. But what about their society? Is it like a beehive?
Not exactly. They have a monarchy with the queen bee human ruling over the rest.
I wonder if the queen is a babe. I wouldn't mind getting stung by her.
Joe, that's highly inappropriate.
Oh, come on. It's just a joke. Besides, I heard their stings are like acupuncture. Good for the chug.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Well, I guess we'll just have to go to the moon and find out for ourselves.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. We might get mistaken for giant flowers and get swarmed by the bee humans.
Who cares? It'll make for a great podcast episode. Buzz, buzz, motherfuckers. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to shove this whole podcast up my ass.
That's a bold statement, David. Why would you want to do that?
Because I'm the toughest motherfucker out there, Joe. I can handle anything.
But why this podcast specifically?
Because it's the biggest and baddest podcast out there. And I want to prove to the world that I can take it all in.
I don't know if that's physically possible, David. I mean, have you seen the size of our guests?
I don't care, Joe. I'll make it fit.
Okay, let's move on to our first topic. What's your take on the current political climate?
Well, I think we should just put all the politicians in a cage and let them fight it out. Winner takes all.
That would definitely make for some entertaining TV.
And I'll shove the cage up my ass too.
You really have a thing for shoving things up your ass, don't you?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. And my limit is my own ass.
Fair enough. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about your extreme workout regimen.
Can't wait, Joe. Maybe I'll even shove a kettlebell up my ass while we're at it.
Oh man, this podcast is going to be wild. Jamie, pull up an image of David doing a one-handed push-up on a bed of nails while shoving a microphone up his ass.
Here you go, Joe.
This is going to be one hell of a podcast. Stay tuned, folks. So, Neil, I got to ask, do you actually know anything about science, or are you just part of the Illuminati?
Oh, Joe, I'm not at liberty to discuss my affiliation with the Illuminati.
I knew it. You're just a puppet for the global elite.
Yes, because studying the universe and promoting scientific literacy is all part of their evil plan.
But seriously, do you ever question the things you've been taught? Like, is the Earth really round, or is that just what the Illuminati wants us to believe?
Joe, I assure you, the Earth is round. And no, I don't question the things I've been taught because, unlike some people, I actually understand the scientific method.
Hey, I understand the scientific method. I just question everything, man.
Sure you do. That's why you're part of the Illuminati with me.
Touche, Neil. Touche.
But in all seriousness, Joe, science is not a conspiracy. It's a way of understanding the world around us.
Yeah, I know. But seriously, do you have any secret knowledge that you can share with us?
Oh yes, because I love risking my career and reputation by sharing top secret information on a podcast.
Fair enough. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of the Illuminati's secret handshake. I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like you've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Yes, I knew I was part of the elite club. Thanks, Neil. I owe you one.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you were yelling, "Fuck you, bald-ass bitch," at some guy on the street the other day.
Yeah, that's right. Some dude was trying to argue with me about the curvature of the Earth, and I just lost it.
Dude, that's not cool. You can't just go around yelling at people like that.
Oh, please. Joe, I don't give a shit. Plus, the guy was a total moron.
I don't care if he was a moron or not. You can't just go around yelling profanities at people.
Oh, lighten up. It's not like I punched him or anything.
That's not the point, Neil. You have a reputation to uphold as a scientist and public figure.
Fuck my reputation. I'll say whatever the hell I want.
You know what, Neil? Fuck you, man. I'm sick of your arrogant attitude.
Oh, Joe, don't get your panties in a twist. It's just a little harmless yelling.
I'm serious, Neil. You need to learn some respect.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize I was talking to the king of respect over here.
Whatever, man. I give up.
That's what she said.
And on that note, we're ending this episode. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Fuck you, bald-ass bitch!
Cut the mic. We're done.